Chapter 2897 star core fragment. Fighting against the five of them were three large snow-white birds. Their wingspans were no less than 50 meters. No, this isn't a real living being. It's made of some kind of energy. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He could tell that the three big birds were not living creatures at all. They were condensed from a kind of energy and did not have any life aura at all. Flying snow, the five young men and women of the multi-story building sect all used a battle axe with amazing power. When the battle axe chopped down, it completely suppressed the three giant birds. In particular, there was a black-robed youth whose strength was not weaker than Xianxia. With a swing of his battle axe, he chopped off the wings of a large bird. "Kill!" the black-robed young man shouted. His battle axe swept across with the might to split open the sky. The axe light swept across, and the big bird's head was chopped off. Its body then collapsed. To Lu Ming and Xianxia's surprise, after the big bird dispersed, it actually turned into a stream of energy and surged into the black-robed young man's body. The black-robed young man's face was full of satisfaction and excitement. "Kill!" Then, the black-robed young man attacked the other two big birds. Not long after, the remaining two birds were both killed. Just like the previous one, these two birds also collapsed and turned into waves of energy that were absorbed by the five young men and women. Awesome, this is so awesome. If this continues, our cultivation will break through very soon, a young woman said with excitement on her face. That's right. I don't know what these giant birds are. After killing them, we can actually absorb their energy. This is truly a great opportunity. Let's go. We'll continue moving forward, the black-robed young man said. Then, the five of them continued to move forward. Not long after, several large birds appeared and pounced at the black-robed young man's group. What a waste. They're simply wasting God's gift by absorbing it like that. I'm so angry. In his sea of consciousness, the quantity formulae shouted unhappily. "Old Liang, do you know what those big birds are?" Lu Ming asked. "Nonsense, of course I know. It's formed by the energy overflowing from the star core fragments. The energy from the star core is extremely pure, so the energy overflowing from the star core fragments can be directly absorbed by people," the quantity formula said. "A star core fragment." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. No wonder the black-robed young man and his group of five were able to absorb the energy of that huge bird after killing it. It's a complete waste for them to absorb it like that. I'm afraid they can't even absorb half of the energy, and the rest will dissipate. If it were me, I would definitely be able to absorb 100%, the quantity formula said. "You're saying that there are star core fragments in this area?" Lu Ming continued to ask. "That's right, kid. If you can get the star core fragment, I'm confident that I can help you break through to the sky's celestial realm in a short time," the quantity formula said. "I must get the star core fragment." Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Just as Lu Ming was about to rush out and chase away the black-robed young man and the others to occupy this place, a few rainbow lights flew over rapidly from the distance. "It's him for Eyes Void Court." Lu Ming swept his gaze around and discovered that the newcomer was the peerless genius of a unique demon academy, Four-Eyed Void Court. In addition, there were also a few geniuses from the unique demon academy. The black-robed youth and the others also discovered Four-Eyed Kongding's group, and their faces darkened. "Buzz, Buzz, and MBSB whoosh." Simu Kongting and the others stood in the air, looking at the few large birds with greed. It was formed by the overflowing energy of a star core fragment. There's actually a star core fragment here. The four-eyed King Kong Ting roared in his heart, his four eyes filled with greed. As a peerless heaven's favorite of the three overlord forces, he naturally had a broad vision. With just a glance, he could tell that this giant bird was formed by the energy overflowing from a star core fragment. This was a great opportunity. You guys can get lost. I want this place. Four-eyed Kong Ting said coldly. Four-eyed Empty Court. We found this place first. It's too domineering of you to chase us away like this, the black-robed young man said with a gloomy expression. Overbearing? Hee hee. You don't have to leave, but you can stay here forever. Four-eyed Kong Ting sneered. The black-robed young man and the other four revealed angry expressions. They had finally encountered such an opportunity, so they were somewhat unwilling to leave like this. They quickly retreated and dodged the attacks of a few big birds. They retreated to the side, but they had no intention of leaving. Do you still have any hope of getting lucky? You're really stupid. Then I'll send you on your way. Kill! Si Mu Kong Ting shouted coldly, as his four eyes opened and closed, for beams of light shot out towards the black-robed youth and the other four. Flying snow, the black-robed young man bellowed as he continuously struck out with his battle axe, sending out a dozen axe lights towards the light beam that was shot out from the four-eyed void. Bang! Bang! After a few violent rumbles, the black-robed young man's body trembled and he retreated, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He was no match for the four-eyed void court. Just like when Ouyang Qingxiang was up against the Supreme Universe, she could not even block a few moves. Hee, for Eye's empty court, you're really very impressive. At this moment, a cold laugh came from the distance. Then, a few sword lights flickered rapidly. The next moment, a few more figures appeared in the area. A few young men were carrying long swords on their backs. The one in the lead had sword-like eyebrows and eagle-like eyes, and he had an extraordinary appearance. Zhuo Bingshun, four-eyed Kong Ting's gaze turned cold, revealing a trace of solemnness. It's him. He's an extremely powerful prodigy from the indestructible sword sect. He's only second to the deity Wuji's swordsman. He's no weaker than Universe God. Ouyang Qingxiang's face was solemn as she sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. He could also sense a terrifying sword intent from this person. When the black-robed youth and the other four saw Zhuo Wudi appear, their faces became even uglier. The four-eyed emptiness and Zhuo Bumi's appearance meant that the opportunities in this place had nothing to do with them. I'm so lucky. This place actually has a star core fragment. Ha, it's mine. Zhuo Wu Fa laughed out loud, full of confidence and greed. It's yours? Zhuo Bingwu, you're really overconfident. Four-eyed Kong Ting sneered. For eyes in the void, you want to stop me? The outside world has always placed me on the same level as you. Today, they'll see what qualifications you have to be on the same level as me. Zhuo Buju said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying sword essence rose from his body. With a swish, his long sword was drawn, and a white sword light shot towards the four-eyed void. Four eyes set the sky. Four eyes shouted loudly. His four eyes were like four suns, giving off a dazzling light. Then, four rays of light burst out and turned into four long spears that shot towards Zhuo Bimu. Buzz, buzz, and NBSB whoosh. The sword light and the destructive light beam collided continuously, causing terrifying sound waves to erupt. In an instant, the two of them had exchanged dozens of moves. After dozens of moves, the two of them retreated at the same time. They were evenly matched. Chapter 2898 Scruples for I Kong Ting and Zhuo Wu Fa looked at each other from a distance, their expressions somewhat grave. For a moment, neither of them made a move. They knew that if the two of them were to fight, it would not be decided in a short time. Moreover, if both of them were injured, the black-robed youth and the others would take advantage of it. Gaga! At this moment, a few large birds were chirping as they pounced towards Fry Void Court and Zhuo Buju. Buzz! Whoosh! Fry's Void Court and Zhuo Wu Fa attacked at the same time. In an instant, a few large birds were killed by the two of them. They then turned into rolling energy that surged into their bodies and were absorbed. Cool, this is too cool. Four-eyed Kong Ting's face was filled with an intoxicated expression. Zhuo Buju was almost the same. If they absorbed the giant bird, their cultivation would improve rapidly. Absorbing one giant bird would be equivalent to 1,000 years of their bitter cultivation. What could be more satisfying than that? For eyes, let's compete fairly for the star core fragment. Whoever gets it will get it. How about it? Zhuo Wu Fa stared at the four-eyed empty court. All right, let's do that. But before that, we still need to get rid of some miscellaneous people. After saying that, Four-eyed Void Court swept his cold gaze toward the black-robed youth and the others. That's right, get lost, or else die, Zhuwu Fa said even more coldly. The black-robed youth's group of 5 had extremely unsightly expressions, but they didn't dare to refute. In this world, strength was the most important. If one talked too much without strength, only death would await them. Let's go. The black-robed youth shouted angrily and turned to leave. Although the other 4 heavens favorite from the multi-story sect were unwilling, they had no choice but to follow the black-robed youth and leave. There's still 2 ants. Aren't you going to get lost? After the black-robed young man and his group of 5 left, he looked in the direction of Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang with his cold eyes and said coldly, "It seems that we've been discovered." Lu Ming smiled faintly and walked out with Ouyang Xianxia. "Lu Ming, it's you guys." When he saw that it was Lu Ming and Ouyang Xianxia, Four-eyed Void Court bellowed in anger. His 4 eyes flickered with cold, killing intent. "Lu Ming, it's you. Haha. Good, very good. You killed a holy son of my indestructible sword sect in the world of ancient gods. Now, leave your life behind." A terrifying sword intent rushed out of Zhuo Wudi's body. As soon as he finished speaking, a snow-white sword light flew towards Lu Ming with terrifying power. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He immediately used the ancient god tactic and turned into a green-armored ancient god. He thrust his spear and broke Zhuo Buzu's sword radiance. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted, his fighting spirit soaring. With his combat power being quadrupled, Lu Ming's body was filled with energy. He held the spear and charged towards Zhuo Buzu. Zhuo Buzu's pupils contracted. It was obvious that Lu Ming's abilities had far exceeded his expectations. Undying sword principle. Zhuo Wudi shouted and used a terrifying divine skill to attack Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the 2 of them exchanged more than a dozen moves. The others could only see the sky full of spear and sword rays. In the beginning, the spear and sword rays clashed with each other, and it was difficult to tell who was stronger. However, after a few breaths, the spear radiance began to suppress the sword radiance. The sword radiance trembled nonstop and finally exploded with a loud boom. A figure was seen retreating continuously. The one who retreated was naturally Zhuo Wudi. How was that possible? Zhuo Wu's eyes were filled with disbelief. He had never expected Lu Ming to be so powerful that he could not even defeat him. Four-eyed Void had exchanged blows with Lu Ming before and was not too surprised. "Zhuo Buzu, this Lu Ming is really abnormal. I'm afraid you can't take him down by yourself. How about we join forces and kill him together?" Four-eyed Kong Ting said to Zhuo Biyu Dong. "All right." Zhuo Wudi directly nodded his head and released a terrifying sword essence. Four-eyes Void Court and Zhuo Buzu formed a horn and charged towards Lu Ming. "You 2 want to join forces to kill me? Good, very good. However, do you think you can kill me so easily? If I go all out, I can take one of you down with me. Even if I can't kill you, I can at least heavily injure you. If one of you is seriously injured, would the other let him go?" Lu Ming sneered. The moment he said this, Four-eyes Void Court and Zhuo Buzu's figure stopped. They looked at each other and saw the wariness in each other's eyes. Lu Ming was right. Even if the 2 of them joined forces to deal with Lu Ming, given Lu Ming's abilities, it was not impossible for him to take one of them down with him if he retaliated before he died. Even if he couldn't kill them, he would definitely be able to severely injure them. If one of them was seriously injured, would the other let the other go? It was impossible. Who wouldn't want to keep the star core fragment for themselves? For a moment, neither of them made a move. "Lu Ming, don't you dare try to sow discord," Four-eyed Kong Ting said in a deep voice. Trying to sow discord? I'm just telling the truth. If you want to fight, it'll keep you company." Lu Ming sneered. Four-eyes Void Court and Zhuo Buzu still didn't attack. They naturally knew that Lu Ming was telling the truth. For a time, the 3 sides were in a stalemate. The star core fragment will belong to anyone who sees it. Let's have a fair competition. Whoever can get it will get it. By the time the others arrive, we want to have a share, especially your divine sons, Lu Ming smiled faintly. For I Kong Ting and Zhuo Wu Fa's eyes flashed. They were clearly moved. In the unique Demon Academy, or the Immortal Sword Sect, the Divine Sons and Holy Sons were also competitors, just like the Kongshian sect. For I's Void, he had always been suppressed by Mo Jui. It would be a lie to say that he did not want to replace Mo Jui and defeat him. If Mo Jui found this place, the Star Core fragment would definitely belong to Mo Jui. Compared to killing Lu Ming, it was more important for him to obtain the opportunity. All right, let's have a fair competition. Whoever has the strength and the opportunity will get the Star Core fragment. The four-eyed, empty court finally gave in. After saying those words, it turned around and rushed forward with the people from the unique Demon Academy. Let's go. How could Zhuo fall behind? He also led the few geniuses of the indestructible sword sect and charged forward. Let's go too. Lu Ming nodded at Xianxia. In a flash, the two of them also moved forward. They didn't walk far in this direction before large birds pounced out to kill them. Kill! Lu Ming waved his long spear and pressed down. A big bird was killed by him. At once, the huge bird dispersed and turned into rolling energy that rushed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming, let me do it first. I'll transfer it to you after I devour it. He said the measure word art. Then, a powerful suction force erupted and devoured all the energy that the big bird had transformed into. The next moment, an extremely pure energy surged out from the measure word art and gushed into Lu Ming's limbs and bones. Lu Ming circulated the universe 1,000 Tao mantra to absorb this energy and convert it into divine power. Lu Ming is the only one who can enter in just a few breaths. Lu Ming had completely absorbed and refined this energy. Lu Ming could feel that his divine energy had become much purer. Of course, there was still a long way to go before he could reach the celestial deity realm. What a rich and powerful energy, Lu Ming sighed. Of course, after I absorb it, I can use it 100%. Others can only absorb half of it at most. The quantity word formula said proudly. Lu Ming smiled. Without further ado, he waved his long spear and killed another large bird. He then continued to absorb energy. At this moment, Xianxia had also killed a big bird and absorbed its energy. The divine power in her body had also become stronger. Killing these birds to cultivate would be many times faster than cultivating normally. On the other side, for I's Void Court, Zhuo Wu Fa and the others were also increasing their speed, killing the giant bird and absorbing its energy. After they finished absorbing the energy, they continued to move forward. After Lu Ming and Xianxia finished off a few big birds, they also went forward. As they went deeper, the number of giant birds that appeared increased. They knew that the Star Core fragment must be right in front of them. Although the giant bird was quite powerful, it was still being hunted down by experts like Lu Ming for I's Void Court and Zhuo. The giant birds were killed one after another as Lu Ming continued to venture deeper. Ga-ga-ga. Suddenly, a series of ear-piercing sounds came from the front. Lu Ming and the rest were shocked as they looked ahead in a daze. There was a huge canyon ahead, but at the mouth of the canyon and above the canyon, there were countless large birds flying. At a glance, there were no less than 1,000 of them, covering the sky and blocking out the light in this area. So many, someone said in a hoarse voice. Experts like Lu Ming, Four-Eyed Void Court, and Zhuo naturally did not care about such a huge bird alone. However, if so many of them attacked together, even they would find it difficult to deal with. The Star Core fragment must be in this canyon. Greed appeared in the four-eyed King Kong's eyes. What should we do? There are so many big birds. How can we enter? Zhuo muttered, his mind constantly turning, trying to think of a way to get rid of the others and also to take the Star Core fragment for himself. Lu Ming, I have a way to help you get in. At this moment, the quantity formula spoke again. You have a way? What is it? Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he conversed with the quantity formula secretly. These big birds are formed from the energy leaking out of the Star Core fragments. They don't seem to have any intelligence and only have a kind of instinct. As for me, in the ancient word quantity, it's the origin of all energy and can devour all energy. As long as you release your aura, those birds made of energy won't dare to approach you. The quantity formula said. It's that simple. Lu Ming was stunned. It's that simple. The quantity formula said as if it could cut through gold and iron. All right. Lu Ming nodded secretly. He already had an idea. For eyes in the empty courtyard. It seems like we can only charge in if we work together. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke to Four-Eye Void Court and Zhuo Budong. Join hands. Four-Eyed Kongting and Motionless Desk's eyes flashed. That's right. Let's work together. After we get in, we'll each use our own abilities to get the Star Core fragment. Lu Ming said. All right, I agree. I also agree. Four-Eyes Void Court and Zhuo Wu Fa both nodded. After making up their minds, they prepared to attack. Xianxia, wait a moment. You have to follow me closely. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Ouyang Xianxia. Ouyang Xianxia nodded silently and followed closely behind Lu Ming. Kill! Suddenly, Lu Ming shouted and dashed toward the flock of birds at the entrance of the canyon. At the same time, Zhuobumu also led his people towards the canyon. Gaga! As soon as they moved, the giant birds noticed them and moved as well. They let out sharp cries and pounced on Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming shouted and waved his long spear, killing the big birds. Four-Eyes Void Court, Zhuobuju and the others also attacked with all their might, killing those giant birds. However, there were too many giant birds, and it was easier said than done to charge in. However, because of this, Zhuobumu and Four-Eye Kongting also attracted a large number of giant birds. Old Liang now. Lu Ming sent a message to the quantity formula. Watch this old lady. The voice of the measure formula was heard. At the same time, the entire body of the measure formula glowed. A mysterious aura was emitted and enveloped Lu Ming. At first, a few large birds were pouncing on Lu Ming. However, they suddenly sensed the aura of the measure formula. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they immediately flew away from Lu Ming. It's really effective. Xianxia, follow me. Lu Ming pulled Ouyang Xianxia's hand. The aura of the measure formula followed her hand and covered her entire body. The surrounding big birds also directly bypassed Ouyang Xianxia and did not pounce on her. When Lu Ming held her hand, Ouyang Xianxia's delicate body began to tremble and her face turned red. However, the next moment, her beautiful eyes revealed a look of surprise, because she realized that those big birds actually didn't pounce towards her. They directly bypassed her and pounced towards Four-Eyes Void Court and Zhuobuju. Ouyang Xianxia was extremely shocked. She knew that all of this was because of Lu Ming. Her curiosity about him grew. Let's go. Lu Ming held Ouyang Xianxia's hand and rushed into the canyon. Not a single big bird stopped him. Damn it, how is that possible? Four-Eyes Void Court, Zhuobuju and the rest also discovered Lu Ming's strange behavior. It was simply unbelievable, and they roared in anger. Lu Ming, stop right there. You dare to trick me. Four-Eyes Void Court and Zhuobuba roared, their killing intent as cold as a knife. You guys have fun. I'm not going to keep you company. Lu Ming smiled indifferently and continued to rush forward with Ouyang Xianxia. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the sight of Four-Eye Void Courtyard and the others. Four-Eyes Void Court and Zhuobuba roared in anger. Their killing intent was as cold as a blade, but they were helpless. Let's not fight with these giant birds and conserve our strength. We'll surround the area and wait for Lu Ming to come out. ITLL be his time of death. Four-Eyed Kongting said coldly. That's right. That brat dared to trick me. He's simply courting death. Zhuo Woody's voice was also extremely cold. Immediately, they stopped fighting with the giant birds and retreated. After they had retreated a certain distance, the giant birds stopped chasing them and flew back to the canyon. Four-Eyes Void Court and Zhuobuju led people to guard not far away. They were waiting for Lu Ming to come out and then kill him. After Lu Ming and Ouyang Xianxia barged into the flock of big birds, their field of vision suddenly widened. There was no big bird in the canyon. Those big birds were just circling the mouth of the canyon and above it. The moment Lu Ming and Xianxia entered, their gazes were deeply attracted. There was a ball of light floating in the air above the valley, emitting a dazzling light. Chapter 2900 Crisis. A ball of light was floating in the valley, emitting a dazzling light. In addition, there was an extremely pure energy constantly spreading out. A star core fragment. Lu Ming's and Xianxia's eyes were burning with desire. This was definitely a star core fragment. They had come to the right place. The two of them couldn't help but get closer to the star core fragment and finally saw the full appearance of the fragment. It was a crystal the size of a fingernail. Although it was small, the energy it contained was extremely terrifying. "It's so small," Lu Ming muttered. "Kid, what do you know? A star core is the core of star. It contains an enormous amount of energy, but it's also extremely pure. It's very easy to absorb and is a peerless treasure. Moreover, the star core here was formed by a man using a large formation. The energy contained in a star core is even more terrifying. Don't underestimate this small piece. It's enough for you to break through to the heavenly god realm." The disdainful voice of the Liang character formula sounded. "Then let's start," Lu Ming said. He could not wait any longer. Immediately, Lu Ming and Xianxia walked toward the star core fragment. When they arrived at the fragment, the two of them sat cross-legged and began to cultivate by absorbing the energy from the star core. "Lu Ming will help you absorb it. ITLL help you break through to the celestial god level faster." He recited the measure formula. Then, a powerful suction force erupted. The energy in the star core surged towards Lu Ming continuously and was absorbed by the measure formula. It was transformed into pure energy and surged into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming circulated the universe 1,000 Dao mantra at full force to absorb and refine this energy. The energy of the star core was extremely pure. Even without the measure formula, it could be refined quickly. With the help of the measure formula, the refining speed was naturally faster. A steady stream of energy was transformed into divine power. Lu Ming's divine power was increasing rapidly. In his dantian, 6 divine flames were burning fiercely, and the flames were getting more and more vigorous. Lu Ming was breaking through to the celestial god level at an alarming speed. On the other side, Xianxia was also circulating her cultivation technique to absorb the energy of the star core fragment. However, her absorption speed was far from comparable to Lu Ming's. Just like that, they cultivated for 7 days. In 7 days, the fingernail-sized fragment had almost been completely absorbed by the two of them, leaving only the size of a speck of dust. Boom! At that moment, a powerful aura erupted from Xianxia's body. She had broken through and reached the 6th level celestial deity realm. Xianxia had only broken through to the 5th level heavenly god realm not long ago, but she had already reached the 6th level heavenly god realm. This was all thanks to the star core fragment. However, the energy that Xianxia absorbed was far less than Lu Ming's. At this moment, Lu Ming's aura had also increased to its peak. 6 types of divine powers surged and shone with a dazzling light, circulating continuously on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was like a volcano that was about to erupt at any moment. Boom! Finally, Lu Ming exploded. A shocking aura erupted from his body, and a powerful pressure filled the air. This was the pressure of a heavenly god. The divine energy that Lu Ming controlled was divine-grade, divine energy. He also had 5 other types of divine energy. The energy required for a breakthrough was much more than Xianxia's. At this moment, after absorbing the energy of the star core fragment, Lu Ming finally broke through the bottleneck in one fell swoop and charged into the celestial god realm. As soon as he entered the celestial god realm, Lu Ming's body exuded a powerful suction force. The energy between heaven and earth rushed towards Lu Ming in an even more violent manner. The last star core fragment let out a soft sound and completely shattered. It turned into energy and surged into Lu Ming's body. The moment the star core fragment shattered, the huge birds around the canyon screeched and dispersed. They turned into energy and surged into Lu Ming's body. With 4 empty eyes, Zhuobimu and the others have been waiting outside the canyon, waiting for Lu Ming to come out and kill him. At this moment, they suddenly saw the giant birds scattering one by one, and they were all shocked. What's going on? That's Lu Ming. He's cultivating. Damn it, it must be the star core fragment. Lu Ming absorbed the star core fragment, which caused all those big birds to disperse. Kill him. When Four-Eyed Void Court and the rest saw Lu Ming and Ouyang Xianxia, they could easily guess what had happened. They immediately roared angrily, their eyes red with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Kill! Zhuobuhua was the most direct. With a cold shout, a terrifying sword intent burst out. He became one with the sword, turning into a brilliant sword light and slashing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming had actually absorbed the star core fragment. He wanted to crush Lu Ming's bones and scatter his ashes. The sword light was extremely fast, and it was approaching Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming was at the critical moment of his breakthrough, and he could not resist at all. In actual fact, the current situation was beyond Lu Ming's expectations. He did not expect that after he absorbed the star core fragment, the huge birds would disperse. Green Lotus Sword Domain, die! Ouyang Qingxiang shouted. Her delicate body emitted a dazzling green sword radiance. Green lotus flowers appeared in front of Lu Ming. Thousands of sword qi slashed at Zhuobuju. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sword qi clashed. In an instant, the sword qi from both sides had clashed hundreds of times. After a few hundred hits, the green lotus flower crumbled, and Zhuobuzu's figure was also blocked and stopped. You've made a breakthrough in your cultivation. Zhuo Bingchen's expression was unsightly as he stared at Ouyang Qingxiang. It must be a star core fragment. She has also absorbed the energy of a star core fragment. Damn it, damn it. The four-eyed king Kong charged over, his mouth constantly roaring in anger. He was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. In his opinion, Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang's absorption of the star core fragment was simply a waste of a heavenly treasure. How great would it be if he could absorb the star core fragment? He would definitely be able to break through to the 7th level or even the 8th level of the heavenly deity realm. In that case, he would not have to fear Mo Jui. He could even suppress Mo Jui and become the #1 expert among the younger generation of the unique Demon Academy. However, this hope had been shattered by Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang. So what if I've broken through? Kill! Zhuo Wudi shouted, and the sword light became even brighter as it charged toward Ouyang Qingxiang. Let's attack together and get rid of this *TCH. Then, we'll kill Lu Ming. The Four-Eyed Void Court roared and attacked as well. Terrifying beams of light shot out from its 4 eyes and shot toward Ouyang Qingxiang. Green Lotus Sword Domain, Green Lotus Sword Domain. Ouyang Qingxiang shouted again. The divine power in her body was about to burn. She burst out with all her power and set up the Green Lotus Sword Domain around Lu Ming and her. The boundless sword qi gathered into a few huge green lotus flowers, which enveloped the two of them and blocked the attacks from all directions. However, Ouyang Xianxia's cultivation had only just broken through to the 6th level heavenly deity realm. She wouldn't even be a match for Four Eyes Void Court or Zhuo Bufu alone, let alone the two of them working together. The moment the two attacks collided, the green lotus trembled violently. Ouyang Qingxiang groaned, and her body trembled. She spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Breaking through to the heavenly god level, Ouyang Qingxiang was sent flying and fell to the ground with a pale face. Lu Ming, Ouyang Xianxiang gasped with deep worry. You're overestimating yourself. Lu Ming, go to hell. He looked at Lu Ming coldly. For beams of destructive light shot out toward Lu Ming. If he was hit, Lu Ming would die without a doubt. At this moment, Lu Ming's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. A cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Whoosh, whoosh. Two spear lights burst out from Lu Ming's hands. They were more dazzling than meteors. The spear light shook, and the four destructive lights in the four eyes were scattered. Ah! A shrill scream reverberated through the entire area. Then, a bloody light burst out, and a figure quickly retreated. This figure was Four-Eyed Kongting. At this moment, Four-Eyed Kongting was roaring madly. His two eyes had disappeared and were replaced by two bloody holes. Two of the Four-Eyed Void's eyes were blinded by Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you're looking for death. You're looking for death. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Kongting's body began swelling up, and he actually turned into a giant worm. This giant worm was more than 100 meters long and was covered in disgusting tentacles. This was the true form of the Four-Eyed Void Court. In fact, many of the Polyeyes' true forms were not from the same race, but a variety of different races. The Four-Eyed Void turned back into its original form and pounced at Lu Ming, unleashing its full strength. Kill! And NBSB die? Lu Ming said coldly, his body rapidly growing in size as he transformed into a green-armored ancient god. He swept his spear forward, his divine power overwhelming the Four-Eyed Void. Boom! Lu Ming had now broken through to the first-tier celestial god, and he was even at the peak of the first-tier celestial god realm. His divine power was much more robust than before. The long spear pressed down, breaking through the Four-Eyed Void's attack and defense like a piece of rotten wood, and bombarded his body. The Four-Eyed Void King's huge body was sent flying. A section of his body exploded, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. You're the one who's going to die. Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. He took a step forward and covered 100 miles. His long spear was like a shooting star, piercing towards the Four-Eyed Void. Ah! Zhuobuju, quickly come and help me. The Four-Eyed Void beast screamed in horror. At the same time, it unleashed its full strength to resist Lu Ming. Buzz! The sound of a sword rang out. Zhuobuju made his move. The sword radiance was like a flying celestial light, cutting through the void and slashing towards Lu Ming's head. Zhuobumu was not the only one. The other paragons of the unique Devil Academy and the Immortal Sword Sect also made their moves at the same time and launched terrifying killing moves at Lu Ming. Oomph, oomph. Lu Ming snorted coldly. His eyes were icy cold, and his left hand emitted a dazzling radiance. He threw a punch at Zhuobuju. The moment he threw the punch, 3 nine-clawed divine dragons flew out from Lu Ming's left fist. This was the divine dragon phenomenon. As Lu Ming continued to comprehend the divine dragon materialization art, his understanding became deeper and deeper. When he used it, he was more adept at it. He could condense 3 divine dragon phenomenon with one punch. The 3 divine dragon materialization arts pounced towards Zhuobuhua. Lu Ming ignored the attacks of the other prodigies and allowed them to attack him. Lu Ming's long spear did not stop and continued to stab at the Four-Eyed Void. The Four-Eyed Void Beast was shocked and furious. It unleashed its full power and set up layers of defenses in front of it. However, when the long spear stabbed down, these defenses shattered continuously. Then, Lu Ming's long spear pierced through the Four-Eyed Void Beast's head and nailed it to the ground. Four-Eyed Kongting was still alive and was still struggling madly. On the other side, the 3 divine dragons blocked Zhuobuhua's attack, while the attacks of the other prodigies landed on Lu Ming. However, they could only barely break through Lu Ming's defense and leave shallow wounds on his body. To Lu Ming, they were no different from tickles. Ah, Lu Ming, don't kill me, don't kill me. Four-Eyes screamed in fear and began to beg for mercy. In actual fact, he was not that weak. If he had fought Lu Ming with all his might, he would not have been crushed so easily. The main reason was that he was caught off guard, and Lu Ming had blinded him in both eyes. The eyes of the multi-eyed race were their vital points. Once they were blinded, their strength would be greatly affected. That was why he was easily crushed by Lu Ming. Die! Lu Ming said coldly. Four-Eyed Void Court wanted to kill him at every turn. How could he let Four-Eye Void Court off? Lu Ming shook his spear, and a terrifying power burst forth, exploding from Four-Eye Void Court's body. Four-Eye Void Court's body was torn into pieces. Zhuo Wu Fa's pupils rapidly contracted as his figure retreated. "All of you stay," Lu Ming shouted coldly. The long spear swept out with the momentum of sweeping away thousands of troops. A spear light as long as a mountain range swept toward the geniuses of the unique Devil Academy and the Immortal Sword Sect. At the same time, a crescent-shaped spear light burst forth. "Not good. Quickly retreat." The expressions of the geniuses from the unique Devil Academy and the Immortal Sword Sect changed drastically, and they all retreated frantically. However, they were still a step too late. As the spear pressed down, the bodies of a few weaker cultivators exploded. A few of the stronger ones were also sent flying like cannonballs. They crashed into a few mountain peaks and shattered them. They were all seriously injured. Among the crowd, Zhuo Buju was in a better position. He continuously struck out with his sword, and the sword light slashed on the crescent-shaped spear light, making a violent roar. Although his sword light also shattered, he used this force to float back 1,000 miles. Only a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This person is too terrifying. Let's retreat first. Zhuo Wu Fa did not hesitate at all, turning into a sword light and flying into the distance. "Stay here," Lu Ming shouted and threw the long spear in his hand. The long spear shot out like lightning and shot toward Zhuo Buju. Zhuo Wu Fa's expression changed, and thousands of sword lights shot out from his hands, slashing at the spear. Bang, bang, bang. The spear and the sword light emitted a series of explosions. In the end, all the sword light shattered. The spear light flashed, and Zhuo Buju let out a blood-curdling scream. His abdomen had been pierced by the spear, and blood was flowing out. He didn't dare to stop. Even with his injuries, he used all his strength to run. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. It's a pity Lu Ming did not pursue him. Zhuo Buju cultivated the sword. Not only was his attack powerful, but his speed was also extremely shocking. Even if Lu Ming wanted to catch up, he might not be able to. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the severely injured geniuses from the unique Devil Academy and the Immortal Sword Sect. The Heaven's favorites' faces turned pale. They were all terrified. "Lu Ming, don't kill us," he shouted. "My senior brother Desk has already escaped. If you kill us, the indestructible sword sect will not let you off." The geniuses of the Yimo Academy and the Immortal Sword Sect shouted one after another. They were all saint children, and they did not want to die here. "I can spare your lives if you swear on your life essence that you will pledge your loyalty to me in the future," Lu Ming said coldly. Chapter 2903 Battle Between Divine Sons. Swear loyalty to you with the source of life? You don't even think about it. A genius from the unique Demon Academy roared angrily. With a flash of the spear, the Heaven's favorite's forehead was pierced and he died on the spot. The other paragons immediately fell silent. "If you don't want to, they'll send you on your way immediately." "Who else?" Lu Ming scanned his surroundings. No one said a word. Lu Ming was too ruthless. He had no scruples at all. They had no doubt that if they rejected Lu Ming, they would be killed by him immediately. "They'll give you the time of 10 breaths. If you still don't agree after 10 breaths, I can only send you on your way." 10, 9, Lu Ming started countdown. "I agree. I also agree." In the end, the paragons of the unique Demon Academy and the Immortal Sword Sect all agreed. They then swore on their life source that they would be loyal to Lu Ming in the future. Lu Ming revealed a smile. There were a total of 6 people from the Yimo Academy and the Immortal Sword Sect. They were all saints. One should know that there were only 7 saints in the Xianxia sect. Lu Ming had gained the loyalty of 6 saints at once. Such people would definitely be useful in the future. "All right, don't announce our relationship to the public. You are still the holy sons and holy virgins of the unique Devil Academy and the Immortal Sword Sect. If I need you in the future, I will naturally contact you. Now go. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he waved his hand and let everyone leave. Yes. The 6 saint-level heavens favorites bowed and nodded. Then, in a flash, they left the place. Lu Ming, you're getting more and more powerful. With your current combat strength, I'm afraid you can fight against the divine, sun-level geniuses of the 3 overlord forces. Ouyang, Xianxia walked over with an envious expression. I'm sorry. I absorbed so much energy from the star core fragment. Lu Ming smiled awkwardly. Lu Ming had absorbed 90% of the energy from the star core fragment. The star core fragment was obtained by you. I'm the one who's sorry. I'm already very lucky to have absorbed so much energy and broken through 1 level. Ouyang Xianxia smiled. This planet is the closest to the star. There might be other star core fragments. Let's go and look again, Lu Ming said. After coming to an agreement, Lu Ming put away the storage rings of 4 Eyes Void Cord and the others, then left the place with Ouyang Xianxia. However, their luck seemed to have run out, or perhaps there was only 1 star core fragment on this planet. In the next 5 or 6 days, they didn't find a second star core fragment, nor did they find any array plates. However, they had obtained quite a lot of precious metals. Lu Ming kept them without any hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a violent explosion came from one direction, and at the same time, a terrifying force spread in this direction. This is the fluctuation of divine power. There's a battle in that direction, Ouyang Xianxia said. With such shocking fluctuations, the person fighting must be very strong. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The 2 of them concealed their auras and headed in that direction. They had advanced for at least 10,000 miles, and the fluctuations in front of them were getting more and more intense. Looking ahead, he saw 3 figures entangled together, attacking and fighting each other. The fact that the shock waves from the 3's fight could travel so far showed how powerful they were. Divine grade, divine power. It's them. Mo Jui. Boundless Sword Dao. Ashen Flames Army Destroyer. Ouyang Xianxia's eyes widened in shock. Lu Ming's gaze also froze. The 3 people fighting at the front were Mo Jui, Sword Dao Wuji, and Serpentine Army Breaker, the 3 deity-level characters. However, the 3 of them clearly did not use their full strength. They should have held back, so the battle was difficult to determine. Below the 3 of them were other heavens favorites from the 3 overlord forces. In front of these people, there was a stone tower with 9 floors and a closed door. Mo Jui, Sword Dao Wuji, and Songyan Pajun must have fought because of this stone pagoda. The 3 of them exchanged dozens of moves in a row, then retreated and confronted each other from a distance. You too. Anyone who sees it will have a share. How about the 3 of us enter this stone tower together? Sword Dao Wuji's long hair fluttered in the wind, and his sword chi soared into the sky like a sharp, divine sword. You sure know how to take advantage of the situation. I was the one who found this stone pagoda first. Die. Mo Jui shouted coldly. His entire body was shrouded in black light, as if he was in the dark of night. So what if he discovered it first? You can't even break through the stone pagoda's door by yourself. What's the use? In my opinion, we should attack together and break through the stone pagoda's door. We can enter together and fight for the treasures inside with our own abilities. This is the fairest way. Songyan Pajun shouted. His entire body was covered in red armor, and his body was covered in flames. The terrifying heat even distorted the space. It was rumored that Songyan Pajun had the blood of the Scarlet Flame tribe, but no one knew if it was true. I agree with Brother Tsung Yan's suggestion. The Sword Dao Wuji Dao. Mo Jui's expression was ugly, but he was helpless against Sword Dao Infinitum, and Azure Flame breaks the ranks. Neither Sword Dao Limitless nor Blue Flame Breaking Army was any weaker than him. Well, it's decided then. But before that, it seems that 2 uninvited guests have arrived. When Songyan Pajun finished speaking, he looked in the direction of Lu Ming and Ouyang Xianxia. At the same time, Mo Jui and Sword Dao Wuji also looked over with cold eyes. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The divine sons had unfathomable means. It was normal for them to notice them. Let's go out and meet the divine child-level people. Lu Ming smiled. Since he had been discovered, there was no need to hide. Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang walked out side by side. Brat, it's you. The moment he saw Lu Ming, Mo Jui's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. An icy aura enveloped Lu Ming. He had come to this planet because he was chasing after Lu Ming. He did not expect Lu Ming to escape. Now that he saw Lu Ming, his killing intent was extremely strong. Lu Ming swept his gaze around, but did not see Zhuobuju. It seemed that Zhuobuju had not met with Sword Dao Wuji and the others. Naturally, Mo Jui did not know that Lu Ming had killed Four Eyes Void Court. Lu Ming of the Kong Xian sect, hee. Sword Dao Wuji also sneered, and the sword intent on his body became extremely cold. In the world of ancient gods, Lu Ming had killed a holy son of the inextinguishable sword sect. Therefore, Lu Ming was also on his must-kill list. So what if it's me? Lu Ming smiled and strode forward. He looked calm and fearless. Very good, you still dare to come out. You're seeking death. They'll send you on your way now. Mo Jui's expression was ferocious as he stepped forward. The black light all over his body condensed into a huge pitch-black hand and grabbed at Lu Ming. Chapter 2904 Great Battle Against Mo Jui. Lu Ming snorted coldly. He did not retreat at all. He instantly activated the fourfold combat power of the battle character formula and executed the second move of the 3 apocalyptic strikes. He struck down with his spear. Boom! The crescent-shaped spear light struck Mo Jui's huge black hand. A terrifying collision occurred between the two, and the force spread in all directions. Boom! 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 The crescent-shaped spear radiance shook continuously and finally exploded. Lu Ming's body swayed, and he retreated 6 to 7 steps. However, Mo Jui's condensed claw was also split in half. What? Mo Jui's eyes narrowed in surprise. He did not expect Lu Ming to be able to block his move. Even though he had just casually used that move, its power was still shocking. Lu Ming had not even used his ancient god body, and he had managed to block the move. This made him look serious. On the side, Sword Dao Wuji and Sangyan Pa Jun's expressions also changed. Clearly, Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded their expectations. So you've already broken through to the heavenly god realm. But do you think that you can fight me just because you've broken through? It'll let you know the difference between us. Mo Jui's eyes were cold as more black light emanated from his body, turning the area within 10,000 meters of him into night. It was pure night, a night without any light. Kill die, Mo Jui shouted coldly. In a flash, he charged towards Lu Ming like a ghost. The darkness around him spread rapidly and enveloped Lu Ming. Once Lu Ming was enveloped, he felt as if he had entered a bottomless abyss. His surroundings were silent. There was no sound or light. Whoosh, whoosh. All of a sudden, there was a violent tearing sound in the air from all directions. Pairs of pitch-black sharp claws suddenly appeared and clawed at Lu Ming. These sharp claws were like pairs of ghost claws, emitting a disgusting smell. Break the air. Lu Ming's divine power surged, and he used the sky-piercing move. The spear's gleam was like a meteor, piercing towards the sharp claws and crushing them. However, as soon as the sharp claws were destroyed, they would immediately condense again and grab Lu Ming. Ice chains! Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. 9 ice chains flew out of his body. Each of them was tens of thousands of meters long. They wrapped around the claws and bound them. The power of the ice shackles had increased with Lu Ming's breakthrough to the celestial god realm. It had become extremely shocking. The terrifying chill sealed all the ghost claws and ice before they exploded. Lu Ming, you're quite capable. However, let's see how long you can last in my eternal night cage. 9-armed Demon King, come out. Mo Jui's voice rang out in the dark night. Following that, a series of roars were heard. Then, 3 huge creatures appeared in the dark night. The 3 huge creatures were covered in scales. They had wide mouths and fangs, and They actually had 9 arms. They looked like demons that had walked out of the abyss. This was the 9-armed demon king that Mo Jui had mentioned. Each of the 9-armed demon king's arms held a weapon. It roared and charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming cast the divine dragon materialization art. 3 9-clawed divine dragons pounced out. At the same time, he brandished his spear and charged forward. Buzz! And NBSB whoosh. The 3-headed, 9-armed demon king brandished its 9 weapons and slashed continuously. The 3 9-clawed divine dragons were the first to bear the brunt of the attack, and they were forced to retreat continuously, with holes appearing on their bodies. At this moment, Lu Ming's attack had arrived. The long spear and 9-armed demon king's weapon collided. Clang! Clang! There was a terrifying explosion, but Lu Ming's expression changed. He could feel that the 9-armed demon king's power was shockingly strong. He could not withstand it at all. His body shook violently, and he retreated continuously, almost spurting out a mouthful of blood. The 3 9-armed demon kings charged at Lu Ming from 3 different directions. Lu Ming, show me your ancient god body. Let me see how strong you are. Mo Jui's voice sounded again. Since you want to see it, it'll grant your wish. Let's go, Lu Ming said. He used the ancient god tactic. His body collided with a green-armored ancient god, and he became a green-armored ancient god hundreds of meters tall. Once he turned into a green-armored ancient god, Lu Ming's strength skyrocketed. He brandished his spear, shooting out rays of spear light at the 3-headed, 9-armed demon king. The 9-armed demon king also brandished his weapon and attacked. However, in this collision, the 9-armed demon king was completely outmatched and was forced to retreat by Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming stared at one of the 9-armed demon kings and charged at it. His attacks were like a storm, attacking the 9-armed demon king. Bang! The 9-armed demon king barely managed to block a few moves before Lu Ming's long spear struck its head. The 9-armed demon king's head exploded, followed by its entire body. After defeating one of the 9-armed demon kings, Lu Ming went after the other 2. Not long after, the remaining 2 9-armed demon kings were defeated. You have some strength. Also, in my eternal night cage, I am the master. Ha! Mo Jui laughed out loud. The dark night rolled, and another 9-armed demon king walked out. This time, there were 9-armed demon kings, roaring and charging at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming, who had transformed into a green-armored ancient god, was extremely powerful. After fighting with the 9-headed and 9-armed demon king, he defeated it. He'll break your eternal night cage. Lu Ming shouted, and the long spear in his hand enlarged rapidly. A shocking spear radiance soared into the sky, as if it could pierce through the sky. Boom! The area that Mo Jui's eternal night cage could cover was limited. The spear radiance pierced through the air and created a hole in the dark night, allowing the light from the outside to enter. Under the light, Mo Jui's eternal night cage was like ice and snow meeting fire. It melted and disappeared. As the night disappeared, Lu Ming and Mo Jui's figures were revealed. This is the green-armored ancient god body. Lu Ming has actually cultivated the green-armored ancient god body. Seeing Lu Ming's current state, Sordao Limitless and Grey Flame Army Breaker were shocked. He even managed to break Mo Jui's eternal night cage. His strength is truly shocking. He's only a first-level celestial deity. How can he possibly have such powerful battle strength? Sordao, Infinitum, and Ashen Flames Break Army spoke one after another with grave expressions. In their hearts, they had already regarded Lu Ming as an opponent of the same level. They were old rivals with Mo Jui, so they naturally knew how terrifying his secret skill was. Even for them, it was extremely difficult to break out of it. As for the other geniuses of the 3 overlord forces, they were completely stunned. Mo Jui, the divine son of the Yimo Academy, stood at the peak of the younger generation in the Xianxia galaxy. There was almost no one who could be his opponent. There were only a few people in the entire Xianxia galaxy who could be his opponent. Lu Ming was actually able to fight against Mo Jui. This was simply unbelievable. Mo Jui, is this your full strength? I heard you've also cultivated an ancient god body. Show me, or you won't be my match. Lu Ming said loudly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. The clash of ancient god bodies. Since you want to experience it, it'll fulfill your wish. Mo Jui's face was gloomy. With a loud shout, his body swelled rapidly, and he turned into an ancient god. And NBSB, however, the ancient god body he had transformed into had orange scales. His orange-armored ancient god body and height were much shorter than Lu Ming's. However, Mo Jui's cultivation was too high. He was a 6th-level celestial deity, much stronger than Lu Ming. With the support of his powerful cultivation, his power was extremely terrifying. Boom! Mo Jui took a step forward, and his huge body rushed towards Lu Ming. A huge black demonic blade appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and rushed towards Mo Jui. Boom! 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 The two of them fought intensely and launched fierce attacks. This was the most direct collision, and it was extremely intense. It was like two giants were suddenly fighting each other. During this period, the two of them used all kinds of means. Lu Ming continuously cast the ice chain, the divine dragon materialization technique, and the 3 apocalyptic strikes. Mo Jui also used all sorts of terrifying secret skills and divine skills. One had to admit that Mo Jui's combat strength was extremely strong. The two of them fought for hundreds of moves, but it was still difficult to determine the winner. The divine power that Mo Jui controlled was divine-grade divine power. Furthermore, the divine skills and secret skills that he cultivated were also very powerful and were not any weaker than Lu Ming's. Moreover, his cultivation was 5 levels higher than Lu Ming's. This was the 5th level of the celestial deity realm. The gap was truly shocking. Lu Ming's advantage was the universe 1000 Dao mantra. He had cultivated 6 divine flames, and his body was filled with 6 types of divine power. However, other than the ruler's divine power, 2 of Lu Ming's other 5 types of divine power were divine-grade divine power, while the other 3 were king-grade divine power. The difference between the sacred-grade divine power and the king-grade divine power was too great. Even if there were 5 types combined, the difference would not be too great. Lu Ming estimated that his current level of divine power was barely comparable to Mo Jui, who was a 3rd-level celestial god, or even worse. Lu Ming's other advantage was that his battle formula had quadrupled combat power and his green-armored ancient god body. With all these advantages combined, he would be able to fight against Mo Jui in terms of combat power. The two of them were evenly matched, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of moves had been exchanged. Terrifying. Why is Lu Ming so terrifying? This is heaven-defying. I've never even heard of his name before. I can't believe he's this strong. The Xianxia sect actually has such a genius. The heavens are going to change in the future. The other geniuses of the 3 overlord forces couldn't calm down. Even Sword Dao Wuji and Sangyin Pajun's faces were very serious. Buzz and NBSB whoosh. This was especially so for Wuji, whose body was constantly emitting the sound of a sword. He was like a divine sword, and his sword intent soared to the sky, ready to attack at any time. However, he still held back. After all, he was a divine son. If he attacked Lu Ming together with Mo Jui, he would lose face. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming and Mo Jui's battle continued, and the more they fought, the more tragic it became. Mo Jui's saber light landed on Lu Ming's body. The green scales flew in the air, and deep wounds appeared on Lu Ming's body. However, at the same time, Lu Ming's long spear also struck Mo Jui's body. Mo Jui staggered, and a large piece of his body exploded. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. It was a terrible sight. However, the two of them had no intention of stopping. They were still fighting fiercely, and their fighting spirit was getting stronger and stronger. The others held their breaths and watched with widened eyes. They wanted to see who would win between Lu Ming and Mo Jui. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming brandished his long spear like a dragon. He performed the first and second forms of the 3 apocalyptic strikes in succession. This was also due to the support of the quantity formula, where Shun power was endless. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to support. It was only with so many conditions that Lu Ming was able to unleash such powerful combat abilities. Otherwise, it was impossible for a first-level celestial deity to have such combat abilities. Although Mo Jui was only a 6th-level celestial deity, his combat strength was enough to kill an ordinary 8th-level celestial deity. He could even fight a 9th-level celestial deity. In other words, Lu Ming was only at the 1st-level celestial deity realm, but he could fight a 9th-level celestial deity. This was simply a miracle. 3 apocalyptic strikes. 3 apocalyptic strikes. Since the start of the war, Lu Ming's mind was unusually calm. He was enjoying the war and absorbing experience from it. His understanding of the 3 apocalyptic strikes was getting deeper and deeper. He had a feeling that the 3 apocalyptic strikes were about to break through. He had been cultivating the 3 apocalyptic strikes to the peak of the 6th stage for a long time. After such a long period of tempering, his understanding of the 3 apocalyptic strikes had become very deep. After the intense battle with Mo Jui, he really had a feeling that he was about to break through. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Buzz! All of a sudden, Lu Ming brandished his long spear. The long spear vibrated and a crescent-shaped spear light slashed out. Its power was much stronger than before. He had broken through. At this moment, the 3 apocalyptic strikes had broken through to the 7th level. Every time a divine skill was broken through, its power would increase greatly. The crescent-shaped spear radiance clashed with Mo Jui's saber radiance, causing it to shake violently. How is that possible? Mo Jui's expression changed drastically, revealing a look of disbelief. At this critical moment, how could Lu Ming's attack power increase again? Bang! Mo Jui's body trembled, and he took a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. Ha 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 again! Lu Ming laughed heartily. He kept brandishing his long spear. The breakthrough of the 3 apocalyptic strikes had made it easier for him to cast them. Moreover, he had broken through to the 7th stage of the 3 apocalyptic strikes and could already cast the 3rd move. Of course, it would take time to cultivate. Lu Ming had not cultivated and naturally could not cast it. However, the power of the 1st move, Sky Piercing, and the 2nd move, Moon Cutting, had also been greatly improved. Bang! Bang! The situation had completely changed. Lu Ming's attack power had suddenly increased, and he had completely suppressed Mo Jui. Mo Jui bellowed continuously and tried his best, but he was still no match for Lu Ming. He was forced to retreat, and for a moment, he could only defend himself, but not fight back. Originally, his combat strength was on par with Lu Ming's. Now that Lu Ming's divine skill had a breakthrough, the balance was tilted. This Lu Ming has such a terrifying talent. He actually managed to break through to the divine skill in the middle of a great battle. Boundless Sword Dao's eyes flashed with a hint of shock. Of course, such talent is shocking. Sanyin Pejuan licked his lips, his eyes filled with shock and battle intent. They were also peerless geniuses. However, it was their first time meeting someone like Lu Ming. Such a person cannot be left alive. Otherwise, there will be no place for us in the Qin Heaven Star region in the future. Sword Dao Wu Jis' eyes flashed with a shocking cold light. Boundless Sword Dao, do you want to join forces with Mo Jui? I can't do such a thing. If we want to fight, we have to fight fair and square. Sanyin Pejuan said disdainfully. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2906 4 Great Experts. If you don't make a move, it'll make a move. Sword Dao Wu Ji said coldly. The sword intent on his body suddenly soared, and a bright sword light slashed at Lu Ming. The sword radiance was tens of thousands of meters long and had a mountain-like pressure. It carried a vast sword chi and was extremely terrifying. As soon as he made his move, Sword Dao Limitless used his killing move. Mo Jui's eyes brightened when he saw Sword Dao Wuji attack. He immediately attacked Lu Ming with all his might. "You guys are despicable, not far away," Ouyang Qingxiang shouted. However, with her strength, she could only be anxious and could not interfere. Moon Slaying Sword, Moon Slaying Sword. At this moment, Lu Ming took out a long spear in his left hand. With a long spear in each hand, he performed the Moon Slashing move at the same time. One of them was aimed at Sword Dao Wuji, while the other was aimed at Mo Jui. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming's attack collided with Mo Jui's and Sword Dao Wuji's attacks at the same time, creating a terrifying explosion. Lu Ming groaned and his body trembled. A powerful force surged from both sides. In particular, his Sword Dao was boundless, and he controlled divine-grade divine power. At the same time, the Sword Dao he cultivated had extremely terrifying offensive power. Lu Ming could feel that there were tiny sword chis constantly drilling into his body and slashing at his scales, causing sparks to fly in all directions. Lu Ming's expression changed. His body turned rapidly, and he broke away from Mo Jui and boundless Sword Dao's encirclement. Then, his divine power surged and destroyed the sword chi on the surface of his body. Boom! Boom! Sword Dao Wuji and Mo Jui stepped out, their powerful auras pressing down on Lu Ming. "Very good. You two want to join forces, right? Then come. Even if I die, I could take one of you down with me. Which one of you should I take with me?" Lu Ming's eyes glinted coldly as he revealed a menacing, killing intent. He kept scanning Sword Dao Wuji and Mo Jui. Sword Dao Wuji and Mo Jui's expressions changed, and they stopped. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. The effect of this move was quite good. Back then, he had used this move to scare off Four Eyes Void Court and Zhuobuju. Now, he was using the same move again, causing Mo Jui and Sword Dao Limitless to be extremely wary. Of course, this was also because he was strong in battle, so this move was effective. If his combat strength was not up to par, he would not be able to match either Mo Jui or Boundless Sword Dao. The two of them could easily kill Lu Ming if they joined forces, and this move would be useless. The main thing was that Lu Ming's strength was extremely shocking. In a one-on-one battle, he could even suppress Mo Jui. If he really went all out, he could really take one person down with him. That was why they were so afraid. "This fellow is trying to scare us. I don't believe that he would really risk his life." Mo Jui roared angrily. He really wanted to kill Lu Ming. "You all joined hands to kill me, so why shouldn't I go all out? What a joke." Lu Ming sneered. Mo Jui was at a loss for words. Indeed, he was about to die, so how could he not risk his life? "Come on, it's not bad to drag a son of God down with you." Lu Ming bellowed, his fighting spirit soaring. Boundless Sword Dao did not move. He was really a little afraid. If Lu Ming went all out and perished together with him, it would really not be worth it. Didn't Lu Ming just kill a holy son of the inextinguishable sword sect? What did it have to do with him? If Lu Ming's ability was low, he could kill him easily. Naturally, he would kill Lu Ming and win over his reputation. However, now that Lu Ming's ability was enough to threaten his life, he had to think twice. Haha, Lu Ming, you're overthinking it. I saw you guys fighting just now and was itching to test your abilities. Your abilities are indeed amazing. I'm impressed. If you guys want to fight, continue. I won't disturb you any longer. Sword Dao Wuji laughed and kept his sword intent. He retreated 100 miles away, leaving the battlefield to Lu Ming and Mo Jui. This guy is really a hypocrite. Mo Jui gritted his teeth, his expression ugly. Mo Jui, do you want to continue? Lu Ming had his eyes on Mo Jui. Lu Ming, they'll let you off today. Well, fight again in the future. Mo Jui spat out some harsh words and retreated as well, putting some distance between him and Lu Ming. He felt a little guilty if he were to continue fighting Lu Ming alone. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not continue to fight with Mo Jui. Firstly, although he could suppress Mo Jui with his strength, it was impossible for him to kill Mo Jui. Secondly, Sword Dao Wuji and Xianxia Jun were also watching him closely. If he was injured in the battle with Mo Jui, he had no doubt that Sword Dao Wuji would take the opportunity to kill him. Now is not the time for a war. At the scene, there was a confrontation between 4 experts. The others had complicated feelings. In the past, among the Qin Heaven 13 clans, Sword Dao Wuji, Mo Jui, and Ashen Flame Army Breaker were the only ones who stood out and suppressed everyone. Now, they knew that there would be 4 great experts in the Qin Heaven 13 clans. Lu Ming would be one of them. It's good to have one more person. Let's follow the previous method. We'll join forces and break open the stone tower's door. If there are treasures inside, we'll rely on our own abilities. How about it? Song Yin said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Then make your move. Song Yin said as a hot aura spread out from his body, and he threw out a punch. His fist force was extremely hot, like a ball of lava, and it blasted toward the stone tower's door. Buzz. Whoosh. Sword Dao Wuji, Mo Jui, and Lu Ming also attacked the stone tower's door. The stone tower looked very old, as if it would decay and collapse at any time. However, when their attacks landed on the stone tower's door, the door only shook violently and didn't explode. What are you guys doing? Let's attack together. Mo Jui's gaze swept across the other geniuses from the unique Demon Academy. The Heaven's favorites' expressions changed. They then attacked together and attacked the stone tower's door. At the same time, the paragons of the indestructible sword sect, the boundless holy land, and Ouyang, Xianxia all attacked. One attack after another bombarded the stone tower's door. Boom, boom, boom. The stone tower's door kept shaking. After a while, a crack appeared on the door. Success continue. Sword Dao Wuji's eyes lit up, and he attacked even harder. Beams of dazzling sword chi kept slashing at the door. Kacha! Kacha! More and more cracks appeared on the door. Not long after, there was a loud bang and the door exploded. Behind the gate was a wide hall. Through the gate, one could clearly see an altar in the middle of the hall. Above the altar, 3 bronze array plates were floating. Array plates, 3 array plates. The eyes of Lu Ming and the group lit up, emitting a burning glow. Buzz, 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 buzz. Lu Ming, Sword Dao Infinitum, Sanyin Pajun, and Mo Jui moved at the same time and rushed into the hall. The hall was very spacious, and there was nothing else except for the altar and the 3 array plates. The array plate is mine. Mo Jui formed a huge hand and grabbed at the 3 array plates. Chapter 2907 Selling Array Plates. Mo Jui grabbed the 3 array plates. He had a huge appetite and wanted to take all 3 array plates. Get lost! Get lost, die! Sword Dao Infinitum and Grey Flame Army Breaker roared as they attacked at the same time. A terrifying sword light and a scorching fist force shot towards Mo Jui. Mo Jui's expression changed, and he could only defend with all his might. However, he was fighting 1 against 2. How could he fight against them? He was immediately forced to retreat. As Mo Jui was forced back, Boundless Sword Dao and Sanyin Junebreaker moved and grabbed an array plate each. On the other side, Lu Ming also grabbed an array plate. Almost at the same time, the 3 of them each grabbed an array plate and then retreated. The 3 array plates were divided among the 3 of them. Damn it, you guys. Mo Jui's face turned extremely ugly when he saw this. His appetite had been too big just now. Wanted to take all 3 array plates for himself, but he had been forced back by Sword Dao Infinitum and Grey Flame Army Breaker. He didn't expect that after he retreated, he wouldn't have a share of the array plates. It was impossible for him to get the array plates that Lu Ming, Sword Dao Infinitum, and Flame Breaker had obtained. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. And in BSB at this moment, all of them turned to look outside the hall. This was because there was a dazzling light shining outside the hall. A few of them moved and rushed out of the hall. They saw that in the distant sky, there were many bright halos shining. It was clearly the light of the galaxy formation. What's going on? Why is this galaxy formation suddenly shining again? Was there nothing unusual before? Could it be that the God Kings outside are attacking the formation again? Some people guessed. It shouldn't be possible. Since those God Kings have already sent us in, they know that we are inside. It's impossible for them to rashly attack the formation, nor would they allow others to attack the formation. Someone said, and everyone agreed. This galaxy formation was mysterious and unpredictable. No one knew what kind of danger it would cause if they attacked the formation from the outside. If they attacked the formation from the outside and all the geniuses who entered the galaxy died, it would be a great loss. Why would those sect masters and elders do that? Could it be that the 12 array plates have been taken by someone else, causing this abnormality? Another person guessed. It's possible, it's very possible. Just now, Senior Brother Jiandao and the others were fighting for the array plate. The moment they got the array plate, the light in the sky shone. One of the Immortal Sword sect's paragons shouted. Many people nodded. This was the most likely possibility. It was very likely that all 12 array plates had been obtained by someone else, and that was why the galaxy array had such a strange reaction. You guys go out and take a look. You guys go too. Sword Dao Wuji, Imo, Jui, and the others each sent out a few heaven's favorites to take a look. The few of them rose into the air and flew out of the galaxy. The rest of the people waited quietly. Lu Ming had also returned to his normal form and was waiting at the side with Ouyang Qingxiang. Soon, 7 days had passed, and the young men who had gone out earlier returned. What's the situation? Mo Jui was the first to ask. Senior Brother, the array master outside, has speculated that all the array plates have been obtained by someone else, which is why there is such a strange phenomenon. Everyone can go out now. One of the geniuses from the Unique Devil Academy replied. As expected, everyone's heart moved. Mo Jui snorted coldly and glanced at Lu Ming with an unfriendly look. Then, he led the geniuses of the Unique Demon Academy and flew into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Let's go too, Sword Dao Wuji shouted and shot into the sky with the Immortal Sword Sect's elite. Brother Tsangyin, wait a moment. Just as Tsangyin Pejuan was about to move, Lu Ming called out. Lu Ming, what did you call me for? Could it be that you want to exchange pointers with me? Tsangyin Pejuan stopped and stared at Lu Ming in confusion. There's no need for sparring, Brother Tsangyin. I wonder if you're interested in array plates? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Of course I'm interested. What are you trying to do? Tsangyin Pejuan was even more confused. I have 2 array plates here. How about I sell them to you? Lu Ming's palm glowed, and 2 array cards appeared in his palm. Sell it to me? This time, it was not just Tsangyin Pejuan. The other geniuses of the boundless Holy Land, including Ouyang Xianxia, all widened their eyes and looked at Lu Ming in surprise. However, Lu Ming had obtained the 2 array plates. Naturally, Ouyang Qingxiang would not say much about how he wanted to deal with them. She suppressed the doubts in her heart and did not say much. Are you really going to sell it to me? Tsangyin Pejuan asked again. He was really confused. One must know that these array plates were what the sect masters and elders outside wanted. With these array plates, those sect masters and elders could enter this galaxy and fight for the Star Core. As long as they handed over the array plates, they would definitely be rewarded handsomely. Lu Ming actually wanted to sell the array plate to him. He had 10,000 doubts in his heart. Of course it's true. It's absolutely true. You can exchange for it with precious metals or divine crystals. Lu Ming smiled. He had no intention of bringing the array plate out and offering it to Dragon Boat Mountain. According to Bone Demon's estimation, once Dragon Boat Mountain obtained a star core, it would definitely be of great use. Dragon Boat's Mountain was very useful, but it was disadvantageous to Lu Ming. He would not hand the array cards to Dragon Boat's Mountain. Selling it to Tsangyin Pejuan now was the most cost-effective. All right, you guys, take out all the gold attributed materials you have, then offer up the array plate, and well, split the reward equally. Tsangyin Pejuan looked at the geniuses from the boundless sacred land. One by one, The geniuses of the boundless Holy Land took out all the rare and precious metal materials they'd found in the galaxy and piled them up. Brother Lu, how about these metal materials and 100 million mid-grade divine crystals for your 2 array plates? Xianxia and Pujuan looked at Lu Ming uneasily. To be honest, the price he offered was too low. If they went out with 2 array plates, the reward they would get would definitely be far above this number. Sure, Lu Ming did not mind. It was better to sell as much as possible than to offer it to Dragon Boat Mountain. Xianxia and Pujuan was overjoyed. He handed the gold attribute materials and 100 million divine crystals to Lu Ming. Lu Ming also gave the 2 array plates to Xianxia and Pujuan. Haha, Lu Ming, they'll accept your favor. See you another day. Xianxia and Pujuan laughed heartily and left with the geniuses of the boundless sacred land. Xianxia, please keep this matter a secret from me after you leave. Lu Ming told Ouyang Xianxia. Of course, he couldn't let the Dragon Boat Mountain know about this. All right. Although Ouyang Xianxia was puzzled, she still nodded. Then, the 2 of them rose into the air and left the place. After a period of time, they left the galaxy. Outside the star system, the sect heads of the Qin Heaven 13 clans and the other god kings were all waiting nervously. Obtaining the star core on the Dragon Boat Mountain, as soon as Lu Ming and the rest came out, they saw that almost all the paragons of the other sect had come out and gathered around the sect masters. Some of the sect leaders' faces were dark. For example, some of the weaker ones in the top 10 sects didn't even get an array plate. Without an array plate, it was almost equivalent to losing the qualification to compete for the star core. Lu Ming's gaze swept across, and he noticed a few divine king powerhouses from Dragon Boat Mountain and Kongxian sect not far away. Lu Ming flew over and realized that the Supreme Holy Sun, the Transient Light Holy Sun, and the rest had already gathered around Dragon Boat Mountain and the others. Lu Ming is really lucky. The Supreme Holy Sun's face darkened when he saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming cast a cold glance at the Supreme Saint Sun, the Transient Light Saint Sun, and the others. The latter shivered and broke out in a cold sweat. However, Lu Ming did not make a move here, nor did he reveal the fact that the Supreme Holy Sun had colluded with Mo Jui to kill him. The founding member of the Supreme Clan, Supreme Elder, was also here. Lu Ming knew that even if he told the truth now, he would not be able to kill Supreme Universe. He might as well not say anything. When he had the chance in the future, he would naturally get rid of Supreme Universe. Lu Ming, how many array plates did you get? When they saw Lu Ming, Dragon Boat Mountain's gaze turned to him with a look of hope. Sect Master, I'm useless. I didn't get a single array plate this time. Lu Ming pretended to cup his fists and put on a shamed look. You didn't get it? Don't try to lie to this lord. Dragon Boat Mountain's face sank, and a hint of gloominess flashed through his eyes. Lu Ming, you're spouting nonsense. You've already obtained an array plate on the first planet you've entered. How dare you lie to the sect master? How dare you? The Supreme Saint shouted. When they first entered the first planet, he competed with Lu Ming, and he saw with his own eyes that Lu Ming obtained an array plate. What? Upon hearing the words of the Supreme Universe, the Dragon Boat Mountain's gaze turned even gloomier as it swept its gaze over Lu Ming. That's right. In the beginning, I did obtain an array plate. I was going to give it to the sect master, but someone colluded with Mo Jui of the Unique Devil Academy to frame me. I was chased by Mo Jui, and in order to save my life, I gave that array plate to Mo Jui. Otherwise, I would have been dead. Lu Ming began to make up nonsense, and even made a false accusation while he looked at Universe Master coldly. Don't you slander me. Who colluded with Mo Jui? Supreme Universe's expression changed as he shouted. I'm not talking about you. Why are you so nervous? Lu Ming said indifferently. Supreme Universe was a loss for words. However, he did believe Lu Ming's words. When Mo Jui chased after Lu Ming, it might be as Lu Ming said. Lu Ming used the array plate in exchange for his life. Therefore, he did not refute it. Sect Master, if you don't believe me, I can swear that I don't have an array plate on me. Lu Ming made a vow. He wouldn't be afraid even if he swore on his life source, because he didn't have an array plate on him. Dragon Boat Mountain's expression was unsightly. If he didn't have an array token, he wouldn't be able to enter the Galaxy Array and participate in the competition for the Star Core. This time, the planetary core was very important to his plan. Haha, the sect leader, Lu Ming, and the rest did not get any array plates, but I did. At this moment, Supreme Universe laughed. You got one. Dragon Boat Mountain's eyes lit up. That's right. Please take a look, Sect Master. There was a flash of light in Dragon Boat's hand, and an array card appeared. He then cast a smug look at Lu Ming. Ha ha, one piece is enough. Dragon Boat Mountain laughed joyfully. He waved his hand and grabbed the array plate. Supreme Universe, you're very good. This time, it'll definitely reward you handsomely. Many thanks, Sect Master. The Universe Master bowed and gave Lu Ming a provocative look. This guy actually got an array plate. Lu Ming pursed his lips and was somewhat speechless. He had sold the array plate to Grey Flame Breaking Army because he didn't want Dragon Boat Mountain to fight for the Star Core. He didn't expect that the Supreme Universe would obtain an array plate. Whoosh! At this time, not far away, a ray of light burst out and rushed towards the galaxy formation. It was the Demonic Academy's Dean. He had already impatiently rushed toward the Galaxy Great Array. The other sect masters and divine kings who had obtained the array plates also moved at the same time, rushing towards the Galaxy Array. The Dragon Boat Mountain's figure also flashed. In the next moment, it appeared in the galaxy and continued to fly toward the core of the galaxy. It was so fast that Lu Ming had no idea how it left. There were a total of 12 array plates, which meant that 12 terrifying experts had rushed into the galaxy. With the array plate, the Galaxy Array did not have any abnormalities. Boom! In just a few breaths, a terrifying rumble erupted from the depths of the galaxy. Beams of dazzling divine light burst out and illuminated the universe. The God Kings are fighting, someone said with bright eyes. Obviously, the fight for the Star Core had already begun. A terrifying war must have broken out in the depths of the galaxy. Boom! Boom! Deep in the core of the planet, the rumbling became more and more intense. Beams of divine light of different colors shone in all directions. Even though they were standing outside the galaxy, they could still feel the slight vibration in the space. This was definitely extremely terrifying. One must know that they were standing outside the galaxy. They could feel the tremors even though they were separated by a galaxy. It could be seen how intense the battle was. A terrifying battle between God Kings that could shatter a planet was not just talk. The battle continued for a moment. Suddenly, everyone saw a stream of light rushing out of the galaxy at an astonishing speed. There were other streams of light hot on his heels. Could it be that the winner has already been decided and the Star Core has been obtained? The same thought flashed through everyone's mind, and they couldn't help but widen their eyes, wanting to know who had obtained the Star Core. The speed of the light was shockingly fast. In a few breaths, it was about to fly out of the range of the galaxy. Dragon Boat's Mountain! Lu Ming was greatly shocked. The stream of light that was flying at the very front was the Dragon Boat Mountain. Dragon Boat Mountain, hand over the Star Core. Don't even think about taking the Star Core for yourself. Behind him, a series of angry roars came, shaking the universe and stars. It was really the Dragon Boat Mountain that had obtained the Star Core. Buzz! The Dragon Boat's Mountain did not say a word. They increased their speed to the maximum and arrived beside Lu Ming and the others in the blink of an eye. Let's go! Dragon Boat Mountain waved his hand, and a surge of divine power swept up Lu Ming and the others, flying into the distance at high speed. The other God King experts of the Xianxia sect followed closely behind the dragon boats. Chase them, don't let them escape. Chase! Behind them, the sect masters of the three overlord forces roared in anger. They led the experts under their banner and chased after Dragon Boat Mountain's group in a frenzy. In addition, the expert from the other sects had also caught up. The dragon boats carried Lu Ming and the group and flew at an astonishing speed. One planet after another passed by them. Rising Dragon Array not long after, they arrived at a teleportation formation nearby. Dragon Boat Mountain brought them into the teleportation formation and arrived on a planet near planet Xianxia. Then, they flew toward planet Xianxia. Activate the Planet Protection Array. As soon as Dragon Boat's mount landed in the Xianxia sect, his voice spread throughout the entire sect. Sect Master. It's the Sect Master. Sect Master has given the order to activate the Star Protection Formation. Activate the formation. The entire Xianxia sect was filled with noise, and powerful auras soared into the sky. In the next moment, pillars of light shot into the sky from different parts of the Xianxia sect. There were a total of 360 light pillars scattered across the planet. This was the formation base of the formation. Each of the 360 pillars of light was 10,000 miles wide, and they formed a huge formation that enveloped the entire Xianxia planet. This was the Planet Protection Array. It was similar to the Sect Protection Array that Lu Ming had encountered in the past. However, this kind of array was many times stronger. It could cover an entire star. In fact, powerful forces like the Qin Heavenly 13 clans, the Ice Soul clan, and the Scarlet Flame clan all had planet protection arrays to protect the safety of the main star. As soon as the Star Protection Array was activated, the teleportation array that Lu Ming and the rest had just come out of glowed. Then, the sect masters of the three overlord forces and other experts arrived. They flew towards planet Xianxia and stood outside of it. Dragon Boat Mountain, hand over the star core. The college chief of the unique Devil Academy roared and attacked. He struck out with his palm. A huge palm that covered an area of at least several million miles was formed and smashed towards Xianxia planet. Boom! The huge palm struck the Great Formation, causing it to light up. Rays of terrifying divine light shot out and clashed with the palm of the dean of the unique Demon Academy. In the end, the huge hand was riddled with holes and dissipated in the air. Seeing that he had blocked the attack of the headmaster of the Winged Demon Academy, the other members of the Xianxia sect all heaved a sigh of relief. Dragon Boat Mountain, hand over the star core. Do you think that you can stop so many of us with just a great formation? The Demonic Academy's headmaster furiously shouted. Attention, all of you. Activate the array with all your might. The mission I'm giving you is to guard and defend for half a month. After half a month, I have a way to repel the enemy. All of you can go. Lu Ming, stay behind. Dragon Boat Mountain instructed. After that, the Divine King experts, the Supreme Universe Master, Ouyang Qingxiang, and the others left the place one after another, leaving only Lu Ming and the dragon boats behind. Attack! Outside the formation, the Dean of the unique Devil Academy shouted angrily and launched another attack. And NBSB in addition, the sect leader of the Indestructible Sword sect, the Lord of the Boundless Sacred Land, and the other God Kings also began to attack. One after another, terrifying attacks rained down on Xianxia planet. Each of these attacks was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming felt that each of them could turn him into ashes and leave nothing behind. Lu Ming, follow me. Dragon Boat Mountain waved his sleeves and flew towards a certain place in the Xianxia sect with Lu Ming. We're finally going to start. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Now that Lu Ming had broken through to the celestial god level, he reckoned that the dragon boats were about to make their move. The Bone Demons speculated that the Dragon Boat Mountain's physical body had already been occupied by another powerful existence, and that existence's main body should have been suppressed by the trapping dragon rising to the heaven formation. The Dragon Boat Mountain's goal was to rescue its main body. Not long after, they arrived at a place. The Dark Dragon Secret Realm. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. This was the entrance to the Dark Dragon Secret Realm. Back then, Lu Ming had obtained the quantity formula in the Dark Dragon Secret Realm. Could it be that the Rising Dragon Array mentioned by the Dragon Boat Mountain was in the Dark Dragon Secret Realm? Lu Ming's guess was right. The Dragon Boat Mountain brought Lu Ming into the Dark Dragon Secret Realm in a single step. After entering the Dark Dragon's secret realm, they flew in one direction and soon arrived in front of a huge mountain range. This mountain range was extremely huge, as if a divine dragon was lying on the ground. Boom! The Dragon Boat Mountain suddenly made a move. With a wave of its hand, a divine light slashed towards the mountain range. Just as the divine light was about to hit the mountain range seemed to come to life. It turned into a divine dragon and flew into the sky, disappearing into the firmament. Following that, a light screen appeared in the mountain range area earlier, blocking the divine light from Dragon Boat Mountain. From a distance, it looked like a light shield that was covering the ground. Rising Dragon Array. Dragon Boat Mountain muttered to himself, his eyes flickering with heat and anticipation. It's really the Rising Dragon Array. There's definitely a powerful being suppressed in this array. I was right. In his sea of consciousness, the Bone Devil's voice sounded. Of course, he was communicating with his soul, and the Bone Devil's control was very subtle, so the dragon boats didn't notice. Dragon Boat Mountain, why did you bring me here? Lu Ming asked despite knowing the answer. Haha, I'm lending it to you, of course. An army that has been trained for 1,000 days can only be used once. The Dark Dragon blood curse that I've cultivated in your body for so long can finally be put to use. Dragon Boat Mountain laughed loudly, and within his laughter, there was an incomparable ferocity and madness. Following that, Dragon Boat Mountain's hands rapidly formed seals. At the same time, a dazzling light burst out from Lu Ming's body. Then black runes spread out like tiny snakes. The Dark Dragon blood curse was activated. Countless black runes covered Lu Ming's entire body. Go in. Dragon Boat's Mountain waved his hand, and Lu Ming flew out, heading towards the coiling dragon rising to the heaven formation. Buzz. When Lu Ming neared the Rising Dragon Array, the array shook and burst out with rays of light that charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. He could sense that the light contained a terrifying power that could destroy everything. Lu Ming would definitely not be able to withstand it. However, at this moment, the pitch-black Dark Dragon blood curse on Lu Ming's body seemed to come to life. It extended from Lu Ming's body and entangled with the light of the Rising Dragon formation. They were like living creatures, fighting each other. Lu Ming's figure entered the Rising Dragon Array without a hitch. Ha! The Dark Dragon blood curse can indeed counter the Rising Dragon Array. I can finally escape. I can finally escape. Dragon Boat Mountain laughed crazily and vented some of his emotions. He seemed to have gone mad. Following that, the Dragon Boat Mountain formed hand seals again. The Dark Dragon blood curse on Lu Ming's body shone brightly. Then, a terrifying suction force was produced. At this moment, all of Lu Ming's blood, essence, energy, and spirit were surging towards the Dark Dragon blood curse, as if they were about to be devoured by it. Dragon Boat Mountain, you said you wouldn't harm my life. If you continue like this, I won't be able to hold on any longer. Lu Ming roared. Chapter 2910 Counterattack begins. Lu Ming, you're really naive. How can we break the Rising Dragon formation if we don't sacrifice you to the Dark Dragon blood curse? How can I escape? Lu Ming, rest in peace. You'll die a worthy death if you can help me get out of this. Ha ha ha. The Dragon Boat's master laughed maniacally and sped up his hand seals. The Dark Dragon blood curse on Lu Ming's body grew wildly like wild grass. Countless small snakes extended out with Lu Ming's body as the core. After these little snakes extended out, they intertwined with the Rising Dragon Array, tightly entangling it. Then, a hole was actually opened in the Rising Dragon Array. A passage appeared where the Dark Dragon blood curse was. Roar! At this moment, a roar came from the depths of the Rising Dragon Array. It was a dragon's roar, and it carried a terrifying pressure, making Lu Ming feel scared. A divine dragon. A divine dragon is trapped in a coiling dragon rising to heaven formation. The true form of this dragon boat is a divine dragon. Bone shouted. Lu Ming's expression changed. He didn't expect that the being that occupied the dragon boat's physical body would actually be a divine dragon. Could it be the dark dragon of the divine dragons? Lu Ming had a thought in his mind. Dark dragons were extremely rare divine dragons, but they were extremely terrifying existences. Every single one of them had astonishing strength. Roar! Roar! From the depths of the rising dragon array, the roars of dragons could be heard continuously, filled with excitement. Ha ha ha! I'm about to break free. In the future, the Qin Heaven Star region will be my world. The dragon boat mountain laughed and took a step forward, stepping into the passage that had been opened by the rising dragon formation. If the rising dragon formation had not been activated, no one would be able to enter the dragon boat mountain. Now that the dark dragon blood curse had opened up a passage in the rising dragon array, he could pass through it and help his main body escape. Then, he could use the star core to restore his strength to its peak. The moment he recovered to his peak state, no one in the Qin Heaven Star region would be his match. Lu Ming, you are really my lucky star. The dragon boats walked toward Lu Ming and sneered. Lu Ming, now is the time. At this moment, Bone Demon sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Oh, really? I'm really your lucky star? Lu Ming looked at the dragon boat mountain and sneered. Then, he waved his hand, and an array disc flew out of his hand. Lu Ming had asked Wuxia to refine this array disc. Before Lu Ming went to the Darklight Galaxy, Wuxia had already refined it and handed it to Lu Ming. As soon as the formation disc flew out, it expanded rapidly and hovered above Lu Ming's head. At the same time, it emitted countless rays of light. These rays of light resonated with the rising dragon formation. Bang! 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 At that moment, the dark dragon blood curse on Lu Ming's body exploded continuously as if it was crushed by a force and dispersed. At the same time, a steady stream of energy from the quantity formula gushed into Lu Ming's body, keeping his divine power at its peak. What's going on? What's going on? Dragon Boat Mountain's eyes were wide open in shock, and his face was filled with disbelief. He could not understand why the dark dragon blood curse planted on Lu Ming's body would suddenly explode. Naturally, he did not know that Lu Ming had used the array disc that the Bone Demon had taught him to refine, and that he had used the power of the Rising Dragon Array to destroy it. Dragon Boat Mountain, the one to die today is you. Lu Ming shouted coldly. The formation disc above his head emitted a dazzling radiance. Then, with a wave of his hand, the entire Rising Dragon formation trembled. Then, countless rays of light rushed towards the dragon boats. What happened? How can you control the Rising Dragon Array? Dragon Boat Mountain cried out in disbelief. However, in the next moment, the beams of light from the Rising Dragon formation struck the bodies of the dragon boats. Boom! Boom! The dragon boats tried their best to resist, and a series of explosions erupted. However, the power of the Rising Dragon formation was too strong. Even with the Dragon Boat Mountain's strength, it was difficult to resist it. He was bombarded by beams of light, and the powerful force suppressed the Dragon Boat Mountain. Boom! Dragon Boat Mountain directly knelt on the ground, causing dust and smoke to fill the air. Roar! The Dragon Boat Mountain let out a beast-like roar. The terrifying divine power of the divine king realm erupted. It was as if a planet was burning. It wanted to break through the suppression of the Rising Dragon formation. Kill him, Lu Ming shouted. The array disc above his head glowed brighter and brighter, completely merging with the Rising Dragon Array. This was the array disc refined by Lu Ming of the Bone Devil Cult. It was extremely mysterious and could control the Rising Dragon Array for a short period of time to kill the dragon boats. Buzz! The coiling dragon, rising to the heaven formation, started to shake as if it had a mind of its own. Rays of light seemed to have turned into chains that wrapped around the dragon boats. Although the Dragon Boat Mountain tried its best to resist, it was still useless. Its body was tightly bound by the light beam chains formed by the Rising Dragon Array. These chains of light had terrifying suppression and obliterating effects. Once they wrapped around the target, they would kill the target. Damn it, the dragon boat mountain roared as it struggled. It was simply in disbelief. Lu Ming could actually control the rising dragon array. This was completely beyond his expectations. He had studied it for countless years, but could not find a way to control the rising dragon formation. If he had known this method, why would he need Lu Ming's help to refine the dark dragon blood curse? He would have released his original body a long time ago. Lu Ming, a young junior disciple, actually knew the method to control the rising dragon array. But now, he didn't have time to think too much. How to escape was the top priority. Lu Ming, what are you doing? How dare you offend your superior? Why aren't you letting me go? Dragon boats roared in anger and put on the airs of the sect leader of Kong Xian's sect to pressure Lu Ming. What a joke. You want my life, and I don't dare to resist? Is there something wrong with your brain? Lu Ming sneered in disdain and continued, moreover, you are not the sect leader of the Kong Xian sect, Long Zhou's mountain. The soul of the real dragon, Zhou's mountain, has long been destroyed by you. You are the dark dragon inside, right? You? How do you know? This time, Dragon Boat Mountain was even more shocked. Lu Ming could even guess this. He was simply a monster. That's right, I'm not Dragon Boat Mountain, I'm Dark Dragon. Lu Ming, do you know how strong I am? Once I escape, I can suppress the Qin Heaven Star system with a flip of my hand. Now, let me go quickly, and I can swear that I won't harm your life. I can even give you a great fortune. Dragon Boat Mountain roared. Seeing that threatening them wouldn't work, Dragon Boat Mountain immediately changed their strategy and changed to baiting and roping them in. Great fortune? I don't care. It'll only be at ease after I get rid of you. Lu Ming shouted coldly and continued to control the rising dragon formation to kill the dragon boats. Bang! Bang! A series of explosions rang out from Dragon Boat's body. Those were caused by his divine power being crushed by the power of the trapping dragon rising to heaven formation. Chapter 2911 Critical Moment. Dragon Boat Mountain was already on the verge of being unable to withstand the attacks. The divine power on his body continued to explode, and wounds appeared on his body, causing blood to flow out. After that, the power of the rising dragon array seeped into his body and went straight for the soul of Dragon Boat Mountain. Roar! At this moment, a dragon's roar came from the dragon boat's mouth. The space between his brows shone brightly, and the shadow of a pitch-black dragon flew out, trying to escape. This was a part of the dark dragon's soul. It had occupied the physical body of Dragon Boat Mountain and was controlling it from there. At this moment, Yulong's soul was forced out by the rising dragon array. The moment Yulong's soul came out, he wanted to escape. However, he was bound by the power of the rising dragon array and could not escape at all. As soon as Yulong's soul came out, Dragon Boat's physical body was no longer able to resist. It directly exploded with loud bangs and turned into ashes under the suppression of the rising dragon array. The Grandmaster of his generation, the sect leader of the Kong Xian sect, had truly disappeared from this world. All that was left was a storage ring floating in the air. Naturally, the rising dragon array would not attack the storage ring. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. A stream of divine power rolled out, and the storage ring was in his hand. Lu Ming could not help but reveal a happy expression on his face. The Dragon Boat's mountain must have hidden the star core in the storage ring. Now it was in Lu Ming's hands. That was a peerless treasure that even the king of gods would fight to the death for. How could Lu Ming not be tempted? Lu Ming, I want you to die a horrible death. The soul of the Dragon Boat's mountain was howling madly. At this moment, it was being attacked by the rising dragon formation, and its soul had already become much weaker. If this continued, it would collapse in no time. Roar! Roar! A deafening roar came from the depths of the rising dragon array. It was the roar of a dark dragon. Boom! 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 The entire land shook violently. Not good. Yulong is going to forcefully attack the formation. Bone was nervous. Boom! 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 The quaking in the depths of the formation became more and more intense. Through the gap, they could see that the huge dark dragon was struggling with all its might. Its huge body twisted and turned as it crawled toward Lu Ming. The dark dragon blood curse from before had opened a gap in the trapping dragon rising to the heaven array. That dark dragon was going to crawl out through this gap. Walala! From a distance, a terrifying aura could be felt. Lu Ming almost could not breathe. This is bad. Lu Ming, quickly destroy this part of the soul. Bone quickly shouted, kill, kill. Lu Ming controlled the rising dragon array with all his might, obliterating that part of the dark dragon's soul. Under the full force of the rising dragon array, this part of the soul finally exploded with a bang and disappeared. Lu Ming, you are courting death. Inside the rising dragon array, Dark Dragon let out an angry roar. His body emitted a hot light, and a terrifying aura gushed out like an avalanche, hitting the rising dragon array. His huge body followed the previous gap and continued to climb over. The two huge dragon eyes glared at Lu Ming ferociously, as if they could not wait to cut him into 8 pieces. The portion of soul that occupied Dragon Boat Mountain wasn't just a small portion. It was at least a small portion of the Dark Dragon's complete soul. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to control Dragon Boat Mountain for so many years and display such powerful battle prowess. The loss of this part of his soul was a heavy blow to Dark Dragon. Therefore, Lu Ming had to die. This is bad. Lu Ming, retreat quickly. Get out of the Rising Dragon formation and use the formation to suppress him. Bone Demon shouted. Lu Ming did not hesitate at all. He retreated rapidly and rushed out of the Rising Dragon array. Die. I want you to die. Die. Yu Long roared as a berserk power continued to burst forth. He charged madly through the gap from before. It had to be said that this dark dragon's strength was truly unfathomable. He had been suppressed here for God knows how many years, and now a part of his soul had been destroyed. However, the power he displayed was still terrifying. The entire Rising Dragon array was shaking violently. Suppress. Suppress. Lu Ming controlled the Rising Dragon formation with all his might. Countless light beam chains wrapped around Yu Long. However, as Yu Long struggled, many of the light beam chains broke and exploded. The dark dragon slowly crawled towards the outside of the coiling dragon rising to the heaven array. The main thing was that the dark dragon blood curse had opened a gap in the Rising Dragon array. Without this gap, no matter how strong the dark dragon was, it would have been difficult for it to break out. But now he was in danger. Bang! Bang! This dark dragon had a total of 7 dragon claws on its abdomen. It was a 7-clawed divine dragon. His 7 dragon claws stomped on the ground, step by step, as he walked toward the outside. Although he was constantly attacked by the Rising Dragon array, leaving wounds on his body, he did not care and attacked with all his might. He knew that this was his last chance. If he didn't take this chance to escape, he would be trapped here forever until his life was exhausted. Therefore, even if he had to pay a huge price, he had to escape. Moreover, Lu Ming had a star core on him. As long as he could escape, kill Lu Ming, and obtain the star core, he would be able to recover a part of his strength in a short period of time. Therefore, he charged forward without any regard for his life. Not long after, he actually managed to cover half the distance. Roar! The dark dragon roared, and a terrifying pressure rushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body trembled, and he was forced to retreat. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Yu Long was too powerful. He was much stronger than Lu Ming. Even if the other party's strength was greatly reduced, a part of his soul was destroyed, and he was also severely injured by the Rising Dragon array, he was still astonishingly strong. Not good. If this continues, he might really escape. Once he does, he'll definitely be the first one to kill you. You can't escape from such an existence. Bone shouted. Then what do we do? Lu Ming asked. I'm going all out. I can only go all out. This time, I can only go all out. Bone Demon's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. How do we fight? Lu Ming asked. Take the initiative to attack and charge into the enemy's mouth. Then, you will use all your strength to control the Rising Dragon array to deal with him. I will use a secret technique to completely destroy his soul. Bones said, "All right, let's do that." Lu Ming was a decisive person. Although doing so would be akin to sending sheep into a tiger's mouth, and it was very dangerous, he still decided to do so. To be reborn after death. Roar. At this moment, Yulong opened his mouth and roared. His killing intent was as cold as a knife. "Now is the time," Bone Demon shouted. Before the Bone Demon could finish its sentence, Lu Ming's body had already rushed out and into the dark dragon's mouth. "You're really seeking death. Watch me completely refine you." Yulong roared, and his divine power boiled as it wrapped around Lu Ming. Chapter 2911, Killing Yulong. "You're the one who's going to die." Lu Ming roared. The arrayed disc above his head glowed as he used all his strength to control the rising dragon array to suppress the dark dragon. He had no choice but to divert more divine power to resist the rising dragon array. In this way, there was much less divine power to use against Lu Ming. "Now, watch me, I'm going to fight too." The Bone Demon roared and emitted a terrifying black light. He opened his mouth and spat out an ugly jar. Buzz! The earthen jar trembled slightly, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. This aura made Lu Ming's entire body tense up as if he was facing an extremely terrifying expert. Then, a ray of light emanated from the jar and enveloped Lu Ming. This ray of light could help Lu Ming resist the dark dragon's divine power. "Lu Ming, you can't block it. It'll go and destroy his soul." The Bone Demon cried out and rushed into the earthen jar. It then controlled the jar and soared into the sky, disappearing from Lu Ming's sight. It seemed to be flying towards Yulong's head. Roar! Roar! Not long after, the dark dragon let out an earth-shattering roar. The divine power that was attacking Lu Ming was reduced by a lot. "Ah, who are you? Who are you?" The dark dragon kept roaring as if it was terrified. His huge body kept struggling and rolling, slowly rushing out of the rising dragon array. Slowly, his head left the rising dragon array, which made the dark dragon struggle even more. Waves of divine energy whistled and charged at Lu Ming, causing the light shield around Lu Ming's body to shake continuously. "Bone Demon, you have to be quick, or he'll die here." Lu Ming roared in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He could only control the rising dragon array with all his might to suppress the dark dragon. Just like that, a few moments passed. Yulong had already left the coiling dragon, rising to the heaven formation by more than half. His struggle and counterattack became more and more intense. "Ah, no, I beg you, spare me." At this moment, Yulong let out a terrified scream and begged for mercy. "Disappear." Then Bone's cold voice sounded. "Roar." The dark dragon let out an indignant roar. In the next moment, the divine power that was charging at Lu Ming all retreated and disappeared without a trace. "Did you succeed?" Lu Ming revealed a look of anticipation. "Buzz." At this moment, the Bone Demon controlled the jar and appeared in front of Lu Ming again. "Senior Bone Demon, did you succeed?" Lu Ming asked hopefully. "It's a success. I've finally destroyed the dark dragon's soul. This time, it was really dangerous. It's a pity that I've suffered heavy losses and my vitality has been greatly damaged." The Bone Devil cried out in a miserable manner. "Every time you make a move, you say you've suffered heavy losses." Lu Ming pursed his lips. "Kid, what did you say?" "I'm telling you, I've really suffered a great loss this time. In the future, you must compensate me well. Understand?" The Bone Devil roared. Yes, they'll definitely compensate you well." Lu Ming could only smile apologetically. This time, it was all thanks to the Bone Demon. Otherwise, Lu Ming would definitely be dead, and Yulong's plan would be carried out perfectly. "Senior Bone, what should we do now?" Lu Ming asked. "This dark dragon's corpse is good stuff. I can live here for a while. You control the rising dragon array and let the dark dragon out. I can also control it to defeat some of the enemies outside." Bone said. "All right." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He immediately controlled the rising dragon array and stopped suppressing the dark dragon. Bone Demon's figure flashed and headed towards Yulong's sea of consciousness. Then he controlled Yulong's body and smoothly climbed out of the trapping dragon, rising to the heaven array. As soon as he left the rising dragon array, Lu Ming flew out of the dark dragon's mouth. Boom! At this moment, a shocking aura erupted from Yulong's body. This aura made Lu Ming feel apprehensive. It was even stronger than the dragon boats. This Yulong has such terrifying strength. Now that his soul has been destroyed and he has been suppressed for so many years, he can still exert such an aura even when he is seriously injured. It's really terrifying. Lu Ming sighed. That's for sure. At its peak, this nether dragon was an existence that surpassed God Kings. Bone Demon's voice came from Yulong's forehead. An existence that surpasses God King. Lu Ming was amazed and looked forward to it. God Kings were existences that could shatter planets. How powerful would those who had surpassed God Kings be? Xianxia's condition for Lu Ming was to surpass the King of Gods. Only then would he be able to find her and help her. He had to reach this realm. Lu Ming, come on up. We'll bring you out. We'll talk after we defeat the people who are attacking the Xianxia sect. You'll have to stay in the Xianxia sect for a while. Bone said. Lu Ming nodded. He moved and landed on Yulong's head. Yulong twisted his body and rushed out. At this moment, Xianxia planet was in a crisis. The leaders of the three overlords, the Yimo Academy, the Immortal Sword sect, and the Boundless Holy Land, led some of their God King experts and attacked the planet protecting formation of the Xianxia sect with all their might. They were not the only ones. The top 10 sects had also joined in and attacked the planet protecting formation of the Xianxia sect. Although Xianxia sect's planet protecting formation was extremely powerful, there were too many powerhouses on the other side. After resisting for so long, it was already in a precarious situation and seemed to collapse at any moment. Dragon Boat Mountain, get the hell out here. You want to stop us with just a great formation? Dream on. The Demonic Academy's college chief roared. The aura on his body was as deep as the ocean, and it condensed into many shocking demonic swords that slashed at the Xianxia sect's planet-protecting formation. That's right. You want to keep the Star Core for yourself? No way. Hand it over. The sect leader of the Indestructible Sword sect continued to unleash terrifying attacks. Each sword strike seemed to be able to split the entire Xianxia planet in half. Boom, boom, boom. Under such a terrifying attack, Xianxia sect's planet-protecting formation kept shaking. Bang, bang. Suddenly, some parts of the Xianxia sect's planet-protecting formation exploded. Not good. The star protection formation is about to be broken. An elder of Xianxia sect exclaimed. Once the planet-protecting formation was broken, they would definitely not be able to withstand the siege of so many experts outside. Sect Master. Where did Sect Master go? The sect leader disappeared with Lu Ming. I wonder where they went. What do we do? The entire Xianxia sect was like an ant on a hot pan. Bang, bang. More and more parts of the planet protecting formation exploded. Finally, with a world-shaking explosion, the planet protecting formation completely collapsed and disappeared. The auras of the Demonic Academy's dean, the Immortal Sword sect's sect master, and other peerless experts enveloped the entire Xianxia sect like a storm. Everyone from the Xianxia sect felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them. They were terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. They felt as if they were in deep trouble. The betrayal of a supreme clan, the Demonic Academy's college chief's eyes were like lightning as he scanned the entire Xianxia sect. Those who were caught by his gaze were all frightened and broke out in cold sweat. They did not dare to look him in the eye. Even some of the God King experts in the Xianxia sect were the same. The dean of the Yimo Academy was a true overlord figure in the Qin Tianstar region. He was an existence that stood at the peak. Ordinary God Kings were far from being his match. In the entire Xianxia sect, only the Dragon Boat Mountain could compete with the dean of the unique Demon Academy. This was also the reason why the Xianxia sect could become the head of the top 10 sections. It was because the other sect masters of the top 10 sects could not compete with the dean of the Yimo Academy. Now that the Dragon Boat Mountain was not around, how could the others dare to face an overlord like the dean of the unique Demon Academy? Where's Dragon Boat Mountain? Get him to come out. The Demonic Academy's college chief coldly shouted. Senior, Overlord Long, we don't know where he is now. An elder of the Kong Xian sect replied. I wonder where he is? Did he think that hiding would be of any use? He'll destroy the Kong Xian sect and see where he can hide. The college chief of the unique Devil Academy said coldly. His voice contained endless killing intent. Not good. Everyone in Kong Xian's sect was shocked. Boom. The college chief of the unique Devil Academy made his move. With a wave of his hand, an extremely huge demonic palm formed and pressed down on Kong Xian's sect. The demonic palm was simply too big, and it completely enveloped the most important inner and outer sects of the Kong Xian sect. If this palm were to press down, the main gate of Kong Xian's sect would probably be razed to the ground. Stop him. Let's join hands. Angry voices came from within the Kong Xian sect. Then, 9 figures rushed into the sky. They were the 9 founding elders of the Kong Xian sect. They were all divine kings. They attacked together, and each of them used their ultimate moves. 9 brilliant attacks crashed toward the demonic palm in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. 9 terrifying collisions were produced. The sky and the earth were both shaking violently. Finally, the demonic palm was blocked and dispersed in the air. However, the 9 elders of the Kong Xian sect grunted, and their bodies trembled violently. They fell toward the main gate of the Kong Xian sect and crashed heavily into the ground. Some of the weaker cultivators spat out a mouthful of blood, and their faces turned pale. After all, there was still a huge gap between them and the college chief of the unique Devil Academy. Although they had blocked a move from the other party, they had also been injured. Let's see how many of my moves you can block. The Demonic Academy's college chief shouted coldly. A demonic sword flew out of his body. He held it in his hand, and a terrifying sword intent spread. The entire Kong Xian sect was filled with despair. If the Demonic Academy's dean were to attack with all his might, the Kong Xian sect would probably have to mobilize most of their elders in order to fight against him. However, one should not forget that there were still other elders in the unique Demon Academy. There were also experts from the Indestructible Sword sect and the Boundless Holy Land. If the other party attacked together, the Kong Xian sect would be annihilated in an instant. We're finished. Some people's faces turned pale. Could it be that they were going to die here today? Dean, my Supreme Clan, is willing to submit to the unique Demon Academy. Please, Dean, spare our lives. At this moment, a voice came from within the Kong Xian sect. Then a person stepped into the air and stood in midair. He then bowed respectfully to the dean of the unique Demon Academy. The Paragon is moving. It's him. He actually wants to rely on the unique Devil Academy. Shameless traitor. Many of the Kong Xian sect members were roaring in their hearts, but they did not dare to curse out loud. Oh, you want to join me? The headmaster of the unique Devil Academy said, It's not me, it's my Supreme Clan. Why aren't you all coming out? Jizun's gaze swept across the people from the Jizun clan. Instantly, many figures flew out. Among them were the Supreme Universe and the other Supreme Clans. There were many experts and even 2 elders. All right, I agree. The dean of the unique Devil Academy directly nodded and agreed. This was not a small force, so it would be a waste not to take it. Thank you, Headmaster. From now on, my Supreme Clan will follow your lead. Supreme Martial Artist Dong hurriedly said. Supreme Martial Artist, move. You traitor. You're despicable. How dare you betray the Kong Xian sect? At this moment, a furious roar rang out. It was Wuxia, and he glared at the Supreme Martial Artist with a furious expression. What shameless! This is called a wise man submits to circumstances. Wuxia, I advise you to surrender. What's the point of fearlessly resisting? Supreme Martial Artist Dong sneered. Despicable is despicable. You're still finding so many excuses for yourself. Wuxia shouted in anger. Supreme martial artist, move. This old man has truly misjudged you in the past. Your supreme clan is full of ingrates. The other elders of Xianxia's sect also roared in anger. "Umph." Supreme martial artist Dong shouted coldly. His face was extremely gloomy as he said coldly, "A group of stubborn guys. If you want to die, this old man will not accompany you." After saying this much, Supreme martial artist Dong led the members of his supreme martial clan and flew in the direction of the dean of the unique demon academy. Then they obediently stood beside the dean like obedient dogs. "Lu Ming, let's see how you die this time." The universe master stood in the crowd and roared in his heart. His eyes scanned the Xian sect, trying to find Lu Ming and kill him. Unfortunately, he could not find Lu Ming even after looking around. "Since you're not here, the people closest to you must die." Ouyang Qingxiang and those from Lu Ming's faction. Supreme Universe's gaze swept across Ouyang Qingxiang and Hai, Lu Chong, and the others, revealing a ferocious killing intent. Who else wants to surrender? If you surrender to the indestructible sword sect, I won't pursue the matter. At this moment, the sect leader of the inextinguishable sword sect stepped out. The Xian sect was also a strong force, and they were envious of them. If you join the boundless sacred land, I won't pursue the matter. The boundless holy land's Lord spoke. In the Xian sect, the eyes of some people flickered. Some people were tempted. If they insisted on going against the major forces, only death would await them. If they surrendered, they would still have a chance to live. They had cultivated for so many years and had extremely long lifespans. Once they reached the martial immortal realm, they could live for a star year. Who would be willing to be killed? You want us to be traitors? Don't even think about it. Once we become traitors, we'll have to bear the infamy of eternity. Not only ourselves, but our future generations will also be unable to lift their heads. We're definitely not traitors. You can give up on this idea." Wuxia roared in anger. These words made the faces of some of the supreme clan members turn red with shame, and some of the people who had wanted to surrender began to hesitate. Yes, once they betrayed, they would have to bear a lifetime of infamy. Others would not dare to say in front of them, but they would definitely point fingers behind their backs. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The eyes of the Demonic Academy's college chief turned cold as he looked at Wuxia. Then he slashed his demonic sword at Wuxia. This sword was extremely powerful. Wuxia's expression was extremely serious. He used all his strength to attack, wanting to block this sword. Lu Ming takes action. Wuxia's entire body was filled with a brilliant radiance. His entire person turned into a full moon, and the moon shone brightly in the sky, illuminating the entire world. The power of this move could not be said to not be strong. However, it was still inferior to the attack of the dean of the unique demon academy. The demonic sword broke through the air and slashed at the full moon. The full moon trembled violently and was split in half by the demonic sword. The moonlight dispersed, and Wuxia's figure appeared in midair. He was coughing out large mouthfuls of blood, and his body was almost split in half. There was a deep wound on his body, and it was extremely hideous. There was also a pitch-black demonic chi on it. Wuxia's body was sent flying backward, and he fell towards the main gate of Xianxia sect. "Father! Grandpa!" A few voices rang out as a few figures flashed and caught Wuxia. They were Yuexin, Ouyang Qingxiang, and the others. Their faces were filled with anxiety. "Old man you're so stubborn. You're really looking for death." Seeing that Wuxia had been heavily injured in one move, the Supreme Being was incomparably carefree as he sneered. The other members of the Xian sect turned pale. Some of them hesitated again, considering whether to surrender. The strength of the Demonic Academy's dean was too strong. Apart from Dragon Boat Mountain, no one in the Xian sect could defeat him. Even someone as strong as Wuxia was severely injured by a single move. "He'll give you one more chance. Swear on your life essence and surrender to me. He'll spare your life." The dean of the Yimo Academy stared at Wuxia and spoke again. Kill me if you want. If you want me to surrender, be your dog. Dream on. Wuxia roared. When the supreme martial artist moved, the faces of the supreme martial artist, Qian Kuan, and the others darkened. It was obvious that Wuxia was calling them dogs. All right, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The cold voice of the Demonic Academy's college chief rang out. A demonic sword soared into the sky, emitting a terrifying pressure. The fatal attack was about to land. With Wuxia's current state, he definitely wouldn't be able to block this attack. Demon Punisher, if you want to die, why don't you try? At this moment, a voice came from afar. It was filled with cold, killing intent and unquestionable authority. Many people were shocked. Xianxia was the name of the unique Demon Academy's dean. However, other than a few people in the Xianxia region, no one dared to call him by his name. Instead, they would respectfully address him as the dean or Lord Dean. But now, someone actually dared to call out the name of the dean of the unique Devil Academy and even threaten him. Who is it? Such courage. What is this? Ouyang Xianxia, Yuling Long, and Hai, and the others were all surprised. They recognized the voice. It was clearly Lu Ming's voice. Lu Ming, it's that Lu Ming. The universe master roared. He hated Lu Ming to the core, so he naturally remembered Lu Ming's voice clearly. Who's there? Get out here. The dean of a unique demon academy stopped his attack and looked coldly in the direction of Lu Ming's voice. Roar! A dragon's roar came from that direction, shaking the void. Then, a huge divine dragon wriggled over and appeared in everyone's vision. This divine dragon was Yulong, and Lu Ming was standing on its head. A divine dragon, what a terrifying aura. Look, there's someone on the dragon god's head. It's Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Many Kongxian sect disciples cried out as they recognized Lu Ming. More people were shocked. Lu Ming had appeared riding on a divine dragon. The divine dragon had a terrifying aura. Kid, were you the one who spoke just now? The deans of the unique Devil Academy stared at Lu Ming with cold eyes. If it were anyone else, they would be trembling in fear when they were stared at by a figure like the dean of the unique Demon Academy. However, Lu Ming completely ignored it. There was even a faint killing intent on his face as he looked directly at the dean of the unique Demon Academy. That's right. It seems like you're not too stupid, Lu Ming said indifferently. Many people's hearts were beating wildly, and they were almost scared to death. Did Lu Ming eat a bear's heart and a leopard's gall? He actually dared to say that the dean of the unique Devil Academy was stupid. Did he not want to live anymore? This kid is really looking for death. Haha, that's good. It saves me the trouble of doing it. Supreme Universe laughed in his heart. This brat is dead for sure. Most of the people had the same thought. Ouyang Xianxia, Yuling Long, and the rest broke out in cold sweat for Lu Ming. Good, very good. I don't know how many years it has been since someone dared to say this to me. Very good. I will make you wish you were dead. The Demonic Academy's dean laughed in extreme anger, and his body emitted a cold, killing intent. Boom! Suddenly, the Demonic Academy's college chief made his move. A huge demonic claw appeared and grabbed at Lu Ming, shrouding both Lu Ming and Yulong. Not good. Ouyang Qingxiang and the others' expressions changed drastically. However, they could only watch helplessly and were unable to help. However, in the face of this move, Lu Ming's expression remained indifferent and even had a hint of disdain. When the demon claw was about to approach, Yulong moved. Roar! Arg! The dark dragon roared as a pitch-black dragon claw shot out. Bang! When the dark dragon's dragon claw touched the demonic claw formed by the Demonic Academy's dean, a soft poof sound was heard before the demonic claw was destroyed by the dark dragon's dragon claw. Then, the dark dragon let out a long roar, and the 7 dragon claws on its abdomen stepped out in succession. It grabbed toward the dean of the unique Demon Academy and launched a counterattack. So powerful, many people's hearts were beating wildly. Yulong's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. He had actually easily defeated the attack of the unique Devil Academy's dean and launched a counterattack. The face of the demonic academy's dean also changed. With a shout, the demonic sword in his hand roared out, and terrifying sword lights slashed towards Yulong. Buzz! And NBSB whoosh. The demonic sword's sword radiance struck the dragon claw, producing an ear-piercing collision sound. It was as if gold and iron had collided, causing sparks to fly in all directions. A terrifying force swept in all directions. Not good, retreat. Many people's expressions changed drastically. The battle between Yulong and the dean of the unique Devil Academy was too astonishing. The force that had spread in all directions was so terrifying that it caused one's heart to tremble. If anyone below the God King realm were to be sucked into the battle, they would most likely die. However, Lu Ming was naturally fine. He stood on Yulong's head and was protected by the energy of Yulong. Continuous explosions were heard. In an instant, the two sides had exchanged hundreds of moves. Roar! Yulong suddenly roared and twisted his body. A strong divine power gushed out of his body and spread out along his dragon claws. The sword light of the Demonic Academy's college chief trembled violently. It was actually unable to withstand the attack and started to break apart. In the end, a dragon claw passed through the sword light and grabbed at the dean of the unique Demon Academy. The expression of the Demonic Academy's college chief changed drastically. With a wild roar, he slashed out a vast sword light. In the next moment, the sword light shattered, and the body of the Demonic Academy's college chief trembled violently. He retreated thousands of miles, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. CSISI. Many people gasped. The Demonic Academy's dean was actually defeated and injured. This was simply inconceivable. Chapter 2915 Dark Dragon Strength in the Qin Tian Galaxy. The dean of the Yimo Academy was a figure who stood at the peak. Even the sect leader of the Immortal Sword sect and the Holy Lord of the Boundless Holy Land were at most on the same level as him. It was impossible for them to hurt him. Only the legendary figures of the Red Flame clan and the Ice Soul clan could be injured. However, a young man riding a divine dragon had appeared and injured the dean of the unique Devil Academy. This, Ouyang Xianxia, Yuling Long, and the others were all stunned. Where did this divine dragon come from? Wasn't it a little too powerful? It was actually able to injure the dean of the unique Demon Academy. It was definitely an overlord-like creature. However, such a powerful existence actually allowed Lu Ming to ride on his head. It should be known that the more powerful an existence was, the more arrogant they would be. It was a great humiliation for them to be riding on someone's head. It was just like an ordinary person stepping on the face of the unique Demon Academy's dean. It was an incredible thing. Lu Ming, I really can't see through you at all. Ouyang Qingxiang muttered. They were not the only ones who thought so. The others thought so too. At this moment, Lu Ming's figure kept growing in everyone's eyes. His body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of thick fog, giving off an unfathomable feeling. How is that possible? How is this possible? When the Supreme Martial Artist moved, the eyes of the Supreme Martial Artist, Universe Master, and the others nearly popped out of their sockets as they roared in their hearts in disbelief. In particular, the Supreme Universe was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. He kept roaring in his heart. Why was Lu Ming so lucky? Why did all of this not belong to him? A mere third-level divine king can only act like a tyrant in the Qin Heaven Star realm and send you on your way. Lu Ming stood on Yulong's head and looked down at the dean of the unique Demon Academy. His voice was filled with disdain. The Demonic Academy's dean, Demon Xing, was a third-level god king. Of course, Lu Ming did not know this. It was Bone Demon who told him. Breaking through to the Divine King realm was extremely difficult. Each breakthrough required a huge amount of resources, talent, and luck. Otherwise, it would be hard to break through. Of course, the difference between each level was also very large. Although the gap between Ethereal God Realm, True God Realm, and Sky God realm was big, it was far from the King God realm. In the Divine King realm, those with a higher cultivation base were superior to others. They could look down on people of the next realm and crush them with their strength. In the Qin Heaven Starfield, the majority of the God Kings were at the first level of the God King realm. A second-level God King was already an expert among the God Kings. For example, the Kongxian sect Wuxia was at the second level of the God King realm. There were also some top experts from the three overlord forces who were at the second level of the King God realm. In addition, the sect masters of the 10 great sects were also at the second level of the God King realm. Of course, the Dragon Boat Mountain was an exception. As for the Dragon Boat Mountain, the head of the unique Demon Academy, the sect master of the Undying Sword sect, and the immeasurable Saint Sun and the Divine Lord, they were all third-level God King realm existences. Wuxia, who was at the second level of the God King realm, was almost crushed by the unique Demon Academy's Dean. From this, one could see the difference between them. The third level of the God King realm was the pinnacle of the Qin Heaven Starfield. However, it was said that the Red Flame Clan and the Ice Soul Clan had terrifying experts at the fourth level of the King God realm. However, such experts were extremely rare and were usually in seclusion. After Yulong's voice rang out, his dragon claw stepped on the air and continued to charge toward the dean of the unique Demon Academy. The Demonic Academy's college chief shouted angrily. He used all his strength to fight against Yulong, but he was still no match for him. After a few moves, he retreated again, and his body was almost torn apart by Yulong's dragon claws. Even so, there was still a wound on his body, and blood was flowing. Who are you? Who the hell are you? You definitely aren't from the Qin Heaven Starfield. Which starfield do you come from? The Demonic Academy's college chief roared. You don't have the right to know who I am. Kill! Yulong let out a roar and continued to charge toward the dean of the unique Demon Academy. Attack! Attack together! Do you two want to see us being defeated by him one by one? The dean of the unique Demon Academy roared. He was speaking to the God King experts of the unique Demon Academy, but the last two sentences were directed at the sect master of the Immortal Sword sect and the boundless Holy Land Saint Lord. He knew that he was no match for Yulong by himself. In the next moment, the God King of the unique Devil Academy made his move. All sorts of terrifying attacks, together with the Demon Punisher, were launched toward Yulong. At the same time, the sect leader of the Indestructible Sword sect and the boundless Holy Lands Saint Lord also attacked Yulong. With so many experts joining hands, the power was simply enough to destroy the world. Good, a bunch of ants. Today, they'll let you know my power. Dark Dragon, also known as Bone Demon, roared. Dark light shone from Yulong's body as he twisted his body and pounced at the experts. Bang! Bang! The Dark Dragon's dragon claws continued to step out. Each claw was so huge that it could destroy hundreds of mountains. At the same time, Yulong's dragon horn shone with a light that was sharper than a divine blade. Yulong attacked with all his might, completely disregarding his own defense. Die! Demon Xing, the sect master of the Indestructible Sword sect, and the others cheered. Terrifying attacks landed on Yulong's body, wanting to destroy him. However, the moment the attack landed, their expressions changed drastically. That was because when their attacks landed on Yulong's body, it was as if their attacks had landed on a sturdy divine weapon. It was impossible to even leave a mark on the dragon scales, let alone break through your defense. How is that possible? They widened their eyes in disbelief. Not good. Then their hearts started to beat wildly because Yulong's attack had already arrived. They could only defend with all their strength. Bang! Bang! After a series of explosions, the experts of the three overlord forces were sent flying like cannonballs. Some of the weaker ones even spat out blood. In the first clash, Yulong had the upper hand. Everyone else present was stunned. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. Facing so many experts, Yulong could actually still have the upper hand. Of course, they didn't know that Yulong was an existence that had surpassed God Kings. His body was unimaginably tough, and his defense was even more astonishing. Even if he didn't counterattack, a mere third-level God King wouldn't be able to break through his defense. Not to mention the second and first-level God Kings. If not for Yulong's severe injuries and his current strength, which was not even 1/10,000th of his original strength, he would have been able to kill the Dean of the unique Demon Academy and the others with a single breath. This wasn't an exaggeration. If Yulong was at his peak, he could really kill the Dean of the unique Demon Academy and the others with a single breath. The gap between each level of the Divine King realm was huge. A fourth-level God King was already capable of crushing a third-level God King, let alone existences that had surpassed God King. Kill! Dark Dragon roared and continued to attack the three Overlord experts. This time, Yulong did not attack the strongest people like the Dean of the unique Demon Academy and the Sect Master of the Immortal Sword Sect. In Yulong's current state, he could suppress a third Firmament Divine King, but would be difficult to kill him. Thus, Yulong charged toward those first-level Divine King realm experts. Chapter 2915 Trader Must Die. The Dragon Claw stomped down and grabbed at a first-level Divine King. The first-level God King realm expert was an elder of the unique Devil Academy. His expression changed drastically, and his godly power surged. He activated beams of godly light, wanting to break through Yulong's attack and escape. However, with Yulong's current strength, it was very easy for him to deal with a first-level Divine King. With a swipe of his Dragon Claw, the attack of the first-level Divine King was instantly shattered. An unwilling and shrill scream was heard. The first-level Divine King expert's body burst like a balloon from the Dragon's Claw. A God King had fallen just like that. Kill the people from the unique Devil Academy first. On the dragon's head, Lu Ming said coldly. As expected, Yulong had specifically targeted the people from the unique Devil Academy and killed them. Many people were shocked. They did not expect that such a powerful Yulong would really listen to Lu Ming. Stop him! Stop him! The Demonic Academy's college chief roared continuously. Together with the other experts, he continuously launched attacks. However, Yulong ignored their attacks and allowed them to land on his body. He was completely fine. Pucci. After a while, another senior statesman of the unique Demon Academy was caught by the Dragon Claw. With a tearing sound, he was torn into two and died on the spot. Another God King of the unique Devil Academy had died. The three overlords and the God Kings of the other top factions were almost scared out of their wits. Some of the first-level God Kings even retreated. The Demonic Academy's college chief let out a furious roar. His heart was bleeding. That was two God Kings. In the Qin Heavenstar region, God Kings were considered peak powers. Even the three He-Gemin powers didn't have many God Kings. Now that two of them had died, his heart ached. Retreat! Retreat! The Demonic Academy's dean finally decided to retreat. With a furious roar, he led the other experts of the Demonic Academy and quickly retreated. He pulled away from Yulong and did not dare to continue attacking. As for the Immortal Sword Sect and the Boundless Holy Land, as well as the other top sects, they retreated even faster. They retreated far away before the Yimo Academy. Kill! Yulong roared. He didn't want to let his opponent off so easily. He twisted his body and charged forward again. Let's go! The expressions of the experts from the three Overlord forces and the other top sects changed. They didn't dare to stay any longer. They turned around and ran as far away as they could. The others may leave, but the traitors must stay. On the dragon's head, Lu Ming's voice echoed throughout the entire area. After that, Yulong changed his direction and charged toward Jizun and the people from the Jizun clan. Damn it, let's go, run. Supreme Being Dong roared as he used his divine power to escape with Supreme Universe. However, there were many people in the Supreme clan, and the others didn't have this speed. Yulong twisted his body and caught up with a large group of people from the Supreme clan. Spare me, spare me. Many Supreme Being clans people cried out in fear. Traitors must pay the price. Go, Lu Ming said coldly. Dark Dragon's huge dragon claw swiped down. Bang! Bang! Large groups of Supreme Clan members exploded. Under the terrifying power of Yulong, they turned into ashes, their bodies and spirits destroyed. In an instant, hundreds of people from the Supreme Clans had fallen. The Supreme Being no longer cared about the other members of the Supreme Being Clan. He brought the most talented junior of the Supreme Being Clan, Supreme Universe, and the other two God Kings of the Supreme Being Clan, fleeing madly. If the Autarchs move, you won't be able to escape. Lu Ming roared. The Bone Demon controlled the Dark Dragon and chased after the Supreme Being. Yulong's body was huge and was hundreds of thousands of meters long. With a twist of his body, a terrifying power burst forth. Wherever he passed by, a large number of people from the Supreme Clans were killed. The reason why Lu Ming was so decisive and merciless was to intimidate them. It would intimidate the other members of Kong Xian's sect who wanted to betray him. As expected, upon seeing this scene, many of the Kong Xian sect disciples turned pale and broke out in cold sweat. They rejoiced inwardly that they had not surrendered before. If they had surrendered, they would probably have ended up like this. We can't let the traitor go. The traitor must be punished. At this moment, Wuxia shouted. That's right. We can't let the Supreme Clan off. Kong Xian's sect disciples, follow me and kill all the traitors. The other Doyen also shouted and soared into the sky, charging towards the people of the Supreme Clan. Kill, 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 kill. The entire Kong Xian sect charged towards the Supreme Clan. How could a single Supreme Being Clan be a match for the entire Kong Xian sect? In a short while, all the members of the Supreme Being Clan had been surrounded, and a bloody battle had begun. Don't spare me, Senior Brother Gu. We have such a good relationship. Please spare me. The people from the Supreme Clan begged for mercy. Traitor, don't try to befriend me. I was blind in the past and mistook you as a friend. Die in peace. Kill. How could the people of the Kong Xian sect show any mercy? In order to prove their loyalty and that they were not on the same side as the Supreme Clans, they attacked even more ruthlessly. Large groups of people from the Supreme Clan were killed. At this moment, the Dark Dragon was carrying Lu Ming and was about to catch up with the Supreme Being Dong and the other two Divine Kings from the Supreme Being Clan. Director, help, help! Supreme Martial Artist Dong shouted loudly and asked the Dean of the Unique Devil Academy for help. He knew very well that, with his strength, he was no match for Yulong. If Yulong caught up to him, only death would await him. Only the Dean of the Unique Demon Academy could save them. However, the Dean of the Unique Demon Academy did not even bother to pay attention to him. He did not even look at him as he quickly flew forward. What a joke! Why would he save Supreme Martial Artist Dong and the others? He was actually hoping that Supreme Martial Artist Dong and the others would be caught up to. That way, he would be able to delay them and allow them to escape safely. When the Supreme Martial Artist saw that the Unique Devil Academy's college chief was too lazy to pay attention to him, a look of despair appeared on his face. Demon Executioner, you're despicable and shameless. You'll die a terrible death. Supreme Martial Artist Dong roared in anger and cursed continuously. The Supreme is moving. You're courting death. The eyes of the Demonic Academy's college chief turned cold. He turned around and slashed his demonic sword at the Supreme Martial Artist. The Supreme Martial Artist was greatly alarmed, and he repeatedly launched attacks to block. Although this was a casual strike from the Demonic Academy's college chief, its might was still terrifying. Even though the Supreme move had been blocked, he had no choice but to stop. The moment he stopped, Lu Ming caught up to him. Paragon's move, die. The Dark Dragon's Dragon Claw clawed at the Supreme Martial Artist. This claw was much more powerful than the sword attack of the Unique Devil Academy's Dean. Paragon Divine Fist. Supreme Move roared madly as his body glowed with a brilliant golden light. He punched out continuously with both fists, sending huge golden fist prints towards the Dark Dragon's claw. However, the Supreme Move was only at the second level of the Divine King realm. If Yulong could suppress a third-level Divine King, how could a second-level Divine King resist it? Bang! Bang! A series of explosions rang out as the fist force of Supreme Being Dong crumbled. The dragon claw didn't stop as it struck Supreme Being Dong's body. Chapter 2916 The Sorrow of Supreme Dark Dragons. Huge dragon claw struck Supreme Being Dong's body. Supreme Being Dong let out a blood-curdling screech as his body was sent flying a few thousand miles away. He spat out a large mouthful of blood as half of his body exploded. He looked as miserable as he could be. Even Supreme Universe, who was beside Supreme Movement, was affected. His lower body was shattered, and he floated in the air with a look of horror as he screamed repeatedly. When the other two God Kings of the Supreme Clan saw this, their expressions changed drastically. Without even thinking, they split into two directions and flew off at high speed, leaving the Supreme Clan behind to deal with them. Lu Ming, leave the two traitors to us. At that moment, the two elders flew past Lu Ming and chased after the two God Kings from the Supreme Clan. They were two extremely powerful elders of the Xianxia sect. They were both at the second tier of the God King realm. The two God Kings from the Supreme Clan who had escaped were only at the first level of the God King realm. They were unable to escape from the pursuit of a second-level God King. Yulong stopped and looked at Supreme Move and Supreme Universe with his cold eyes. Both Supreme Movement and Supreme Universe revealed looks of despair. Lu Ming, I'm begging you, spare me. As long as you spare me, I'll be your slave and follow you wholeheartedly. All of a sudden, Universe Master screamed and begged Lu Ming for mercy. Xianxia, what are you doing? If you want to die, then die. Why do you have to beg for mercy from him? The men of my Supreme family, even if you die, you must die with a backbone. Supreme Martial Artist Dong shouted. Shut up. If you want to die, I don't want to accompany you, Supreme Universe shouted at Supreme Being Dong with a malevolent expression. He was the son of heaven. He had a bright future. With his talent, breaking through to the Divine King realm was almost certain. Once he reached the God King realm, his lifespan would increase exponentially, allowing him to live for 5-star years. With such a long lifespan, how much happiness could he enjoy? Why did he have to die? In order to live, he could give up any backbone. Immediately, the Universe Master turned to look at Lu Ming with a fawning expression. Lu Ming, no, Holy Son Lu Ming, as long as you let me go, I'll do anything you want. I'll be loyal to you in the future. He really is shameless. I've really misjudged him in the past. Someone like him can actually become the #1 saint of our Xianxia sect. Puffed. Seeing the Supreme Holy Son's face, many of the Xianxia sect disciples looked at him with disdain. Oh, if he wanted to let you go, it's not impossible. How about this? You go kill him, and he'll let you go. Lu Ming pointed at the Supreme Martial Artist. Kill him? However, he's a Divine King expert. I'm not his match at all. Supreme Universe said with an ugly expression. That's easy, Yulong. Lu Ming sent Yulong a voice transmission. Kill! Dark Dragon roared and pounced toward the Supreme Martial Artist. At this moment, Supreme Being Dong had already suffered heavy injuries and was unable to escape at all. He could only barely resist. However, Dark Dragon's Dragon Claw swiped down and sent Supreme Being Dong flying. This time, Supreme Martial Artist Dong's injuries were even more severe. His entire body was in tatters, and even his divine flame had almost been extinguished. His strength was reduced to less than 1,000th of what it had been. Now, he doesn't have much strength left. Go and kill him. I promise you, as long as you kill him, I will definitely not kill you. Lu Ming said. All right, I'll go kill him. Supreme Universe gritted his teeth and charged toward Supreme Move. Supreme Universe, you dare? Supreme Martial Artist Dong roared in anger, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had not expected that the Universe Master would really want to kill him. The Supreme Being moved. Didn't you say that I was the future hope of the Supreme Being clan? As long as I'm alive, the Supreme Clan will be able to rise in the future. Do you understand? Supreme Universe secretly transmitted a message to Supreme Being Dong. At the same time, his body glowed, and he used the Supreme Divine Fist to attack Supreme Being Dong. "You disobedient son!" Zhizun Dong bellowed. He was extremely disappointed with the Supreme Universe Master. Moreover, he did not want to be captured without putting up a fight. He would rather die at Lu Ming's hands than at the hands of the Supreme Universe Master. If he really died at the hands of the Supreme Universe Master, the reputation of the Supreme Universe family would go down in history for thousands of years, and they would become a laughingstock. Thus, the autarch began to resist. He mustered up his remaining strength and also punched out. Boom! The attacks of Supreme Movement and Supreme Universe collided, causing a dazzling golden light to burst out. Then, the two of them retreated rapidly. If you still want to resist, die." The Universe Master roared in anger. In order to express his loyalty to Lu Ming, his eyes turned red as he charged at the Universe Master in a frenzy. However, Supreme Movement was still a second-tier God King. Although he was heavily injured and on the verge of death, he was still very strong when he went all out. He fought with Supreme Universe, and it was difficult to tell who was winning. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 100 moves. At this moment, the other two first-level God King experts from the Supreme Clan had already been taken down by the two second-level God King expert from the Xianxia sect and had their cultivation crippled. A large number of Xianxia sect elders and disciples surrounded the area, watching the battle between the Universe Supreme and the Universe Supreme from afar. The people from the three chiefs and some of the top forces had already escaped. Lu Ming did not let Yulong pursue them. With Yulong's current state, he could still slightly suppress the deans of the unique Demon Academy. However, it was impossible for him to kill the other party. Yulong's current state was that with the strength of his physical body, his defense was shocking. It was more than enough to protect himself, but his attack power was insufficient. Therefore, he could only let the other party escape. "Die, old man, why are you still resisting? Die." The universe god had gone completely berserk, and he was constantly charging at the autarch. At this moment, the two of them were already injured on top of their injuries. "Lu Ming, kill me. Just kill me." The supreme martial artist roared, wanting to die in Lu Ming's hands. "There's a supreme family's dog on my command. Why should I do it myself?" Lu Ming sneered. When Universe Master heard this, he burned with anger. However, he did not dare to show it for fear of causing Lu Ming's dissatisfaction. He could only vent all his anger on the supreme martial artist. Forget it. At this moment, the Grandmaster sighed. He didn't want to resist any longer. If he continued, he would only become a laughingstock. Supreme Movement suddenly retracted all of its divine power and did not continue to resist. Bang! Supreme Universe's fist landed on Supreme Being Dong's head, causing his head to explode. The Paragon moved and fell. A God King of a generation had died at the hands of a junior he valued the most. It was truly a great tragedy. "Ha ha, old man, you're finally dead. Ha ha." The Universe Master laughed madly. After a long while, he stopped and looked at Lu Ming with a flattering expression. "Holy son Lu Ming, look, I've already killed the Supreme Being." Chapter 2917 Supreme Universe falls in not bad. Lu Ming nodded and then said sarcastically, "Supreme Universe, you're really worse than a pig or a dog. To save your life, you actually killed your own elder." Creak. Supreme Universe clenched his fists tightly, feeling extremely humiliated. He lowered his head, and his eyes were filled with malevolent, killing intent. Lu Ming, it'll compromise for now. As long as I keep my life, it'll make you pay 10 times, no, 100 or 1,000 times the price one day. It'll torture your family to death one by one in front of you. It'll cripple your cultivation and let you live like a dead dog, in pain. The Universe Master roared madly in his heart. He hated Lu Ming to the core. However, the moment he raised his head, the killing intent and hatred in his eyes disappeared. There was only a smile. Holy Son Lu Ming is right. However, It's a pity that a supreme being is so stubborn to offend such a proud son of heaven like Holy Son Lu Ming. He deserves to die. Supreme Universe smiled apologetically. Shameless. Oh my God, he's really shameless. How shameless? Holy Son Lu Ming said that the Supreme Universe is worse than pigs and dogs. I used to respect him so much. It's so disgusting. Many of the Xianxia sect's disciples saw this and immediately cursed and ridiculed. Now, they were not afraid of the Supreme Universe. Grandmaster Universe Master's heart was filled with killing intent, but he still had a smile on his face. Holy Son Lu Ming, I can follow you from now on, right? Follow me? I only promised not to kill you. I didn't say I wanted you to follow me. Lu Ming said indifferently. Yes. I'm not fit to follow Holy Son Lu Ming. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Universe Master nodded repeatedly. He was even happier that Lu Ming did not want him to follow him. Leave? The traitor still wants to leave? Lu Ming's voice turned cold. Universe Master's body stiffened, and his expression turned ugly. Holy Son Lu Ming, what's the meaning of this? You just said that if I kill the Supreme Being, you'll spare me and let me go. That's right. I did promise not to kill you, but that's only on my behalf. I can't represent all the elders and disciples of the Xianxia sect. You've betrayed the Xianxia sect, so you'll naturally be punished by the Xianxia sect. Lu Ming said indifferently. Lu Ming, you're despicable, shameless, and you don't keep your word. The Supreme Universe roared angrily. He knew that he had fallen into Lu Ming's trap. Would I go back on my word? I said I want to kill you, so I want to kill you. However, I'm only the saint of the Xianxia sect. I don't have the right to represent the elders of the Xianxia sect. Elders, what do you think is the punishment for betraying the sect? Lu Ming looked at the elders of Xianxia sect. Betraying the sect. He should be executed, Wuxia said coldly. All right, then he'll leave this Supreme Universe to Elder Yu to handle. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, you are despicable and shameless, Supreme Universe roared hysterically. Now, how could he not know that from the beginning, Lu Ming had no intention of letting him off? Even the powerful Dark Dragon listened to Lu Ming's commands. Now, as long as Lu Ming said something, no one in the entire Xianxia sect would dare to disobey him. However, Lu Ming said that he could not represent the elders of Xianxia sect. Die, traitor! Wuxia stepped out. With a wave of his hand, a beam of moonlight slashed toward Supreme Universe. With Wuxia's cultivation, although he had suffered some damage previously, it was far from what the Universe Master could withstand. Lu Ming, I curse you, die! Universe Master roared. But before he could even finish his words, he was struck by Wuxia. His body was torn apart, and his soul was destroyed. At this point, the Supreme Clan was almost completely annihilated. After dealing with the Supreme Being Clan, the people from the Xianxia sect looked at Lu Ming, especially at the Dark Dragon under his feet. Their eyes were filled with respect. The elder of Xianxia sect flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming, may I know who this is? Wuxia's gaze turned to Yulong. He was, of course, asking Yulong. This is a friend of mine, Lu Ming said with a smile. My friend. Everyone's eyes narrowed. In their eyes, Lu Ming had become even more unfathomable. Such a powerful existence was actually Lu Ming's friend. Clang! Clang! Right at this moment, the sound of a bell rang out from within the Xianxia sect. This is a death knell. What's going on? Many people's expressions changed. The death knell would not be sounded under normal circumstances. It would only be sounded when an important figure of the Xianxia sect had fallen. The Xianxia sect had indeed lost an important figure this time, and that was Zhizun Dong. However, Zhizun Dong was a traitor, so he would not sound the death knell because of him. The sect master has fallen. The sect master has fallen. At this moment, a white-haired old man flew out and called out sadly, What? The sect master has fallen. Many people were shocked. Elder Shang, what's going on? How did the sect master suddenly die? One by one, the doyens flew towards the old man and asked, I don't know either. I saw that the overall situation was settled, so I returned to the Life Palace and saw that the sect master's life plate was broken. Elder Xianxia said, "Many important figures in the Xianxia sect had life tokens stored in their life palaces. Once a life jade was broken, it meant that he had fallen." What? How could this be? What happened? No wonder the sect master didn't appear before. Immediately, the entire Xianxia sect started discussing and making all sorts of guesses. However, no one knew the result. Naturally, Lu Ming would not tell them how the Dragon Boat Mountain had fallen. The death of the sect master is temporarily sealed and confidential. No one is to leak it out. In the end, the elders issued an order. However, they also knew that such a big matter couldn't be kept a secret for long. It was only a matter of time before it was leaked. They were secretly rejoicing that an expert like Yulong was staying in the Xianxia sect. Otherwise, if the news of the fall of Dragon Boat Mountain were to be leaked, the Xianxia sect would most likely be in danger. Even some of the top forces wouldn't be afraid of them, let alone the three overlord forces. Then, the elders of the Xianxia sect began to discuss what to do next. Lu Ming suggested that the various elders assist Ouyang Qingxiang and temporarily take charge of the Xianxia sect. When Ouyang Qingxiang became a divine king in the future, she would officially take over the Xianxia sect. Ouyang Qingxiang was a Zongzi to begin with. Since Lu Ming had spoken, the elders naturally agreed. Lu Ming's words now carried a lot of weight. The moment he opened his mouth, the elders of Xianxia sect had to consider it. Just like that, many elders helped Ouyang Xianxia manage the Xianxia sect, and the sect was on the right track. The Dark Dragon Secret Realm. Lu Ming, this Dark Dragon is too heavily injured. I can still use this Dark Dragon's body for the time being. For the time being, it'll stay in the Dark Dragon's body and recuperate in the Dark Dragon's secret realm. As for the other matters, you'll have to rely on yourself. The Bone Devil's voice sounded. Chapter 2918, Star Core in Hand. Alright, just focus on healing your injuries and don't worry about me. Lu Ming nodded and was looking forward to it. This Dark Dragon was originally an existence that surpassed God Kings. Once it recovered, it would be extremely terrifying. Of course, the Dark Dragon's soul had already been destroyed, and Bone Demon had only temporarily borrowed its body. It was impossible for him to recover to his peak. However, even if he did not recover to his peak, as long as he recovered to the peak of the Divine King realm, Lu Ming would be able to do whatever he wanted. Then he'll be leaving, Bone Demon said, and controlled the Dark Dragon. With a twist of his body, he flew into the depths of the Dark Dragon's secret realm and disappeared. As for Lu Ming, he left the Dark Dragon's secret realm and soon arrived at a mountain peak. This mountain was an independent mountain belonging to the Xianxia sect. It was rich in divine qi and had an excellent cultivation environment. It was one of the top mountains in the entire Xianxia sect. However, it now belonged to Lu Ming alone. After setting up a simple array around the mountain peak, Lu Ming went to a large hall in the middle of the mountain peak and sat cross-legged. Then, a storage ring appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Looking at the storage ring, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with strong anticipation. This was because this storage ring belonged to Dragon Boat Mountain. What kind of treasures could a sect leader's storage ring have? Lu Ming did not know about other things, but he knew that the core of the star must be in this storage ring. There's a restriction indeed. Lu Ming scanned the ring with his spiritual senses and found that there was indeed a restriction on the storage ring. However, this was the storage ring of the Dragon Boat Mountain. He couldn't ask the God King of the Xianxia sect for help, so he could only break this restriction himself. With a thought, the 6 divine fires in his dantian burned fiercely. With the ruler's divine power as the leader, the 6 types of divine power mixed together and surged toward the restriction on the storage ring. Lu Ming wanted to slowly erase the restrictions on it. Even with the mysterious power of the Creator, Lu Ming still used a full 3 months to erase the restriction on the storage ring. As soon as the restriction was destroyed, Lu Ming's spiritual consciousness entered the ring and scanned it impatiently. The first thing he saw was a jade box in the spatial ring. Even though they were separated by the jade box, he could still feel the surging energy emanating from it. The star core. Lu Ming was certain that the jade box definitely contained a star core. His palm glowed, and the jade box appeared in Lu Ming's palm. "It's so heavy." Lu Ming's expression changed, and he almost could not hold the jade box. The weight of the jade box was shocking. "Brat, with your current cultivation, you can't absorb the core of this star." In his sea of consciousness, the voice of the quantity formula sounded. "Then what cultivation level does one need to be to absorb it?" Lu Ming said. "The core of this star was refined by someone with a great divine ability. It contains a lot of energy. You need to be at least at the Divine King realm to absorb it. Otherwise, both your soul and body will be burned to ashes." The quantity formula said. "Only God Kings can absorb it. How long would that take?" Lu Ming had a dejected look. Originally, he had obtained the core of the star and thought that he could use it to advance his cultivation by leaps and bounds. It seemed that he had thought too much. Kid, don't be depressed. Did you forget that you still have me?" The proud voice of the quantity formula sounded. You can absorb and refine this star core?" Lu Ming's tone was full of doubt. Back then, the measure word art had taken a long time to refine the dark dragon blood jade and the ancient god flower's energy. The energy in the core of a star was many times stronger than that of the dark dragon blood jade and the ancient god flower. Could the quantity formula refine it? Lu Ming had serious doubts. "Kid, what's with your tone? Are you doubting my ability?" "I'm so angry." The quantity formula roared. "I'm not doubting your ability, it's just... However, if it took you so long to refine the dark dragon blood jade and the ancient god flower's energy, wouldn't it take tens or hundreds of thousands of years to refine the star's core?" Lu Ming muttered. "Nonsense, kid, what do you know? I'm living in your body now, so I'm living in symbiosis with you. My ability is also determined by your cultivation base. If your cultivation base is weak, my ability will be weak. The higher your cultivation base, the higher my ability will be. In the past, my refining ability was weak because you were trash. Do you understand?" The quantity formula screamed. Lu Ming's face was covered in cold sweat. However, he finally understood that the energy of the quantity formula was closely related to his strength. This was reasonable. Otherwise, the quantity formula was one of the original ancient characters. The speed at which it refined energy was too slow. "Boy, now that your cultivation has reached the heavenly god realm, my refining energy has also been greatly improved. I can barely refine this star core, but I can only do it slowly, bit by bit. It will take a long time to completely refine it. However, even if it's just a little bit, once I transfer the refined energy to you, it will greatly increase your cultivation speed. Kid, the cultivation technique you're cultivating is special. You need to cultivate many kinds of divine power and divine flames, especially when you reach the Divine King realm. You will be able to condense more star cores than others. At that time, every time you break through a new realm, you will need many times more energy than the others. Your cultivation speed will also be many times slower. But with this star core, your cultivation speed will not be slow." The quantity formula went on and on. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It was true that he cultivated the Qian Kuan 1000 Dao scroll and many Shin powers. The amount of energy he needed to break through was much more than others. In this way, his cultivation speed would be very slow. Therefore, during this period of time, he did not dare to cultivate any other divine techniques for fear that it would affect his cultivation speed. However, with this star core, he would not be afraid no matter how many divine techniques he cultivated or how much divine power he cultivated. "Old Liang, can you directly swallow this star core?" Lu Ming asked. "Of course you can." He recited the measure formula. Then, Lu Ming's glabella lit up and a measure word flew out from his glabella. "Lu Ming, open the jade box." The quantity formula said. Lu Ming immediately circulated his divine energy and condensed 2 large hands with it. He grabbed a jade box and opened the lid. As soon as he opened the lid of the jade box, Lu Ming saw a crystal the size of a human head in the box. It was dazzling like a small sun, emitting a terrifying and boundless energy fluctuation. In an instant, there was a terrifying energy that was about to rush into the sky. Fortunately, the quantity formula rapidly enlarged and directly enveloped the star core. The next moment, the energy fluctuations disappeared, and so did the star core to avoid alarming others. After the quantity formula devoured the star core, it flew into Lu Ming's glabella and settled down in his sea of consciousness. Lu Ming knew that the quantity formula would take time to refine the star core. He just had to wait patiently for the harvest. Chapter 2921, Inextinguishable Sword Force. After dealing with the star core, Lu Ming started to organize the other items in the Dragon Boat Mountain storage ring. Even though he was mentally prepared, Lu Ming was still shocked. There were simply too many treasures in the storage ring. Low-grade divine crystals and middle-grade divine crystals were piled up like a mountain. Lu Ming did not know how many pieces there were. They were enough for him to use for a long time. There were also all sorts of divine pills with different functions, all of which were of excellent quality. In addition, all kinds of blacksmithing materials and metal attribute materials were also piled up like mountains. Lu Ming's face was full of smiles. After Xianxia woke up, he would not have to worry about his food for a long time. In addition, there were also divine artifacts of various grades. Lu Ming had a thought, and a crimson spear appeared in his hands. Buzz! Lu Ming circulated his divine power and waved it. A terrifying roar was heard in the air. Good spear. Lu Ming revealed a smile. This was a level 9 high-quality divine artifact. It was most suitable for Lu Ming's current use. Lu Ming immediately refined the divine weapon. After refining it, the spear flew into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. It would be very convenient to use it in the future. In addition, Dragon Boat Mountain had also collected many divine skill manuals, cultivation technique manuals, secret skill manuals, and so on. Lu Ming sorted through the contents. What made him the happiest was that there were 2 divine grade techniques in the pile. These 2 divine techniques were not the ones that Kongxian sect had collected. Lu Ming had never seen them before. Clearly, they were the private goods of Dragon Boat Mountain. Ha ha ha! Lu Ming laughed heartily. Now that he had the star core, he wanted to cultivate a few more kinds of Shun power. There were ready-made Shun techniques that came to him. As long as he cultivated these 2 divine techniques, his divine power would be even stronger. Lu Ming kept the 2 divine grade techniques and took out some storage rings. Lu Ming had obtained these storage rings from the geniuses of the unique Devil Academy and the Immortal Sword sect. Lu Ming sorted out the storage rings. What made Lu Ming ecstatic was that he had obtained 2 more divine techniques. One of them was the multi-eyed divine technique that he had obtained from the 4-eyed heavenly court of the unique Demon Academy. At the peak of cultivation, one could cultivate multi-eyed divine power. The divine power controlled by the 4-eyed void court was this divine grade divine power. What excited Lu Ming the most was the other one. He got it from Zhuo Bimu, the unparalleled genius of the indestructible sword sect. It was called the indestructible sword technique. This divine technique was the most important technique of the indestructible sword sect. However, there were very few people who could cultivate it to its peak. This was because once cultivated to its peak, one could cultivate a divine grade divine power, the indestructible sword force. For example, the divine son of the indestructible sword sect had cultivated this divine technique to the extreme and cultivated it into divine grade divine power. It was indestructible, and its offensive power was shocking. As for Zhuo Buju, he had only cultivated a sacred grade divine power and was far from cultivating a divine grade divine power. Lu Ming's heart was thumping. He had the heaven and earth thousand Tao scripture. He did not need to cultivate to the peak. It was enough to cultivate a wisp of Shun power. Immediately, Lu Ming decided to spend the rest of his time cultivating these 4 divine techniques. As for those king-grade divine techniques, Lu Ming was not interested in them at all. This was because it was very difficult to condense a star core with king-grade divine power. When Lu Ming entered the divine king realm, the king-grade divine power would not be of much use. Lu Ming planned to find an opportunity in the future to merge the three types of king-grade divine energy in his body with the divine-grade divine energy, or divine-grade divine energy, that had similar attributes. He'll cultivate the divine-grade wondrous technique, the indestructible sword technique, first. Lu Ming pondered and then took out the indestructible sword technique to read and comprehend in detail. The difficulty of cultivating a divine-grade divine technique was naturally incomparable to that of a divine-grade divine technique. Lu Ming spent a full year before he successfully cultivated the first stage. After cultivating the first stage, Lu Ming had condensed a wisp of inextinguishable sword force. To Lu Ming, that was enough. After cultivating the first level, Lu Ming put down the indestructible sword technique and went on to study another holy grade divine technique, the multi-eye divine technique. Just like that, Lu Ming spent a few years to cultivate the 4 divine techniques to the first level and cultivated a wisp of divine power. This was only the beginning of his cultivation. Following that, Lu Ming focused on circulating the universe 1000 Tao mantra to strengthen the 4 types of divine powers. It would take a long time to cultivate these 4 Shun powers to the same level as the other Shin powers. Next, Lu Ming entered a deep level of seclusion. And after the Qin Heaven Starfield went through a period of turmoil, it also fell into peace. Time passed quickly. 200 years had passed. To the Qin Heaven Starfield, 200 years was just a blink of an eye. To Lu Ming, it was a great harvest. After 200 years, Lu Ming had finally cultivated 3 of the divine-grade divine powers to the point where they were as strong and condensed as the other divine powers. Only the inextinguishable sword force was more difficult to cultivate, as it was a divine-grade divine power. He had not cultivated it to the point where it was as strong as the other divine powers, but the difference was not too big. He should be able to catch up in a few decades. In this way, there were 10 divine power flowers in Lu Ming's Dantian. They were extremely dazzling, like 10 stars in the starry sky. And in BSB, there were 2 divine-grade divine powers, 5 sacred-grade divine powers, and 3 king-grade divine powers. Although Lu Ming's current cultivation level was still at the first-tier celestial deity realm, his divine power was much stronger than it was 200 years ago. His combat strength had also improved by a large margin. Moreover, in the past 200 years, he had not been completely cultivating the universe 1000 Tao scripture. He had taken time to study the divine dragon materialization technique, various divine skills, and the battle character formula. He had improved quite a bit in all aspects. In terms of magical skills, Lu Ming had successfully cultivated the 3rd move of the 3 apocalyptic strikes, Star Explosion. This move was known as the Supernova, and one could imagine how powerful it was. In addition, the 9 Heavenly Kuan Peng technique and the 9 layers of Crimson Gold armor had all reached the 7th layer. He had reached the 7th level of the 9 Heavenly Kuan Peng technique, which was the peak. However, the 9 Heavenly Kuan Peng technique was an incomplete speed-type divine skill. There must be other higher levels. Lu Ming planned to spend some time to look for them. There was also the battle character. Lu Ming had finally cultivated the quadruple combat strength to its peak and achieved a 100% success rate. Lu Ming had already started to comprehend the 5-fold increase in combat strength. However, it was too difficult. After many years of cultivation, Lu Ming still had no idea. In short, after 200 years, although Lu Ming's cultivation level did not increase, his combat strength had improved by a large margin. If Lu Ming continued to face Mo Jui, the divine son of the unique Devil Academy, he was confident that he could suppress him. At this moment, a figure with a curly beard floated over from outside the mountain. Qiu Yue. Lu Ming stood up with a smile and walked up to her. He held Qiu Yu's hand and sized her up. Then his eyes lit up and he said in surprise, "Qiu, you broke through to the heavenly god realm." The emissary of the Great Void Sacred Dynasty, yes. I just broke through not long ago. Qiu Yu nodded, her face filled with joy. She had finally caught up to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was amazed. Ever since Qiu Yu awakened her nine-orifice Saint Heart, her cultivation speed was amazing. Even if he did not have any fortuitous encounters, his cultivation speed would still advance by leaps and bounds. Since 200 years ago, Lu Ming's authority in the Kongxian sect had increased. Almost no one would go against what he said. Therefore, Qiu Yu could freely enter and exit the various cultivation sanctuaries in the Kongxian sect. In addition, Lu Ming had given her a large number of resources to help her. Qiu Yu's cultivation level was improving at an alarming rate. Now, Qiu Yu had already broken through to the first-tier celestial god realm and was on par with Lu Ming. Qiu Yu had also cultivated the Heaven and Earth Thousand Tao scripture to the highest level and successfully cultivated ruler divine power. Her battle power was also extremely strong. In all the major sects, he would be a deity-level figure. Of course, no one knew about this. Qiu Yu, take these divine techniques and cultivate them. Lu Ming passed the indestructible sword technique, multi-eye divine technique, chilliness divine technique, and other divine techniques to Qiu Yu. With Qiu Yu's talent, it was only a matter of time before she cultivated many types of Shen power. Moreover, with the mystery of Qiu Yu's nine-orifice Saint Heart, her cultivation speed would not be slow even if she controlled many types of divine power. If it had been anyone else, even if they had the universe Thousand Tao scripture to cultivate many Shen powers, his cultivation speed would be as slow as a snail. However, Lu Ming had the measure formula, and Qiu Yu had a nine-orifice Saint Heart. They did not have such concerns. So many. Qiu Yu was also shocked to see so many divine techniques. Of course, don't you know what kind of person your young master is? It's no big deal for him to obtain these divine techniques. He'll give you more in the future. Lu Ming started to boast. Qiu Yu knew it. Young master is the best. Qiu Yu blinked her big eyes and kissed Lu Ming's lips. Then, she immediately retracted her hand. However, Lu Ming reached out and held Qiu Yu's slender waist, pulling her into his arms. You know how powerful young master is, right? He'll make it up to young master today. Lu Ming smiled evilly. Young master is up to no good again. Qiu Yu smiled. Then he'll show you how bad I am. Lu Ming laughed out loud. He carried Qiu Yu and entered a room. In the days that followed, Qiu Yu cultivated various divine techniques under Lu Ming's guidance. Her progress was astonishing, and even Lu Ming felt ashamed of his inferiority. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years had passed. On this day, the senior statesman of Kongxian sect suddenly sent Lu Ming a message, saying that there was something important. Lu Ming rushed to the meeting hall and found Ouyang Qingxiang and the other holy sons there. When the sacred son of reflection and the rest saw Lu Ming, their faces turned pale and they were in awe. Greetings, holy son Lu Ming. The sacred son of reflection and the rest greeted Lu Ming politely. Now, if Lu Ming said one, they would definitely not dare to say two. And Lu Ming nodded casually and swept his gaze across the entire venue. In addition to the holy sons and holy virgins, the elders of the Kongxian sect, and many intersect elders, almost all of them were present. Lu Ming, holy son Lu Ming. The doyens and intersect elders also greeted Lu Ming one after another. Everyone, why have you all gathered here today? Lu Ming asked. Lu Ming, we've received news not long ago that an emissary from the Great Void Holy Dynasty is coming to our Kongxian sect. Ouyang Qingxiang said. The Great Void Holy Dynasty. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly bloomed with a brilliant glow. Lu Ming had long known that the Great Void Holy Dynasty was a universal power that ruled a vast territory. It had countless star zones and was vast and boundless. The Qin Heaven Star region was a remote star region under the rule of the Great Void Holy Dynasty. Because of Xianxia's matter, Lu Ming had to make a trip to the Great Void Holy Dynasty sooner or later. He did not expect that an emissary from the Great Void Holy Dynasty would suddenly arrive. Why did the emissary from the Great Void Holy Dynasty suddenly come to the Kongxian sect? Lu Ming asked, his mind spinning rapidly. Could it be that the people of the Great Void Sacred Dynasty knew of his relationship with Jingyu and had come for him? That's impossible. He didn't reveal anything about Jingyu. The people of the Great Void Sacred Dynasty shouldn't know about this. What was the reason? We do not know either. In the vast Great Void Holy Dynasty, the Qin Heaven Star region is located far away. The Great Void Holy Dynasty has always been indifferent and rarely sends their emissaries over. We do not know why they suddenly sent their emissaries over this time. Ouyang Qingxiang also frowned. The rest of the people also had a serious look on their faces. They did not know if the arrival of the Great Void Holy Dynasty's emissary was a blessing or a curse. Although the Kongxian sect was the overlord of the Qin Heaven Galaxy, they were like ants compared to the Great Void Holy Dynasty. It was like the difference between an ant and a divine dragon. In fact, they were not even comparable to an ant. Any random expert from the Great Void Holy Dynasty could destroy the Kongxian sect. Therefore, they couldn't help but feel nervous. They are not from the royal family of the Great Void Holy Dynasty, but from the 9 Absolute Heavenly King Manor. At this moment, Wuxia spoke. 9 Absolute Heavenly King Mansion. Some people, including Lu Ming, looked puzzled. You guys might not be clear about the division of power in the Great Void Holy Dynasty. Let me explain it to you. Wuxia said. After sorting out her thoughts, she continued. The Great Void Holy Dynasty uses an enfeoffment system. Other than the royal family of the Great Void Holy Dynasty occupying the core and best territories, there are 27 heavenly kings. These 27 heavenly kings are all top experts of the Great Void Holy Dynasty and have made great contributions to the Great Void Holy Dynasty. The 27 heavenly kings have established 27 heavenly king manors, each ruling a territory, like a country within a country. Their strength is also very shocking. And our Qin Heaven Starfield is under the rule of the 9 Absolute Heavenly King Manor. Wuxia explained. I see. Lu Ming nodded. He had a general understanding of the power structure of the Great Void Holy Dynasty. The 27 heavenly kings were the lords of a region in the Great Void Holy Dynasty. However, everyone's expression did not relax. To them, regardless of whether it was the royal family of the Great Void Holy Dynasty or the 9 Absolute Heavenly King House, they were all giants that they could not fight against. There was no difference. The envoy from the 9 Absolute Heavenly King Mansion is about to arrive. Let's go out and welcome him, Wuxia said. Immediately, all the higher-ups of the Kongxian sect flew out into outer space. They stood in space and waited quietly. Roar! Roar! About half an hour later, a dragon's roar could be heard from afar. Then, everyone saw 9 giant divine dragons pulling a chariot toward them. The 9 divine dragons were scarlet all over and were 10,000 meters long. Their auras were extremely shocking, and each of them gave off a terrifying pressure. A peak heavenly god divine dragon is pulling the carriage. What a big move. An elder sighed. Chapter 2921 Shocking News to have 9 peak heavenly god divine dragons pulling a carriage. This was indeed an astonishing feat. Everyone knew that the envoy from the 9 Absolute Heavenly King Mansion had arrived. Roar! Roar! The speed of the 9 dragons pulling the carriage was astonishing. Very soon, it arrived in front of Lu Ming and the rest and stopped in the starry sky. Everyone saw more than 10 figures on the chariot. Among them, there were 4 burly middle-aged men. They were burly and emitted a terrifying aura. A god king. He was definitely a god king. Moreover, he was definitely an expert among the god kings. The other 6 people were all young people, both male and female. Each of them had a proud expression on their faces, as if they thought highly of themselves. Kongxian sect Zhongzi, Ouyang Qingxiang, is leading the entire Kongxian sect to welcome the emissaries of the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion. Ouyang Xianxia stepped forward and clasped her hands. Welcome, envoy of the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion. Sect leader. The other people from Kongxian sect also cupped their fists and bowed respectfully. Of course, Lu Ming was an exception. He just casually cupped his fists and sized up the people from the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion with a curious gaze. Zhongzi, where's your sect leader? Why aren't you here to welcome me? A young man with 3 red scales on his forehead flew down from the chariot and spoke in a cold and arrogant voice. However, when his gaze fell on Ouyang Qingxiang, a look of surprise flashed across his face. I don't dare to hide it from you, envoy. My sect's sect master died hundreds of years ago, and am temporarily taking over the sect. Ouyang Xianxia replied. Oh. The young man with the scale between his brows replied, but he did not comment. May I ask, emissaries, why have you suddenly come to my Kongxian sect? Ouyang Xianxia nervously asked. I was about to tell you about this. Let me tell you, the treasure of the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion, the 9 absolute god crystal, has been stolen. The young man with the scale between his eyebrows said. Ouyang Qingxiang and the others looked at each other. What did the theft of the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion's treasure have to do with them? After investigation, the person who stole the treasure of the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion, the 9 absolute god crystal, is from your Qin heaven starfield. The young man with the scale between his eyebrows suddenly said in a cold voice. What? Ouyang Xianxia, Wuxia, and the others' expressions changed drastically. The person who stole the treasure of the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion was actually from the Qin heaven starfield. Could it be that the powerhouses of the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion suspected that their Kongxian sect had done it? The doyens and inner court elders of Kongxian sect broke out in a cold sweat when they thought of this. Great emissaries, are you suspecting that it was done by my Kongxian sect? This is impossible. With the number of powerhouses in the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion, how could anyone from my Kongxian sect enter and steal the treasure? Wuxia hurriedly said. You mean to say that the 9 absolute heavenly king manor's defense can't make it? The young man with the scale between his eyebrows said with a dark expression. No, that's not what I meant. Great messenger. You've misunderstood. Wuxia repeatedly bowed, his face covered in cold sweat. He was a second sky of King God Realm expert, but he had to bow and bend his knees in front of Junior. The other party's background was too great. It's good that you didn't. The young man with the scale between his eyebrows snorted coldly and said, This time, any of the forces in your Qin heaven starfield are suspects. You have to investigate them all. No one is an exception. What does the great messenger want to investigate? Ouyang Qingxiang asked. It's very simple. Gather everyone in your Kongxian sect and take out your storage rings for us to inspect. Also, release your Mind C and Dantian. We also want to inspect your Mind C and Dantian to prevent you from placing your treasures in your Mind C and Dantian. The young man with the scale between his eyebrows said, What? I want to check the storage ring. There's also the Sea of Consciousness and Dantian. Many people cried out in alarm, their expressions unsightly. If that was the case, they would have no more secrets to keep. The storage ring, Sea of Consciousness, and Dantian were the greatest secrets of a cultivator. It was impossible to let others see them. Which person didn't have any secrets? Yet the other party wanted to check everyone's storage rings, consciousness, and Dantian. How overbearing. What's wrong? Do you have any objections? The young man with the scale between his eyebrows asked coldly. The rest of the people stepped down from the chariot and cast hostile looks at Lu Ming and the rest. It would be a wonder if he didn't have any opinions. Everyone roared in their hearts. Emissaries, we really didn't steal the treasures of the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion. Even if you give us 100 guts, we wouldn't dare to. That's right. Moreover, our cultivation is low, so we can't steal the treasures of the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion at all. I hope that all envoys can understand. The elders of Kong Xin sect spoke one after another. Nonsense, I don't care about you. My mission here is to find the 9 absolute God crystal. Don't talk nonsense with me, just follow my orders. The young man with the scale between his brows shouted coldly, as if he was scolding a group of slaves. He was direct and overbearing, not showing any mercy. Wuxia and a few other God King experts had ugly expressions. The other party was just a young man. Furthermore, they could see that his cultivation was only at the 6th level heavenly deity realm. If he dared to speak to them like this in any other place, he would have been slapped to death by them long ago. However, the other party was an envoy from the 9 absolute heavenly king manor, and there were terrifying experts following him. They did not dare to do so at all. However, they were not willing to take out their storage rings or open their spiritual seed Dantian for the other party to check. For a time, the atmosphere was a little heavy. What's wrong? You're still not willing? Do you want to annihilate the Kongxian sect? The young man with the scale between his eyebrows shouted angrily. What big words! A voice was heard. Lu Ming could not bear it anymore and stepped out. From the very beginning, the other party had been acting high and mighty, looking down on them. It was as if Lu Ming and the rest had to do as he said. Lu Ming was really unhappy. As soon as Lu Ming walked out, the young man with the scale between his eyebrows stared at Lu Ming with a cold glint in his eyes. Kid, what did you say? The young man with the scale between his eyebrows said coldly. Didn't you hear what I said? Your ears aren't good? Lu Ming said with a cold face. Once his temper flared up, he would not care who the other party was. The moment you come here, you want us to give you our storage rings and our sea of consciousness Dantian for you to investigate, just based on your words? Then, let me check your Dantian and sea of consciousness first. Lu Ming continued. Kid, you still want to check my Dantian sea of consciousness? Who do you think you are? You're just a lowly ant and a piece of trash. How can you compare yourself to me? You'll do whatever I tell you to do, understand? Trash. The young man with the scale between his eyebrows shouted loudly, as if he had Lu Ming in the palm of his hand. You're making yourself sound noble. In my opinion, everyone's the same. There's no difference between noble and lowly. If you want to investigate us, why can't we investigate you? Lu Ming sneered. Kid, you're bringing trouble to your Kongxian sect. Do you understand? The young man with the scale between his brows had a cold expression as he threatened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2922, Irresistible Power. You don't need to threaten me. Justice is in the hearts of the people. Let me tell you, my Kongxian sect did not steal the treasures of the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion. It is impossible for you to search our Dantian sea of consciousness. All cultivators know that the Dantian sea of consciousness is the most important secret. If you want to search our Dantian sea of consciousness, you might as well kill us directly, Lu Ming said loudly. There were many secrets in his Dantian and sea of consciousness. The heaven and earth thousand Tao scripture cultivated many types of Shun power. There was also the battle formula and the quantity formula. If any of them were exposed, he would die without a burial ground. How could he let the other party search? If you are really suspicious, we can swear on our life source to confirm that we did not steal the treasures of the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion. In the end, Lu Ming still made a concession. After all, he had to consider the entire Kongxian sect. Swear on the source of life? I don't trust you. The 9 absolute heavenly king mansion's treasure is so precious. You can sacrifice a few lives. It's completely worth it. The young man with the scale between his eyebrows said coldly. If one were to make an oath with their life source, the oath wouldn't be broken immediately. Instead, they might die from chi deviation in their later cultivation. The other party's meaning was very obvious. Even if someone from Kongxian sect really stole the treasure of 9 absolute heavenly king mansion, they could also swear on their life source. At that time, at most, those who stole the treasure would break their oath and die. But to the treasures of the 9 absolute heavenly king manor, it was worth it. The expressions of Wuxia and the others were a little unsightly. It was obvious that the other party would only be at ease if they searched their dantian and sea of consciousness. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Please go back. It's impossible for you to search our dantian and sea of consciousness. Lu Ming's expression turned cold. He had already made a concession, but the other party was still pressing him, so he was too lazy to talk nonsense. Good, very good. Since you want to die, it'll fulfill your wish. After all, I can still check your dantian and sea of consciousness after killing you. The young man with the scale between his eyebrows laughed hideously. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, a terrifying aura burst out from the 4 burly men. A vast pressure covered the sky and the earth, shrouding the entire planet. What's going on? What a terrifying aura. A terrifying expert has descended. It's dangerous. The mountain gate of Xianxia's sect was in chaos. Many people felt the aura and were shocked to death. Some people who were cultivating were suppressed by the aura. Their bodies trembled and they spat out blood. 3rd level of the God King realm. They're all 3rd level God Kings. Wuxia cried out in shock. The other Divine King Elders were also shocked, and their faces changed. These 4 burly men were all 3rd level God King realm experts. In the Tian Star region, they were the deans of the Yimo Academy and the sect master of the Indestructible Sword sect. They were definitely overlord-level experts. However, 4 of them had come all of a sudden. Lu Ming's expression changed. The 9 absolute heavenly king manor was indeed terrifying. They could even casually send out a 3rd level God King. Moreover, it seemed like their status wasn't very high. It seems that I can only let the Bone Devil come. Lu Ming's mind was racing. In this situation, he could only let the Bone Demon attack and force the other party to retreat. Then he would bring the entire Xianxia sect to find a place to hide. Other than this method, there was no other way. A bunch of country bumpkins who haven't seen the world. A few 3rd level divine kings scared you to this extent. Seeing Lu Ming and the rest's expressions change drastically. As if they had been frightened, the young man with the scale between his eyebrows felt pleased and could not help but mock them. Now, I'll give you one last chance. Open your storage rings and your dantian and sea of consciousness for us to check, and we can spare your lives. The young man with the scale between his eyebrows continued to speak coldly. The expressions of Wuxia and the other Xianxia sect elders and inner sect elders kept changing. The other side had 4 3rd level divine king realm experts. Once they made a move, they would die without a doubt. Therefore, they were already hesitating. Compared to being killed, having their dantian and sea of consciousness checked was not unacceptable. However, Lu Ming's attitude was very firm, and they were hesitant. Lu Ming had you long behind him. He'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't agree after 3 breaths, you'll die. 3. The young man with the scale between his eyebrows said coldly. The expressions of Wuxia and the others changed drastically. They looked at Lu Ming, then at the young man with the scale between his eyebrows. They were extremely anxious. 2. An NBSB kill. The scale youth spoke once more, his eyes radiating cold, killing intent. Qin Wuxiang, you're really impressive. You came to the Qin Heaven Star region to act like a tyrant. At this moment, a mocking voice came from afar. Who is it? The young man with the scale between his brows shouted coldly as he looked in the direction of the voice. There was a sword light flying toward them at an astonishing speed. In the next moment, the sword light receded, and a combat sword appeared in the starry sky. The battle sword was 10,000 meters long and incomparably huge. 5 figures stood on the battle sword, a young man and 4 burly men. Wu Zifeng, Lu Ming, Ouyang Qingxiang, and the rest were a little shocked. The young man on the sword was really Wu Zifeng. Miss Xianxia, Lu Ming, Grandpa Wu Zifeng stepped down and greeted Lu Ming and Ouyang Xianxia. Finally, he bowed to Yu Wuya. Zifeng, you're here. Good, good, good. Seeing Wu Zifeng, Yu Wuya was overjoyed. He said good 3 times in a row, and his whole body seemed to be completely relaxed. Wu Zifeng, it's you. The young man with the scale between his brows could not help but exclaim when he saw Wu Zifeng, as if he knew him. Qin Wuxiang, now get lost. Wu Zifeng shouted indifferently. The young man with the scale between his eyebrows was Qin Wuxiang. Wu Zifeng, I'm here to investigate the case of the stolen treasure of the 9 Absolute Heavenly King Mansion. Do you want to interfere? Qin Wuxiang said coldly. Don't use the 9 Absolute Heavenly King Mansion to pressure me. You can lie to others, but you can't lie to me. You're just an ordinary disciple of the Qin family. You can't represent the 9 Absolute Heavenly King Mansion. Don't use a chicken feather as a token of authority and show off in front of us. Wu Zifeng sneered. At the same time, the 4 burly men behind Wu Zifeng also erupted with a shocking aura. They were all 3rd-level divine kings. It seems like Wu Zifeng is also from the Great Void Holy Dynasty. Lu Ming's heart stirred. In the past, he already knew that Wu Zifeng was not from the Qin Heaven Starfield. It turned out that he was from the Great Void Sacred Dynasty, and his background was more powerful than he had imagined. Even Qin Wuxiang seemed to be quite afraid of Wu Zifeng. Qin Wuxiang's expression was unsightly. The 9 Absolute Heavenly King Mansion had a vast territory. Under it, there were naturally many powerful forces. These forces all existed in the form of clans. Many large and ancient clans helped the 9 Absolute Heavenly King Mansion rule the vast territory. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. 9 Absolute Heavenly King Manors, Paragon, these ancient aristocratic families have been passed down for countless years. Their foundations were deep, and their strength was unfathomable. They were far from what the Qin Heaven Starfield could compare to. The Wu family and the Qin family were both aristocratic families like this. However, Qin Wuxiang's status in the Qin clan was not high. Just as Wu Zifeng had said, he did not mix well in the 9 Absolute Heavenly King Mansion. He only came to the Qin Heaven Star Field to show off his power and did not represent the 9 Absolute Heavenly King Mansion. Wu Zifeng, it seems that you have to intervene. This is about the 9 Absolute Divine Crystal. If something goes wrong, you won't be able to bear the responsibility. Not to mention you, even your Wu family can't bear the responsibility. Qin Wuxiang said coldly. You don't have to worry about that. I can also guarantee that the Kongxian sect is not the one who stole the 9 Absolute Divine Crystal. You can get lost now. Wu Zifeng said. Good, very good. I can leave, but Qin Wuxiang gritted his teeth. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly turned to look at Lu Ming. Then, his body trembled, and he rushed toward Lu Ming like a stream of light, sending a palm toward Lu Ming. The force whistled, and the palm force pressed down on Lu Ming with the force of mountains and seas. 6th-level heavenly deity, sacred grade divine power. In an instant, Lu Ming had determined Qin Wuxiang's strength. At the critical moment, Lu Ming did not have time to think. He could only channel his divine energy and wave his palm to resist. However, Lu Ming did not expect that Qin Wuxiang would suddenly attack him. In a hurry, he could only use 30% of his divine power. Boom! The 2 palms collided. Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he retreated 1,000 meters before he could stabilize himself. Qin Wuxiang, what are you doing? Wu Zifeng shouted angrily. What are you doing? This lowly ant doesn't know his place and dares to talk back to me. I want to pursue the matter with the Kongxian sect today, but this person must die. Qin Wuxiang shouted. His face was ferocious and filled with strong killing intent. With that, Qin Wuxiang's aura became even stronger. He stepped forward and waves of powerful pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. This person isn't weaker than the supreme universe. Lu Ming had a thought in his mind. Qin Wuxing's cultivation base was at the 6th level of the heavenly god realm. The divine power he controlled was of the divine grade. He was a genius on the same level as the supreme universe. However, from Wu Zifeng's tone, Qin Wuxiang seemed to be doing very well in the Qin family. If such a genius was only average in the Qin clan, then how many geniuses did the Qin clan have? Or rather, how many geniuses were there in the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion, or even the entire Great Void Holy Dynasty? For a moment, Lu Ming's imagination was running wild. He even had some desire in his heart. Currently, among the younger generation in the Qin Heaven Star Zone, Lu Ming was almost standing at the peak. As long as Mo Jui, Suo Dao Wuji, and Sangyan Pijuan had not broken through, he was confident that he could defeat them. Thus, he yearned for stronger opponents that could give him pressure and make him stronger. As long as I'm here, don't even think about touching a single hair on Lu Ming. Wu Zifeng said coldly and waved his hand. Bang! Behind Wu Zifeng, a burly man stepped out. His violent aura burst forth and blocked Qin Wuxiang's path. However, immediately after, a burly man behind Qin Wuxiang also stepped out. His aura erupted like a volcano and broke through the aura of the Wu family's experts. Qin Wuxiang regained his freedom. Let the younger generation solve their own problems. We, the older generation, just watch. The big man from the Qin family said coldly as he stared at the experts from the Wu family. The experts from both sides were in a confrontation. However, the people that both sides brought were about the same, and their cultivation levels were about the same. It just so happened that they were in a stalemate and could not interfere in the matter between Lu Ming and Qin Wuxiang. Haha, that's right. The matters of the younger generation should be settled by themselves. I want to see what gave a lowly ant from the Qin Heaven Star system the courage to speak to me like that. Qin Wuxiang laughed out loud. He raised his 6th level celestial deity cultivation to the peak and stomped towards Lu Ming with a face full of confidence. He could tell that Lu Ming was only a 1st-tier celestial deity. In his opinion, a 1st-tier celestial deity would not be able to withstand a single blow. Qin Wuxiang, you dare! Wu Zifeng shouted. However, his cultivation was not as good as Qin Wuxiang's, so he could not wipe his hands. Brother Wu, since he wants to fight, I'll fight with him. You don't need to interfere. Lu Ming raised his hand and stopped Wu Zifeng. Hee kid, you have some guts. However, you want to fight me with trash like you? Kneel down. Qin Wuxiang snorted and raised his hand again. A huge palm print formed and pressed down on Lu Ming, trying to force him to his knees. You're the one who should kneel. Lu Ming's indifferent voice was heard. At the same time, the 10 divine flames in his body burned fiercely. The 10 types of divine powers circulated wildly and gathered together, rushing toward Lu Ming's arm. Whoosh! Lu Ming pointed his finger, and a spear's gleam shot up into the sky, piercing through the 9 heavens and the starry sky. It was brighter than a shooting star. Bang! The spear radiance and Qin Wuxiang's palm print collided with a violent boom. Qin Wuxiang's palm print exploded and disappeared. What? Qin Wuxiang was shocked. Why did Lu Ming's aura suddenly increase by a few times? The attack that he unleashed was also extremely shocking, crushing his attack in one fell swoop. The people who came with Qin Wuxiang could not help but widen their eyes, their faces filled with shock. So powerful. Lu Ming is really getting more and more powerful. Wu Zifeng was also very surprised. With just this bit of strength, I still thought how strong the geniuses of the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion were. Lu Ming's faint voice was filled with mockery. Kid, you're quite strong. However, I didn't use my full strength just now. Now, you'll regret it. 7 injury, divine fist. Qin Wuxiang shouted and changed his attack. He clenched his fists, and a strange light emanated from his body and gathered on his fists. Boom! Boom! Qin Wuxiang threw 2 punches in a row. The two fist prints were like two meteors blasting toward Lu Ming. It was fast, but its power was shocking. This level of combat strength was already not below the full strength of the Supreme Universe. In the Qin Heaven Star region, he was definitely considered a top genius. However, with Lu Ming's current abilities, it was a piece of cake for him to deal with an opponent like Supreme Universe. Lu Ming didn't even need to use his ancient god body and the battle character formula to multiply his combat power. It was enough to rely on the 10 types of divine power and various divine skills and secret techniques. Divine Dragon Phenomenon. Lu Ming also threw a punch. Roar. A dragon's roar reverberated through the firmament. A huge 9-clawed divine dragon appeared and pounced at Qin Wuxiang with a furious roar. Lu Ming then threw another punch, and another 9-clawed divine dragon appeared. The two 9-clawed divine dragons twisted their bodies and pounced forward. The 9 dragon claws on their abdomens struck out in succession and let out terrifying howls as if sharp swords were piercing through the air. In reality, that was indeed the case. Now that Lu Ming had cultivated the indestructible sword technique and controlled the indestructible sword force, his divine power contained a terrifying sword force attack. The inextinguishable sword force acted on the 9-clawed divine dragon's sharp claws, making them as sharp as a sword. It elevated Lu Ming's attack power to another level. Chapter 2924 Forceful Suppression Boom. Boom. The 9-clawed divine dragon's sharp claws continued to claw at the fist print, causing a series of rumbles. The fist print trembled continuously, and cracks appeared on it. How is that possible? How is that possible? Qin Wuxiang howled in his heart. He was in disbelief. He had already used all his strength and used his ultimate move, but now he was still at a disadvantage. This was simply unbelievable. He was a 6th-level celestial deity and had even mastered the divine energy, while Lu Ming was only a 1st-level celestial deity. An existence that he had regarded as an ant had actually exploded with such shocking battle prowess. It was a huge blow to his self-esteem. I can't lose. How can I lose to an ant from the Qin Heaven Star system? 7 injury divine fist, 7 injury stacking. Qin Wuxiang roared in his heart. His face turned pale, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. After spurting out blood, Qin Wuxiang's face turned pale. However, the force of his fist had become even stronger. Boom, boom, boom. Qin Wuxiang continued to swing his fists. Waves of terrifying fist force burst out continuously and merged with the fist seals from before, causing the power of his fist seals to skyrocket and emit a dazzling radiance. Using his own injuries to increase his attack power, what a brainless secret technique. Lu Ming sneered and then took a step forward. Divine Dragon Phenomenon, come out. Lu Ming shouted. Roar, 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 roar. The dragon's roars continued to ring out in the sky. 4 more dragons' roars were heard in a row. Then 4 9-clawed divine dragons emerged above Lu Ming's head. In addition to the previous one, there were a total of 6 9-clawed divine dragons. After more than 200 years of cultivation, Lu Ming had already cultivated 6 divine dragon images. The true power of the divine dragon materialization art was gradually revealed. The 6 9-clawed divine dragons pounced at Qin Wuxiang together. The vast dragon might cause the 9 divine dragons pulling the Qin family's carriage to show fear and retreat continuously. This was a suppression due to the difference in levels. In the Divine Dragon clan, the 9-clawed divine dragon was undoubtedly superior. The power of the 6 9-clawed divine dragons was amazing. Moreover, Lu Ming had mastered the battle formula. Even if he did not trigger the multifold increase in combat power, he could be enhanced by the battle formula when he cast any divine skill or secret skill. The power would be stronger. The attacks from both sides met in the void, and an astonishing collision broke out. Then, Qin Wuxiang's fist seal continued to explode and shatter. Puffed. Qin Wuxiang spat out a large mouthful of blood as he retreated. Lu Ming took a step forward. The 6 nine-clawed divine dragons roared and chased after him. "Hurry, hurry, and help me. Let's suppress this ant together," he shouted. Qin Wuxiang roared. Even now, he still felt that he was superior to Lu Ming. This was a common problem for those who were born in great forces. It was just like how the Qin Heaven Star region's geniuses would act the same when facing the people of the chaotic astral river. They would look down on the people of the chaotic astral river, feeling that they were high and mighty with a noble status. As for those who had walked up from the bottom, they would not have such a mentality. Kill! There were 5 other young men who came with Qin Wuxiang. At this moment, all of them were charging towards Lu Ming. The moment the 5 young men attacked, the people from the Kongxian sect were shocked. This was because these 5 young men were all terrifying heaven's favorites. They had all mastered the divine power. 3 of them were at the 6th level, and 2 of them were at the 5th level. The strength of those 3 6th-level heavenly deities was not the slightest bit weaker than Qin Wuxiang's. The 6 experts joined forces and launched their own ultimate moves, charging toward Lu Ming. Die, brat! 7 injury divine fist. Qin Wuxiang roared. He had been injured by Lu Ming, but the power of his fist force had become stronger. What he cultivated was a secret skill unique to the Qin family. The more injured he was, the more powerful his fist force would be. However, in the face of such an attack, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. Battle formula, double the combat power. With a single thought, Lu Ming activated the double combat strength of the battle character formula. A powerful force burst out from his body and filled his entire body. The 6 nine-clawed divine dragons let out a long roar. As their bodies twisted, they swelled up rapidly. Their bodies grew larger, and their power became stronger. The 6 nine-clawed divine dragons pounced toward the 6 young men. A spear as huge as a mountain materialized in Lu Ming's palm, and he thrust it at one of the youths. The young man was fighting against a 9-clawed divine dragon Dharma Laksana with all his strength. He could not resist the attack of the long spear at all. He was pressed down by the spear light and flew out like a broken sandbag. He was severely injured and his breath was weak. Then, Lu Ming fired another shot at another young man. After Lu Ming had activated the double combat strength, trash like Qin Wuxiang was no longer Lu Ming's match. He was easily crushed. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming attacked continuously with his spear. Each spear attack could suppress one person. In an instant, the 5 young men who attacked from behind were all sent flying by Lu Ming and were severely injured. In the end, Lu Ming's cold gaze swept towards Qin Wuxiang. Ah! Qin Wuxiang was so frightened that he screamed, turned around, and ran. "You haven't even knelt down, and you want to leave?" Lu Ming said coldly. He controlled the 6 divine dragons and surrounded Qin Wuxiang. "Brat, stop!" At this moment, a burly man from the Qin family shouted and stepped forward. He wanted to deal with Lu Ming personally. However, a burly man from the Wu family stopped him. Let the younger generation settle their own matters. It's better for the older generation not to interfere. The burly man from the Wu family sneered. This sentence was said by the Qin family's burly man before, but now, the Wu family's burly man returned it to him without moving. But the burly man from the Qin family was furious. He then glared at Lu Ming and said coldly, "Qin Wuxiang is a disciple of the Qin clan. Although he is not a core disciple, you want to kneel? You have to think carefully whether you are worthy of it." His voice was cold and threatening. Even if Qin Wuxiang was not a core member of the Qin clan, he was still a member of the clan. He represented the face of the clan. If Qin Wuxiang were to kneel, it would be equivalent to slapping the face of the clan. I've never heard of the Qin family. I only know that if you want someone to pay, you have to be prepared to pay. If he wants me to kneel, then you have to be prepared to kneel. Kneel! Lu Ming shouted coldly, not giving him any face at all. The 6 nine-clawed divine dragons, huge claws pressed down continuously. How could Qin Wuxiang withstand it? He barely managed to withstand a few moves before he was controlled by the nine-clawed divine dragon phenomenon. With a plop, he knelt in the air before Lu Ming. Qin Wuxiang let out an angry roar that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. This was truly a great humiliation. In the Qin family, he was not a core disciple to begin with, so he was not doing very well. If this matter were spread to the Qin family, he would probably do even worse and become the Qin family's disgrace. At this moment, he even wanted to die. The other 5 young men of the Qin family were pale with fear. They were glad that they weren't the first ones to step out. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a good ending. Chapter 2925 Starfield Crisis. Get Lost. With a wave of his hand, a surge of energy burst forth and threw Qin Wuxiang away. One of the Qin clan's burly men reached out to catch Qin Wuxiang. His face was extremely cold. "Kid, you have guts. I hope you don't set foot in the 9 absolute Heavenly King mansion for the rest of your life. Otherwise, you will regret what you have done today. Go." The Qin clan's burly man left these words and flew onto the chariot with Qin Wuxiang and the others. Then the 9 divine dragons roared and pulled the chariot away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Who? Wuxia and the others let out a long breath, but their hearts were still very heavy, as if a huge stone was pressing down on them. Although the Xianxia sect was temporarily safe, they knew that this matter was far from over. The treasure of the 9 absolute Heavenly King mansion had been stolen. This was definitely a huge matter. They immediately welcomed Wu Zifeng and the Wu family into the Xianxia sect. After some understanding, Lu Ming knew that when Wuxia was young and adventuring, he had inadvertently befriended Wu Zifeng's grandfather. The two of them had gone on adventures together and had a life-and-death friendship. Later on, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were betrothed even before they were born. That was why Wu Zifeng often went to the Xianxia sect, and Yu Linglong often went to the Wu family to play. "Zifeng, what's going on?" In a large hall, Wuxia asked Wu Zifeng. "I'm not too sure about the details. I only know that a few months ago, the treasure of the 9 absolute Heavenly King mansion, the 9 absolute God crystal, was stolen. The thief was very smart, and no one found out. However, the other party still left behind traces. The experts of the 9 absolute Heavenly King mansion came to a conclusion based on those traces. The person who stole the treasure is very likely to come from the Qin Heaven Star system." Wu Zifeng said. "How is this possible? The defense of the 9 absolute Heavenly King mansion is so well hidden, and there are so many experts. In the Qin Heaven Star field, who could steal the treasure from the 9 absolute Heavenly King mansion?" Wuxia and the others could not believe it. In the Qin Heaven Star region, a 3rd-level God King like the demoness of the unique Demon Academy, Xianxia, was already considered a peak expert. However, such a cultivation base was far from enough in the 9 absolute Heavenly King mansion. Not to mention the 3rd level of the God King realm. Even the 4th or 5th level of the God King realm was far from enough. Who in the Qin Heaven Starfield had the ability to steal the precious treasure of the 9 absolute Heavenly King manor? I'm also very confused about this. However, since the clues point here, the 9 absolute Heavenly King mansion will definitely not give up. This time, not only did the Qin family send people, but the other aristocratic families also sent people over. Wu Zifeng said. Everyone's expression became even more serious. This matter was not simple at all. The crowd chatted for a while more before dispersing. As expected, a few days later, news after news spread in the Qin Heaven Star region. In the 9 absolute Heavenly King manor, people from all the major families had come. Not only had Xianxia sect been visited, but all the major forces in the Qin Heaven Starfield had also been visited. For example, the 3 overlord forces, the Ice Soul Clan, and the Scarlet Flame Clan. The people from the 9 absolute Heavenly King manor were domineering. No matter which power they were from, they wanted to check their storage rings and Dantian Sea of Consciousness. The other powers were not like the Xianxia sect, who had the help of the Wu family. When faced with the 9 absolute heavenly king manner, all the other powers were helpless and could only obediently accept it. Their storage rings and Danteon Sea of Consciousness were checked. Even the Red Flame clan and the Ice Soul clan were no exception. But the result was that nothing was found. There was not a single clue about the 9 absolute God crystal. The 9 absolute heavenly king manners people were furious. They gave the Qin Heaven Star Field 10 years. After 10 years, if they still didn't hand over the 9 absolute divine crystals, they would send an army over and trample the Qin Heaven Star Field. For a time, the people of the Qin Heaven Star Field were in a state of panic, and everyone was in danger. Who stole the treasure of the 9 absolute heavenly king manor? Why isn't he handing it over? Is he trying to kill everyone? Which goddamned bastard harmed the entire star field for his own selfish reasons? He's going to die a horrible death. Many people cursed. In the Qin Heaven Star region, a storm was brewing, but there was nothing. Not long after, another piece of news spread throughout the Qin Heaven Star field. During this period of time, the paragons of the various major forces of the 9 absolute heavenly king manor had entered the Qin Heaven Starfield one after another. There were even geniuses who set up an arena on Myriad Spirit Planet to challenge the geniuses of the Qin Heaven Starfield. The result was naturally that the Qin Heaven Starfield's geniuses were crushed and didn't obtain a single victory. An ant is an ant, truly incompetent. What heaven's favorites? They're all trash. The 9 absolute heavenly king manor's paragon was incomparably powerful, depreciating the Qin Tian Starfield's paragon to be worthless. Some people were furious and went to challenge the geniuses of the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion. However, the result was already set in stone. No one would win. This made the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion even more arrogant. If the younger generation of the Qin Heaven Starfield can defeat us, we can extend the time limit to 100 years, 1,000 years, or even more. In the end, some of the geniuses from the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion said. This moved the hearts of the experts from the various major factions of the Qin Heaven Starfield. If they could really extend their time, they might have a chance to find the thief and avoid being killed. At once, all the top talents from all the forces were on their way to Planet Thousand Spirits. The divine sons of the 3 overlord forces, as well as the top talents of the Ice Soul clan and the Scarlet Flame clan, all went to Planet Thousand Spirits. Of course, experts from all the major forces also secretly went to Planet Thousand Spirits. For a time, Myriad Spirit Star, the largest trading planet in the Qin Heaven Star system, became extremely lively. Lu Ming, Qiu Yu, Ouyang Xianxia, Yuling Long, Wu Zifeng, and the others had also arrived on planet Myriad Spirit. The arena set up by the paragons of the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion is in the central square. Let's go and take a look, Lu Ming said. Not long after, they arrived at the central square. There was a huge empty space in the central square. In the middle of the empty space, there was a huge fighting ring. During this period of time, this area was filled with people. On one side of the fighting ring, there was a row of seats. A group of young men and women sat on the seats. These young men and women all had haughty expressions as they looked at the crowd in all directions with faint disdain in their eyes. They were all heaven's favorites from the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion. There are quite a lot of people here. Unfortunately, they're all trash. Not a single one of them is decent. A golden-robed young man's calm voice reverberated throughout the entire area. That's right, they're too useless. No matter what, this is still a starfield, and they're just a few cats and dogs. This is really disappointing. Another young man said in disdain. In the surroundings, when the people of the Qin Heaven Starfield heard this, they were all furious. The true geniuses of my Qin Heaven Starfield haven't arrived yet. Don't be arrogant. Someone couldn't help but ask. Oh, there were real geniuses? You didn't brag about it, did you? Ha ha ha. The golden-robed young man laughed with disdain. Who's bragging? I believe those heaven's favorites will be here soon. At that time, they might be able to fight with you. That person from the Qin Heaven Starfield said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2925 Star Field Crisis. Get lost. With a wave of his hand, a surge of energy burst forth and threw Qin Wuxiang away. One of the Qin clan's burly men reached out to catch Qin Wuxiang. His face was extremely cold. "Kid, you have guts. I hope you don't set foot in the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion for the rest of your life. Otherwise, you will regret what you have done today. Go." The Qin clan's burly man left these words and flew onto the chariot with Qin Wuxiang and the others. Then the 9 divine dragons roared and pulled the chariot away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Who? Wuxia and the others let out a long breath, but their hearts were still very heavy, as if a huge stone was pressing down on them. Although the Xianxia sect was temporarily safe, they knew that this matter was far from over. The treasure of the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion had been stolen. This was definitely a huge matter. They immediately welcomed Wu Zifeng and the Wu family into the Xianxia sect. After some understanding, Lu Ming knew that when Wuxia was young and adventuring, he had inadvertently befriended Wu Zifeng's grandfather. The two of them had gone on adventures together and had a life-and-death friendship. Later on, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were betrothed even before they were born. That was why Wu Zifeng often went to the Xianxia sect, and Yu Linglong often went to the Wu family to play. "Zifeng, what's going on?" In a large hall, Wuxia asked Wu Zifeng. "I'm not too sure about the details. I only know that a few months ago, the treasure of the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion, the 9 absolute god crystal, was stolen. The thief was very smart, and no one found out. However, the other party still left behind traces. The experts of the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion came to a conclusion based on those traces. The person who stole the treasure is very likely to come from the Qin Heaven Star system." Wu Zifeng said. "How is this possible? The defense of the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion is so well hidden, and there are so many experts. In the Qin Heaven Star field, who could steal the treasure from the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion?" Wuxia and the others could not believe it. In the Qin Heaven Star region, a third-level god king, like the demoness of the unique demon academy, Xing Mo, was already considered a peak expert. However, such a cultivation base was far from enough in the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion. Not to mention the third level of the god king realm. Even the 4th or 5th level of the god king realm was far from enough. Who in the Qin Heaven Star field had the ability to steal the precious treasure of the 9 absolute heavenly king manor? I'm also very confused about this. However, since the clues point here, the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion will definitely not give up. This time, not only did the Qin family send people, but the other aristocratic families also sent people over. Wu Zifeng said. Everyone's expression became even more serious. This matter was not simple at all. The crowd chatted for a while more before dispersing. As expected, a few days later, news after news spread in the Qin Heaven Star region. In the 9 absolute heavenly king manor, people from all the major families had come. Not only had Xianxia sect been visited, but all the major forces in the Qin Heaven Star field had also been visited. For example, the 3 overlord forces, the Ice Soul clan, and the Scarlet Flame clan. The people from the 9 absolute heavenly king manor were domineering. No matter which power they were from, they wanted to check their storage rings in Dantian Sea of Consciousness. The other powers were not like the Xianxia sect, who had the help of the Wu family. When faced with the 9 absolute heavenly king manor, all the other powers were helpless and could only obediently accept it. Their storage rings and Dantian Sea of Consciousness were checked. Even the Red Flame clan and the Ice Soul clan were no exception. But the result was that nothing was found. There was not a single clue about the 9 absolute God Crystal. The 9 absolute heavenly king manors people were furious. They gave the Qin Heaven Star field 10 years. After 10 years, if they still didn't hand over the 9 absolute divine crystals, they would send an army over and trample the Qin Heaven Star Field. For a time, the people of the Qin Heaven Star Field were in a state of panic, and everyone was in danger. Who stole the treasure of the 9 absolute heavenly king manor? Why isn't he handing it over? Is he trying to kill everyone? Which goddamned bastard harmed the entire star field for his own selfish reasons? He's going to die a horrible death. Many people cursed. In the Qin Heaven Star region, a storm was brewing, but there was nothing. Not long after, another piece of news spread throughout the Qin Heaven Star Field. During this period of time, the paragons of the various major forces of the 9 absolute heavenly king manor had entered the Qin Heaven Starfield one after another. There were even geniuses who set up an arena on Myriad Spirit Planet to challenge the geniuses of the Qin Heaven Starfield. The result was naturally that the Qin Heaven Starfield's geniuses were crushed and didn't obtain a single victory. An ant is an ant, truly incompetent. What heaven's favorites? They're all trash. The 9 absolute heavenly king manor's paragon was incomparably powerful, depreciating the Qin Tian Starfield's paragon to be worthless. Some people were furious and went to challenge the geniuses of the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion. However, the result was already set in stone. No one would win. This made the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion even more arrogant. If the younger generation of the Qin Heaven Starfield can defeat us, we can extend the time limit to 100 years, 1,000 years, or even more. In the end, some of the geniuses from the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion said. This moved the hearts of the experts from the various major factions of the Qin Heaven Starfield. If they could really extend their time, they might have a chance to find the thief and avoid being killed. At once, all the top talents from all the forces were on their way to Planet Thousand Spirits. The divine sons of the 3 overlord forces, as well as the top talents of the Ice Soul Clan and the Scarlet Flame Clan, all went to Planet Thousand Spirits. Of course, experts from all the major forces also secretly went to Planet Thousand Spirits. For a time, Myriad Spirit Star, the largest trading planet in the Qin Heaven Star system, became extremely lively. Lu Ming, Qiu Yu, Ouyang Xianxia, Yuling Long, Wu Zifeng, and the others had also arrived on planet Myriad Spirit. The arena set up by the paragons of the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion is in the central square. Let's go and take a look, Lu Ming said. Not long after, they arrived at the central square. There was a huge empty space in the central square. In the middle of the empty space, there was a huge fighting ring. During this period of time, this area was filled with people. On one side of the fighting ring, there was a row of seats. A group of young men and women sat on the seats. These young men and women all had haughty expressions as they looked at the crowd in all directions with faint disdain in their eyes. They were all heaven's favorites from the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion. There are quite a lot of people here. Unfortunately, they're all trash. Not a single one of them is decent. A golden-robed young man's calm voice reverberated throughout the entire area. That's right, they're too useless. No matter what, this is still a starfield, and they're just a few cats and dogs. This is really disappointing. Another young man said in disdain. In the surroundings, when the people of the Qin Heaven Starfield heard this, they were all furious. The true geniuses of my Qin Heaven Starfield haven't arrived yet. Don't be arrogant. Someone couldn't help but ask. Oh, there were real geniuses? You didn't brag about it, did you? Ha ha. The golden-robed young man laughed with disdain. Who's bragging? I believe those heaven's favorites will be here soon. At that time, they might be able to fight with you. That person from the Qin Heaven Starfield said. Chapter 2927 Gathering of Divine Sons. You talk too much nonsense. If you have the ability, then let him out. The golden-robed youth shouted coldly. This brat, it's this brat. All of a sudden, a young man on the fighting ring roared and glared at Lu Ming. Yes, he was staring at Lu Ming. The young man had a scale between his brows. He was one of the 6 young men who had gone to the Kong Xin sect with Qin Wuxian. In fact, Lu Ming had seen this young man the moment he arrived. However, Lu Ming had no intention of avoiding him. He came here to find an opportunity to fight. Why would he need to avoid it? What? All of a sudden, the young men on the fighting ring turned to look at Lu Ming. This is the guy who defeated you? And you even humiliated Qin Wuxiang? The other young man coldly spoke, his gaze icy. This young man also had a silver-white scale on his forehead. Under the sunlight, it shimmered. It was obvious that this young man was also from the Qin clan. This person was called Qin Wuyo. That's right, it's him. This is the guy. The young man who had been to Kong Xian sect roared. Good, very good. Qin Wuyo's indifferent voice rang out as a cold, killing intent emanated from his body. Boom! He suddenly stood up from his seat, and a violent aura filled the air. Divine grade, divine power. This is divine grade, divine power. What a terrifying aura. Heavens, this is a divine sun-level character. Many people around the fighting ring shouted. Divine sun-level figures could be counted on one's fingers in the Qin Heaven Star Field. Each one of them was a peerless genius, an existence whose name shook the vast starry sky. Now, any one of the other parties, people who stood up was such a figure. It was truly shocking. You dare to humiliate my Qin family's disciple. Although he's a piece of trash, it's not your place to humiliate him. Now, get up here and accept your death. Qin Wuyo's cold voice rang out as he looked at Lu Ming with an even colder gaze. Everyone's gaze was on Lu Ming. Who is this? Many people in the Qin Heaven Star zone did not know Lu Ming. After all, the news of the battle in the galaxy for the Star Core had only spread within a small range. Most people did not know that Lu Ming had fought the divine son of the unique Devil Academy, Immortality, and even suppressed him. I know him. He's a saint of the Kong Xian sect. I heard he's very talented. The saint of Kong Xian sect? The gap between us is too big. He probably doesn't dare to accept the challenge, right? That's for sure. The other party is the son of God. Wouldn't he be courting death if he went up? Many people around the fighting ring were discussing. Who are you? Lu Ming's expression was calm as he spoke indifferently. Qin Wuyo of the Qin family. Qin Wuyo asked, I'm sorry, you misunderstood me. I mean, who do you think you are? You want me to fight, and I want to fight? Lu Ming smiled faintly. What did you just say? Qin Wuyo's face instantly darkened, and his killing intent became several times colder. Your ears aren't good either? Lu Ming said indifferently. In the surroundings, the hearts of many people from the Qin Heaven Star Zone were beating wildly. They were all impressed by Lu Ming's courage. Some people were still thinking that although Lu Ming did not dare to go up and fight, he was really bold to speak to the other party like that. Dude, you're looking for death. Qin Wuyo's voice became extremely cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed down like an angry lion, pouncing on his prey. 6th level heavenly deity. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. The moment the other party made his move, he had already seen through the other party's cultivation. A 6th level celestial deity with divine grade, divine power. This person was likely to be on the same level as Immortality. His combat strength was far above Qin Wuxiang's. Lu Ming circulated the divine power in his body and was about to attack. If you want to fight, I'll fight you. All of a sudden, a voice was heard not far from Lu Ming and the others. Then, a burly figure burst out, and a scorching aura filled the air. Boom! The two figures met in midair and collided fiercely. It was like two meteors had collided, creating shockwaves that spread in all directions. It was extremely terrifying. Then, the two figures trembled and floated backward. It's him. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The one who had rushed out to exchange blows with Qin Wuyo was the boundless sacred land's divine son. Tsangyin Pajun, it's Tsangyin Pajuan. He's making his move. The divine child level character has arrived. Haha, this is going to be interesting. Lu Ming is so lucky. Otherwise, he would have been in danger just now. Many people were overjoyed to see Tsangyin Pajun attack. Tsangyin Pajuan, as the peak figure of the younger generation in the Qin Heaven Star Field, his combat strength far exceeded the other geniuses. With him, They could finally fight against the geniuses of the 9 absolute heavenly king manor and not be suppressed so badly. Interesting. I didn't expect that the Qin Heaven Starfield would still have a decent opponent. Qin Wuyo glared at Xianxia Pujuan, revealing a strong battle intent. Cut the crap and make your move. I want to see how strong the paragon of the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion is. Xianxia Pujuan shouted coldly as the heat from his body grew stronger and stronger. His battle intent was even stronger than his opponent. Thump! Xianxia Pujuan's figure moved and rushed up the fighting stage. His meaning was self-evident. If you want to die, it'll fulfill your wish. Qin Wuyo said ferociously. With a flash of his body, he also rushed into the fighting ring. Boom! Without any unnecessary words, Xianxia Pujuan and Qin Wuyo started fighting. 7 injury, divine fist. Qin Wuyo's entire body glowed as he used the 7 injury divine fist. 2 terrifying fist prints burst out and crushed towards Xianxia Pujuan. It was the same 7 injury divine fist technique, but Qin Wuyo's was much more powerful than Qin Wuxiang's. Ashen Flame Explosive Fist. Gray Flame Breaking Army also used fist techniques, but his fist techniques were different. They were direct and overbearing, and each punch was like a star exploding with endless power. The two of them clashed head-on and fought intensely. The huge fighting ring was filled with their fist forces. In an instant, the two of them exchanged dozens of moves, but there was no clear winner. Boom! In the end, with a loud boom, the two of them retreated and stood on both sides of the fighting ring. Interesting. I didn't expect that there would be a decent opponent in the Qin Heaven Starfield. However, only one is far from enough. Are there any other decent experts? Come out together. In the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion, the golden-robed young man stood up and said lazily, his eyes sweeping around. Buzz! As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a sword could be heard from not far away. Then, a ray of sword light appeared in the sky above the fighting ring. This young man was handsome. He was the divine son of the indestructible sword sect, the Boundless Sword Dao. As soon as Boundless Sword Dao appeared, a demonic light flashed from another direction. A black-robed young man appeared in the sky above the fighting stage. He was the divine son of the unique Demon Academy, Mo Jui. The divine sons of the 3 overlord forces had gathered. Interesting. Anything else? The gold-robed youth asked. Since you want to meet him, then let's meet him. At this time, a cold voice rang out. In the sky, a cold aura filled the air as a white-robed young man strolled over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. A 1,000-year bet with every step the white-robed young man took. A snow-white divine bird would appear under his feet, making him look like a celestial being. It's similar to Bing Qing. Lu Ming's heart stirred. It's the Ice Immortal, the 7th young master of the Ice Soul Clan. He's the most powerful heaven's favorite, the Ice Immortal. Someone shouted. As expected, Lu Ming pondered. No wonder she looked similar to Bing Qing. Back then, Bing Qing had told him that in the ancient god world, there were 4 people who had cultivated the ancient god body, and his 7th brother was one of them. However, this name was really feminine. However, the temperament of the ice fairy was quite in line with this name. Boom! As soon as she came out, a hot aura came from the other side. Then, a burly young man walked over and appeared on the other side of her. Red Flame Demon Pine. Someone spoke out the person's name. This young man was a peerless heaven's favorite of the Red Flame race, who was as famous as the Ice Fairy. The appearance of the Ice Fairy and the Red Flame Demon Pine made the golden-robed young man's eyes slightly narrow. That was because the two of them gave him a lot of pressure. Interesting. I didn't expect that the Qin Heaven Starfield would actually give birth to so many interesting geniuses. The golden-robed young man said coldly. However, his expression finally became more cautious and did not reveal his lazy expression. Do your word from before still count? At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. What he was asking was naturally what the other party had said. As long as the Qin Heaven Starfield geniuses could defeat them, they would give the Qin Heaven Starfield some time and extend the deadline for this matter. Of course it counts. As long as you can defeat us, we can give you 100 years. The golden-robed youth said. 100 years is too short. As long as we defeat you, you will have to leave the Qin Heaven Starfield forever and never commit this crime again. Lu Ming said. Withdraw forever? You're so arrogant. That's impossible. The golden-robed youth's face darkened as he coldly said. What's wrong? Are you guys not confident? Lu Ming sneered. What a joke. Although you have a few geniuses, you think you can defeat us with just a few of you? What a joke. The golden-robed youth laughed coldly. Then why wouldn't I dare to agree? Lu Ming retorted sarcastically. If you don't agree, it's a matter of principle. It doesn't mean that you have a chance of winning. It's absolutely impossible for you to withdraw forever, but I can report to the higher-ups and delay it for a while. After the young man in the golden robe finished speaking, he took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent a message. Then he waited quietly. Not long after, the golden-robed young man received a reply. His expression changed, and he said, If you can defeat us, we can give you 1,000 years at most. This is the longest limit. Of course, you have no chance. The golden-robed young man was still full of confidence. We'll only know if there's a chance after we fight. 1,000 years is 1,000 years, so be it. Let's fight. Lu Ming agreed immediately. Mo Jui, Sword Dao Wuji, Azure Flame Army Breaker, Red Flame Demon Pine, Ice Fairy, and the rest of the strongest Heaven's favorites did not say anything, which meant that they had silently agreed. Many people found it strange that Mo Jui and the rest did not stop Lu Ming from acting on his own accord. In front of these divine sons, did Lu Ming have a right? Of course, they did not know that Mo Jui and the others knew Lu Ming's strength. They had long treated Lu Ming as someone on the same level as them. As for the Ice Fairy, although the Red Flame Demonic Pine had never fought with Lu Ming, they were well-informed and naturally knew about the fight between Lu Ming and Mo Jui. Therefore, they did not object to Lu Ming's decision. If he could fight for 1,000 years, it would be good enough. It was much better than 10 years. Wait a minute. Now is not the time for a battle. The battle will be held in 3 months. Right here, the gold-robed youth suddenly said. 3 months later? That's fine too. Lu Ming had an idea and nodded in agreement. He understood that the reason why the other party had delayed for 3 months was most likely because there were still Heaven's favorites who had yet to arrive. However, how could he not need time? How should we fight in 3 months? What are the rules? Ice Immortal asked. It's very simple. We'll have an arena battle. Both sides will be the defending side. Whoever stands on the arena last will win. Of course, there must be a limit to the number of people on both sides. Otherwise, the competition will be endless. How about this? They'll give you all a chance. They'll send 9 people, and you can send 18. How about it? The golden-robed youth said. All right, it's decided then. Ice Fairy immediately agreed. He would be a bastard if he didn't take advantage of the situation. Although numbers didn't have much use in a battle between top Heaven's favorites, this was an arena battle. Both sides are defending the arena, and they used a wheel battle. If they had more people, they could still exhaust the other side's divine power. It was more or less useful. Then it's decided. 3 months later, we'll fight here. Let me see what kind of combat power you Qin Tian Starfield's younger generation has. Let's go. The golden-robed young man turned into a golden light and left the place. Kid, someone blocked it for you today, but you won't get the chance every time. I hope you don't have to face me in the next arena battle. Qin Hui's cold gaze swept toward Lu Ming. Qin Wuyo, I'm afraid you've made a mistake. I promise that this kid won't dare to fight in the next arena battle. Another young man from the 9 absolute Heavenly King Mansion sneered. There's no need to use such a low-level goading method. He'll definitely participate in the next arena battle. Lu Ming said indifferently. I hope so. Qin Wuyo left this sentence and also left the place. The people of the 9 Absolute Heavenly King Mansion also left. Let's discuss the candidates for the battle in 3 months. Ice Fairy looked at Red Flame Magic Pine, Imo Jui, Sword Dao Wuji, Lu Ming, and Sangin Army Destroyer. You can discuss the candidates. Just leave me a spot. Lu Ming left with Qiu Yu and the rest, and turned to leave. Lu Ming, is he really going to fight? If it wasn't for the Ash Gray Flame Army Destroyer, he would have already died. It's for the sake of face, right? Being provoked in front of so many people and not accepting the challenge. Wouldn't that be a complete loss of face? That's true, but it's not wise to risk your life for the sake of face. The surrounding people were all discussing. These people have no idea how powerful young master is. After Qiu Yu heard that, she pouted unhappily. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not mind. They left the place and found an inn to stay in. Lu Ming stayed in a guest room alone and sat cross-legged on the bed. Old Liang, it's been 200 years. How's your refinement of the star core's energy going? Lu Ming asked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. A 1,000-year bet with every step the white-robed young man took. A snow-white divine bird would appear under his feet, making him look like a celestial being. It's similar to Bing Qing. Lu Ming's heart stirred. It's the Ice Immortal, the 7th young master of the Ice Soul Clan. He's the most powerful heaven's favorite, the Ice Immortal. Someone shouted. As expected, Lu Ming pondered. No wonder she looked similar to Bing Qing. Back then, Bing Qing had told him that in the ancient god world, there were 4 people who had cultivated the ancient god body, and his 7th brother was one of them. However, this name was really feminine. However, the temperament of the Ice Fairy was quite in line with this name. Boom! As soon as she came out, a hot aura came from the other side. Then, a burly young man walked over and appeared on the other side of her. Red Flame Demon Pine. Someone spoke out the person's name. This young man was a peerless heaven's favorite of the Red Flame race, who was as famous as the Ice Fairy. The appearance of the Ice Fairy and the Red Flame Demon Pine made the golden-robed young man's eyes slightly narrow. That was because the 2 of them gave him a lot of pressure. Interesting. I didn't expect that the Qin Heaven Starfield would actually give birth to so many interesting geniuses. The golden-robed young man said coldly. However, his expression finally became more cautious and did not reveal his lazy expression. Do your words from before still count? At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. What he was asking was naturally what the other party had said. As long as the Qin Heaven Starfield geniuses could defeat them, they would give the Qin Heaven Starfield some time and extend the deadline for this matter. Of course it counts. As long as you can defeat us, we can give you 100 years. The golden-robed youth said. 100 years is too short. As long as we defeat you, you will have to leave the Qin Heaven Starfield forever and never commit this crime again. Lu Ming said, withdraw forever? You're so arrogant. That's impossible. The golden-robed youth's face darkened as he coldly said, what's wrong? Are you guys not confident? Lu Ming sneered. What a joke. Although you have a few geniuses, you think you can defeat us with just a few of you? What a joke. The golden-robed youth laughed coldly. Then why wouldn't I dare to agree? Lu Ming retorted sarcastically. If you don't agree, it's a matter of principle. It doesn't mean that you have a chance of winning. It's absolutely impossible for you to withdraw forever, but I can report to the higher-ups and delay it for a while. After the young man in the golden robe finished speaking, he took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent a message. Then, he waited quietly. Not long after, the golden-robed young man received a reply. His expression changed, and he said, if you can defeat us, we can give you 1,000 years at most. This is the longest limit. Of course, you have no chance. The golden-robed young man was still full of confidence. We'll only know if there's a chance after we fight. 1,000 years is 1,000 years, so be it. Let's fight. Lu Ming agreed immediately. Mo Jui, Sword Dao Wuji, Azure Flame Army Breaker, Red Flame Demon Pine, Ice Fairy, and the rest of the strongest Heaven's favorites did not say anything, which meant that they had silently agreed. Many people found it strange that Mo Jui and the rest did not stop Lu Ming from acting on his own accord. In front of these divine sons, did Lu Ming have the right? Of course, they did not know that Mo Jui and the others knew Lu Ming's strength. They had long treated Lu Ming as someone on the same level as them. As for the Ice Fairy, although the Red Flame Demonic Pine had never fought with Lu Ming, they were well informed and naturally knew about the fight between Lu Ming and Mo Jui. Therefore, they did not object to Lu Ming's decision. If he could fight for 1,000 years, it would be good enough. It was much better than 10 years. Wait a minute. Now is not the time for a battle. The battle will be held in 3 months. Right here, the gold-robed youth suddenly said. 3 months later? That's fine too. Lu Ming had an idea and nodded in agreement. He understood that the reason why the other party had delayed for 3 months was most likely because there were still Heaven's favorites who had yet to arrive. However, how could he not need time? How should we fight in 3 months? What are the rules? Ice Immortal asked. It's very simple. We'll have an arena battle. Both sides will be the defending side. Whoever stands on the arena last will win. Of course, there must be a limit to the number of people on both sides. Otherwise, the competition will be endless. How about this? It'll give you all a chance. It'll send 9 people, and you can send 18. How about it? The golden-robed youth said. All right, it's decided then. Ice Fairy immediately agreed. He would be a bastard if he didn't take advantage of the situation. Although numbers didn't have much use in a battle between top Heaven's favorites, this was an arena battle. Both sides were defending the arena, and they used a wheel battle. If they had more people, they could still exhaust the other side's divine power. It was more or less useful. Then it's decided. 3 months later, we'll fight here. Let me see what kind of combat power you Qin Tian Starfield's younger generation has. Let's go. The golden-robed young man turned into a golden light and left the place. Kid, someone blocked it for you today, but you won't get the chance every time. I hope you don't have to face me in the next arena battle. Qin Hui's cold gaze swept toward Lu Ming. Qin Wuyo, I'm afraid you've made a mistake. I promise that this kid won't dare to fight in the next arena battle. Another young man from the 9 absolute Heavenly King Mansion sneered. There's no need to use such a low-level goading method. He'll definitely participate in the next arena battle. Lu Ming said indifferently. I hope so. Qin Wuyo left this sentence and also left the place. The people of the 9 absolute Heavenly King Mansion also left. Let's discuss the candidates for the battle in 3 months. Ice Fairy looked at Red Flame Magic Pine, Mo Jui, Sword Dao Wuji, Lu Ming, and Xianxia Army Destroyer. You can discuss the candidates. Just leave me a spot. Lu Ming left with Qiu Yu and the rest and turned to leave. Lu Ming, is he really going to fight? If it wasn't for the Ash Gray Flame Army Destroyer, he would have already died. It's for the sake of face, right? Being provoked in front of so many people and not accepting the challenge, wouldn't that be a complete loss of face? That's true, but it's not wise to risk your life for the sake of face. The surrounding people were all discussing. These people have no idea how powerful young master is. After Qiu Yu heard that, she pouted unhappily. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not mind. They left the place and found an inn to stay in. Lu Ming stayed in a guest room alone and sat cross-legged on the bed. Old Liang, it's been 200 years. How's your refinement of the star core's energy going? Lu Ming asked. Third-level heavenly deity, given his current cultivation, Lu Ming did not have the slightest confidence that he could participate in the arena battle this time. The paragons of the 9 absolute Heavenly King Manor were unfathomable, and no one knew how many powerful existences there were. This time, it was very likely that it was only a drop in the ocean. Lu Ming wanted to improve himself to his strongest state. Lu Ming needed to use the energy of the star core to break through to the next realm. In the past 200 years, Lu Ming did not use the energy from the star core. He had been absorbing energy to cultivate. Otherwise, his cultivation would not have improved so slowly. After 200 years, the quantity formula must have refined some of the energy, right? I did refine some, but not too much. It's all because your cultivation is too low, which greatly reduced the speed of my refining. The quantity formula complained. It should be enough for me to break through to the second level celestial deity realm. Lu Ming muttered. Why was he the one to blame in the end? Your cultivation has already reached peak first-level celestial deity. Charging to second-level celestial deity is naturally a matter of certainty. But you're currently in control of 10 types of divine power. Wanting to charge to third-level celestial deity is hard to say. The quantity formula said. It already has so much energy? Come on, give it a try. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If he could increase his realm, his confidence would increase. Then I'm ready. The voice of the measure formula was heard. Following that, the measure word in his sea of consciousness emitted a dazzling radiance. A pure and rich energy surged out wildly and rushed into Lu Ming's limbs and bones. Lu Ming circulated the universe thousand Dao scripture at full force and began to absorb this energy to break through to the next realm. This energy was too strong. Lu Ming felt his entire body swelling up and being filled with violent energy. What a rich energy! Such a rich energy, but it's only a small part of the star core. Lu Ming was not shocked. Instead, he was happy. This energy was extremely pure. Although it was extremely rich, the speed at which it was absorbed was also very fast. Under the effect of the universal Tao scripture, the energy was quickly absorbed and transformed into Lu Ming's divine power. The 10 divine flames in his dantian grew brighter and brighter. Boom! There was a loud boom in Lu Ming's body, and the 10 divine flames were strung together. In an instant, Lu Ming's aura increased by a large margin. Second level celestial deity breakthrough. After breaking through to the second-tier celestial god realm, Lu Ming did not stop. There was still a lot of energy left in his body. Lu Ming continued to refine this energy. His cultivation level was rapidly increasing. Second level heavenly deity stable, early stage, middle stage. Very soon, Lu Ming charged to peak second level celestial deity. He was not far from third-level celestial deity either. There was still some energy left in his body. However, it was still not enough to use it to charge for the third-level celestial deity realm. Let's do it in one go. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. With a wave of his hand, a huge pile of divine crystals appeared on the ground. These divine crystals were all mid-grade divine crystals, and the divine chi within them was several times denser than low-grade divine crystals. This was a rare opportunity. Lu Ming wanted to charge to the third-level celestial deity realm in one go. Bang! 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 A large pile of divine crystals exploded and turned into divine chi. Lu Ming opened his mouth, and the divine chi surged into his mouth like a tidal wave, which he swallowed. Boom! 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 Lu Ming began to put all his effort into refining this divine chi. He was going to use this divine chi to complement the remaining energy from before and charge for the third-level celestial deity realm. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Lu Ming had already accumulated a large amount of energy after refining the divine crystals. Begin. With a thought, he fused the energy from refining the divine crystal with the energy from before and started to charge towards the third-level celestial deity realm. 3 months had passed, and a large number of creatures had gathered in the central square of Planet Thousand Spirits. The Qin Heaven Star region had all sorts of races, and it was filled with people. This time, even many top experts from the major forces had arrived. For example, the elders of the major forces were all observing in secret. After all, this battle wasn't just a battle between the younger generation. It also concerned the safety of the Qin Heaven Star region. The 9 absolute heavenly king mansions people are here. Someone suddenly shouted. In the distance, many beams of light flew over. There were dozens of them. Among them, there were more than a dozen older people, and they all seemed to be powerhouses with shocking strength. The rest were all young people. These people stood in the air above the fighting ring and looked around arrogantly. Compared to the number of people around the square, their numbers were pitifully small. However, their aura had suppressed the Qin Heaven Starfield side. Qin Heaven Starfield, where are the people you want to send out? Come out. It was still the same golden-robed young man from last time. He stepped forward and his voice spread throughout the entire area. Ice Immortal stepped out and appeared in the air. Then, Red Flame Magic Pine, Imo Jui, Sword Dao Wuji, and the others all stepped out. There were a total of 17 people. Almost all of them were from the Red Flame clan, the Ice Soul clan, and the 3 Overlord forces. Only 17 people. You guys seem to be missing one person. Where's that arrogant kid from last time? Why didn't he come? The golden rogue youth's gaze swept across the crowd as he laughed. Ice Immortal and the others looked at each other, and their eyes darkened. They were indeed short of one person. That was because Lu Ming had not arrived. It's Lu Ming. Lu Ming is not here. What about Lu Ming? Could it be that he doesn't dare to come at such a critical moment? He definitely doesn't dare to come. He has offended the paragon of the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion. How would he dare to come? He'll die if he comes. I knew it. He's just being stubborn and doesn't dare to fight. The people from the Qin Heaven Star Zone mumbled. Most of them felt that Lu Ming would not dare to come. That kid only knows how to rely on his mouth. He's a coward. Qin Wuyo sneered. Who said that the young master doesn't dare to come? At this time, a delicate shout came from the distance. Then, a few figures walked over. They were Lu Ming, Qiu Yu, Ouyang Qingxiang, and the others. It was Qiu Yu who had just spoken. A faint smile hung on Lu Ming's face. Not long ago, he had finally charged to the 3rd level celestial deity in one go. It was also because he was charging to the 3rd level celestial deity that he had arrived a little later. He really dared to come? Many people's gazes flickered, as if they had not expected this. Very good. Qin Wy's eyes flashed with a ferocious light. He licked his lips and didn't even try to hide his cold, killing intent. You guys wait for me here. Let's go, Lu Ming said to Qiu Yu and the rest. He stepped forward and came to the side of the ice deity and the rest. On the side of the Qin Heaven Starfield, all 18 people had arrived. Where are your 9 people? Who are the 9 people? Ice Immortal asked. Bang! Bang! As soon as Ice Immortal finished speaking, a young man stepped out from the 9 absolute heavenly king mansion, including the golden-robed young man and Qin Wushang. There were 9 people in total. 9 people, 7 men and 2 women. Ice Immortal and the others looked at the 9 people with a serious expression, because they couldn't see through some of them at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.